Good morning. It's a 7:45, and we're getting ready to kick off the Junior Breeding Beef Show here in the Broadbent Arena. All the people with cattle in the early classes for AOB and Shorthorn Pluses, you can start making your way to the show ring at this time. We are planning to start right at 8 a.m.
Test.
There you go. You're green now. And so green's ready to go. Keep it on orange when it's in your pockets.
Attention in the barn, this is the last call for Class 1 AOBs and Class 1 Shorthorn Plus. Please make your way to the show ring and over the scales. Over on the AOB side, we need entry 80 and entry 4 to the show ring and over the scale at this time. Entry 80 and entry 4. Good morning and welcome to the 2015 North American International Livestock Expo Junior Breeding Beef Show. Each day we're going to start off with the national anthem. If everybody would please rise and remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 1 AOBs. We are getting ready to start, so last call, Class 1 AOBs. Coming into the west side of the arena right now is Class 1 Shorthorn Pluses. Entering the ring now on the east side of the show ring is Class 1 AOBs. I'd like to take this time to welcome both of our judges. In the Shorthorn Plus ring, we have Brett Barber from Channing, Texas. He is a Hereford breeder who had a BS from Texas A&M and also went to Michigan State for his master's. Judging over on the AOB show today, we have Chan Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. He is the owner of Reeking P Livestock and the herd consultant for Circle M Farms, which is a Simmental and Sim Angus operation. If everyone would please welcome both of the judges for today's shows. Attention in the barns, we need entry 10 from Class 4 Shorthorn Pluses to the holding ring at this time. Entry 10 for Class 4 Shorthorn Pluses.
Good morning. Two May heifer calves out here to start our Shorthorn Plus. Young lady's heifer that leads off the class really stands on a lot of substance of bone, very fluid in terms of her movement. A heifer really angular and feminine up through her front end, a lot of quality, powerful in terms of her dimension down that top through that lower quarter, a lot of quality and style and balance. Young man's heifer that calls in second, beautiful up through that front end, very straight in her lines. Not quite as stout in terms of her structure, not quite the muscle dimension down that top, but a really nice balance, beautiful profile in heifer.
Results from Class 1 Shorthorn Plus females. First place goes to SS Gucci 596, owned by Samantha Murray Schrag from Marion, South Dakota. Second goes to Fox Angel 509, owned by Walker Carrico from Lakeville, Indiana. Attention in the barns, we need Class 5 Shorthorn Plus females to the holding ring at this time. Class 5 Shorthorn Plus females. Over on the AOB side, we need entry 12 to the holding ring at this time. Entry 12 on the AOB side.
An April heifer calf out here in our Shorthorn Plus show. Female, really a lot of quality and eye appeal and balance. A heifer, I think, stand a lot of competition. Very fluid when you put her in motion. A female, tremendous amount of thickness down that top through that quarter. Still lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Love her in terms of her rib shape. A female really got a lot of look and eye appeal. Combines that with a lot of power in terms of natural thickness and overall rib shape.
Attention in the barns, we need entry 14 and 18 for the Shorthorn Pluses to the holding ring at this time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be here this morning and have the opportunity to evaluate your AOB show today. In this first class, as we're going to see throughout the show, we have a lot of differences in types and kinds and a lot of different crosses and breeds represented. But with that said, a lot of quality running all the way down through this class. This first female that heads up the class, she gets it done in terms of performance, weight per day of age out here in the lineup. She is the biggest hipped individual, but yet she stays maternal in her type and kind. I think this female excels in this particular class in terms of foot shape and structure and the way she gets by with the length of stride that she carries. For as much shoulder and mass that she carries, she still has some angulation, just a lot of rib shape, just a lot of overall dimension and mass to head up the class. The female that follows her the most alike in kind is the one coming around here in second. Really balanced individual from all different angles. She's got plenty of depth of flank and rib shape. She carries herself with a lot of substance of bone on all four corners of her foundation. With that said, if I'm going to compare her to the female that heads up the class, just like to see a little more extension up through her front 1/3, maybe a little more angulation there in that shoulder to take her any higher today. Really like the type and kind of the female in third here, a long-spined individual. It has plenty of extension out through her front 1/3. With that said, in comparison to the two in front of her, she gives up just a little bit overall mass and dimension, just needs to be a little styled in her overall design to go any higher. Then we get fourth place female here, big top, big hipped individual. Just like to see her with a little more pizzazz to that front end. Then we come down here in the fifth position, a female that's not quite ready yet today. She's a little greener in terms of her package. Really like her type and kind. She just needs a little more time and she'll be at the top end of the class. Same holds true with the female next. Really a long-sided, really neat fronted individual that's really clean out of her jaw and down into her brisket. With that said, just like to see her handle herself a little nicer off her rear leg when she's in motion, like to drop her down some into her flank. And then we get the red female, deep-bodied individual, just needs a little more look. And then the female that ends up the class, nice in her own right. She's got some longevity in terms of structure. Just like to see a little more profile on this individual to go any higher in this particular class.
Results from Class 4, Shorthorn Plus females. First goes to CF Mona Magic 475, owned by Emily Brodgam from Sydney, Ohio. Attention in the barn, last call, entry number 18, Shorthorn Plus females. Last call, entry 18. Over on the AOB side, results from Class 1. First place goes to GMS Jolene, owned by Kaylee Sinnen from Poughkeepsie, New York. Second goes to KSCB Glamour Girl, K23, owned by Carson Fay from New Windsor, Maryland. Third goes to Taylor Held. Fourth, Ethan Ham. Fifth, Dawson Ward. Sixth, Jolie Johnson. Seventh, Hunter Sheely. And eighth went to Jake Britt. Just a reminder to all exhibitors coming into the ring, make sure you have your entry numbers on your harness when you come into the ring.
Nice trio of females in this second class of the AOB show. The female I'm going to use to win this particular class does so quite handily, in my opinion. Just really beautiful from the side profile. She's a female that carries out long down her spine and out over her hip. She keeps herself together at the ground in nice fashion when you put her in motion. Carries herself with smooth joints, and that makeup has plenty of set to the pasterns on all four corners. Just a real nicely made female to head up the class. The one that follows her the most alike in kind is a female in second. Another high profiling kind of female here from the side, one that represents a lot of width and dimension down her top. With that said, in comparison to the female that heads up the class, just gives up a little bit in overall performance and look today compared to the female that starts the class. Get down to the third place female, a female that is sure functional in her own type and kind, one that's got a maternal look to her, just needs to be a little heavier in terms of condition to compete against the two females in front of her.
Results from Class 2, AOB females. First place goes to Miss Light the Fire, owned by Janelle Gilbert from Greenville, Ohio. Second, KHF Emma, owned by Kara Hockman from Strasburg, Virginia. Third goes to Claudia Hollis from Haynesville, Louisiana. And fourth is a scratch.
Excellent set of March heifer calves in our Shorthorn Plus show. Young man's heifer that leads off, love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A female, as you put her in motion, really gets out, covers her track. Beautiful up through that front end, lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Very extended and a lot of quality up through that front end, but I think just overpowers the heifer in second in terms of her rib and her length of body. Heifer that comes in second, another beautiful fronted, really high quality female, that's very straight in her lines. Another heifer really gets out, covers her track, very fluid in terms of her movement. Not quite the power in terms of depth and spring of rib, not quite the natural thickness as a heifer that leads off, but another really high quality, very structurally correct, beautiful profiling female. Heifer that comes in third, really an easy flesh and deep rib, bold sprung female, not quite the extension up through that front end, not quite as smooth through the point of her shoulders as the two heifers that start the class, but you really appreciate the depth and spring of rib, the ease of fleshing, and the structural correctness the female shows. Young man's heifer that comes in next, another really structurally correct female, not quite the rib, not quite the width of base as the two heifers that start the class. And then the young man's heifer that completes the class, really a straight line, nice balanced female, just like to power up and give her more width of base.
In the AOB ring, got two really nice heifers to represent this class. I'm going to start with the female that is the most attractive to me from the ground up. This one here, in comparison to the second place female, carries herself on a lot bigger foot. She has lots of foundation all the way around her skeletal makeup here. She carries some dimension down her top and out over her hip. And I think what separates them at the end of the day is just like the added extension and slope and angulation that she has to her shoulder compared to the female that's in second. Female in second, really long-sided individual. Just like to see her with more extension up through her front 1/3. Balance her out just a little bit in terms of depth of flank and chest cavity there from the side. But two nice heifers in this particular class.
Attention in the barns, we need Shorthorn Plus Class 9 to the holding ring. And on the AOB side, we need entries 14 and 20. Results from Class 5 Shorthorn Plus. First place goes to CSF Monopoly Queen 551, owned by Scott Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Second goes to KSC Crystal's Tone K24ET, owned by Gunnar Thompson Crawford from Adamstown, Maryland. Third goes to Brittany Sue Fisher from LaPorte, Indiana. Fourth, Ethan Ham from Greencastle, Indiana. And fifth goes to Natalie Hoag from Vicksburg, Michigan. Over on the AOB side, results from Class 3. First place goes to Miss Fontant, 499, owned by Allison Fontenot from Ville Platte, Louisiana. Second goes to Mikeland, owned by Victoria Dooley from Jackson, Louisiana. In the ring now, over on the west side of the arena, is your early spring heifer calf division champion selection. Attention in the barns, we need Class 5 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Class 5 AOB.
Really a nice lineup, and we get our early spring calf class winners back out here in the Shorthorn Plus show. Young ladies, April heifer that wins the first class, really a lot of depth and spring of rib, Like her in terms of her dimension down that top and thickness through that quarter. A heifer who's got some look and eye appeal. If I want to get critical on her, she's probably not quite as extended as second two heifers, but a powerful heifer in terms of her depth and spring of rib, very fluid in terms of her movement. Heifer that wins the March class, beautiful in terms of her profile, really extended and feminine up through that front end, very mobile when you put her in motion, gets out, really covers her track, wide tracking, both coming to you and going away. A female, tremendous amount of dimension down that top, yet still lays in really neat through the point of her shoulders, beautiful up through that front end, a lot of quality, combines out with a lot of power in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Then our second place in that March class, again, beautiful in terms of her front end, female that really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, super fluid in terms of her movement, plenty of depth and spring of rib, just not quite as powerful in terms of her rib and overall length of body as a heifer that leads off, but a lot of quality and overall power. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your division.
In the AOB ring, female, and I'm going to start to use this class, is the combination female of the class, a female that balances out nice out here in the lineup in terms of her type and kind. She's got plenty of extension out through her front 1/3, tremendously long down her top, stays very fresh out over her hip and maternal down into her lower quarter. I feel like she's one of the sounder structured females that we have in the lineup. Get down the second place female, a female that I really like on the ground, and that's what puts her over the third place individual today. This is a nicely shaped foot here on all four corners, a female that gets out with some length of stride and structural soundness, just really complete in her kind. If you take the horns off of her, she's sure pleasant enough looking up through her front 1/3. And like I said, she's just a lot sounder at the ground than the female in third. Female in third on the stance is one that you really appreciate in terms of her type and kind, the width and dimension she carries down her top and out over her hip. But as you watch her go there, she needs a little more angulation in her shoulder. She wants to get a little high on her top. Just needs to be a little more flexed off that rear leg to go any higher in the class. Then we get down to the end of the class here, a female that's got some functionality and some structural soundness. Just gives up a little bit of look out here in comparison to some of these other females ahead of her, but a real nice effort to end up the class.
Attention in the barns, we need Class 6 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Attention in the barns, we need entries 30 and 31 on the Shorthorn Plus side. Entries 30 and 31. Also on the Shorthorn Plus side, the early spring heifer calf champion was exhibited by, or was CSF Monopoly Queen 551, owned by Scott Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Reserve early spring heifer calf was KSC Crystal's Tone K24ET, owned by Gunnar Thompson Crawford from Adamstown, Maryland. Going over to the east side of the ring, results from Class 4 AOB females. First place, Snow Queen 729B, owned by Nick McConnell from Mount Vernon, Ohio. Second, PJSF Tina, shown by Parker Sturgill from New Harmony, Indiana. Third went to Tanner Hoffman from Culver, Indiana. And fourth was Caitlin Cooper from Chaudron, Louisiana. Attention in the barn, I need all exhibitors in classes 12 and 13, Shorthorn Plus females to the holding ring at this time. Class 12 and 13, Shorthorn Plus. Attention in the barns, we need classes 6, 7, and 8 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Classes 6, 7, and 8 on the AOB side. Attention in the barns, we need exhibitors 27, 51, and 30 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Entries 27, 51, and 30.
Couple of really nice females at the top end of this class in the AOB show. They're a little different in terms of frame score, but they're really similar in terms of type and kind. I'm going to go with the more modern frame female in this particular scenario, the one that shows me the most lower third in that underlying internal dimension and cow look. And I think where she separates from the female that's in second is I like her down her spine a little nicer there over her loin and over her tail head and her grow bone set. If I'm going to pick on her just a touch, you might give her a little more extension out through her front 1/3, but boy, from the shoulders back, just a lot of cow power there in that first place female. Second place female is one that has the growth of the class and lots of extension all the way through, beautifully made in terms of her design and profile. When you look at her from the side, I think she represents plenty of longevity in terms of structure. Like I mentioned just a minute ago, if I'm going to change her in comparison to the female that heads up the class, I'd just like to change her in her top line there in that loin area, just make her a little stouter there to bring her up to the front of the class. Big top, big hip, performance-oriented kind of female here in third. One that's very massive in her bone work all the way through. With that said, just like to tone her down in terms of her shoulder shape. Like to see a little more angulation there in the shoulder. Like to see this female a little more relaxed in her top when you put her in motion. Then end up the class with a nice maternal kind of a female that has plenty of longevity in terms of structure. Just gives up the overall width and dimension that she needs to compete against the three females in front of her.
Results from Class 5 AOB females. First place goes to Hutton's Miss Katie, shown by Mindy Barr from Circleville, Ohio. Second, GENC Esme's Beyonce, 104B, shown by Andy Chastain from Danielsville, Georgia. Third is Mallory Neerman from Brownstown, Indiana. And fourth, Carly Crawford from Dry Creek, Louisiana. Tension in the barns. We need Class 7 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Class 7 AOB. Tension in the barn. We need entry 51 on the AOB side to the holding ring immediately. Your class is getting ready to go in. Entry 51. Tension in the barn. We need Class 8 AOB females to the holding ring at this time.
Really a great set of February heifer calves here in our Shorthorn Plus show. There's some give and take up here in those first two. Heifer we're starting with, most powerful in terms of a rib and natural thickness. A heifer is probably a little more flexible when you put her in motion. I'd like to extend her out up through that front end as compared to the heifer in second. But a female is probably a little sounder moving today, a little more powerful in terms of rib and overall volume. Really a lot of quality in terms of her look and style and eye appeal. Heifer in second, I love in terms of her smoothness and an extension up through that front end. A heifer as you put in motion, not quite as flexible off those hind legs as a heifer that leads off, but love her in terms of her profile. A lot of quality and extension and femininity up through that front end. Not quite the rib and overall natural thickness right behind those shoulders. A lot of quality, powerful set of females up there. Heifer that comes in third's another female. It's got some depth and spring of rib. It's got some extension out through that front end. A heifer as you get behind her, not near the width of base and natural width down that top and through that quarter is the two heifers that lead off. But from the profile, really got a lot of look, overall eye appeal. Heifer that comes in fourth, another female I love in terms of her extension up through that front end. She lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Not near as powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib, but a female super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Love her in terms of the quality up through that front end. Young man's heifer that comes in next, another female can get out and cover her track. It's got some dimension down that rib. Not quite the, gets a little shorter and coarser up through that front end. Just like to extend her out and put a little more quality up through that front end as compared to the heifers that beat her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a really nice, balanced, straight-lined female. Heifers can get out and cover her track. You get behind her, just gets a little flatter and narrower through her pins as compared to the cattle above her. The heifer that completes the class, really straight in her lines, got some length of body, just like to power up in terms of her depth and spring of rib.
Results from Class 8, Shorthorn Plus. First goes to Soul Crystal Style, shown by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Second, Soul Tamale's Tail, 5186CET, shown by Stuart Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Third, Clayton Maine from Seymour, Indiana. Fourth, Megan Dragstream from Amboy, Indiana. Fifth goes to Brian Wilson from London, Ohio. Sixth, Madeline Conrad from Dover, Florida. And seventh goes to Nathan Truckenbrod from Mendota, Illinois. Tension in the barns. We need entry 34 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Entry number 34.
Over in the AOB show, once again, lots of types and kinds out here in the lineup, but from a cowman's perspective, the female that heads up the class does so quite handily, in my opinion. I think this one here is just really neat in terms of a maternal aspect. Really appreciate the functionality and the balance that she carries from end to end. Tremendous in terms of lower third and the way she comes back with balance into her flank area. Really deep in her twist, just really nice all the way through there. And that underline going to make a nice cow on down the road. I think she's a little more maternal than the female that I have in second. Young man's doing an awesome job holding on to this one today. She's not wanting to cooperate for him. She's one that you have to appreciate in terms of the width and the mass that she's carrying, just really stout all the way through. With that said, in comparison to the female that wins the class, I'd like to see this one a little more refined in her bone work and her shoulder. I'd like to see a little more vulva development on this female at this stage of her life compared to the female that starts the class today. Third place female is just a real good functional kind of an individual that's more or less the meat and potatoes heifer. The class just needs a little more design or pizzazz to her overall makeup to compete against the ones in front of her, but appreciate the structural soundness and longevity from that standpoint. Just like to clean her up some in her lines to go any higher in this class. Same holds true with the female in fourth. Long-sided individual that has some functionality in terms of structure and foot shape, just needs a little more depth of flank and balance, needs to be a little trimmer up through that brisket in her front 1/3. And then we end up the class with a female that's a deep-chested individual, just needs a little more balance, needs to be a little more attractive to go any higher in this class this morning.
Attention in the barns, we need class 14 and 17 Shorthorn Plus females to the holding ring at this time. Over on the AOB ring, results from class 6. First place goes to MF Maryland, 4724, shown by Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Second goes to Darby, shown by Colby Manning from Union City, Ohio. Third is Braden Reibolt from West College Corner, Indiana. Fourth, Logan Vest from Iowa, Louisiana. And fifth goes to Kagan Midkiff from Pitkin, Louisiana.
Another excellent set of heifers, calves in our Shorthorn Plus show. All January's out here. Young lady's heifer that leads off, really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Gets out and covers her track. Beautiful and extended up through that front end. Really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Very straight down that top. Tremendous amount of thickness down that top through that quarter, and still maintains the most natural thickness out here. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, another deep rib, bold sprung female, not quite as extended up through that front end, not quite as neat through the point of her shoulders, but another female really gets out, covers her track, very fluid in terms of her movement, really got a lot of style and eye appeal and overall quality. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A female gets a little straighter up through that front end, just like to see her take a longer, freer stride.
Attention in the barns, we need class 8 and 9 AOB females to the holding ring immediately. Class 8 and 9. Results from class 9 Shorthorn Plus females. First goes to CF Lady Vegas 52, shown by Maddie Udell from Sioux City, Iowa. Second goes to GXK Miss Callie Berry 01C, shown by Rebecca Riggs from Glenwood, Indiana. And third goes to Burke Van Horn from Morgantown, Indiana. If anybody is missing a cell phone, there was one found in the restroom, and they have it over on the Shorthorn Plus side by the show ring. So if you're missing a cell phone, that is where you will find it. I'd also like to take this time to introduce the Lassie Queens that are with us on the Shorthorn side of the show ring. We have the 2015 National Lassie Queen, Darcy Cash from Oklahoma. The alternate National Lassie Queen, Alyssa Hofstadter from Illinois. Our Texas Lassie Queen, Danielle Thompson. The Nebraska Lassie Queen, Macy Beckinus. And the Minnesota Lassie Queen, Riley Francis. Thank you to all these girls for being with us today. Attention in the barns, we are having a change of start time for the Junior Charlet show. We are projecting it to start at approximately 10 a.m. this morning. So if you're showing Charlets, we are planning on starting that show at roughly 10 a.m. In the ring now on the Shorthorn Plus side is your Junior Heifer Calf Champion selection. Attention in the barns, we need entry 48 to the holding ring at this time. 48.
Really a nice lineup when we get our junior heifer calf class winners back out here. The February heifer that wins that February class, if you want to look at their EPDs, she's way below breed average in terms of her birth, excels in terms of her growth and maternal traits. Be one of the few times today I'll talk numbers because she's really a nice numbered animal. And combine that, powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A female alike in terms of her structure. You put her in motion, she's very fluid, both true coming to you and going away. Lays in really neat through the point of her shoulders, but just a powerful heifer in terms of her overall depth and spring of rib. Tremendous amount of natural thickness down her top through her quarter. If you want to get critical on her, I'd like to extend her out through that front end as the two heifers behind her. Beautiful in terms of her front end, but she's powerful in terms of her muscle and volume. Super sound, and one of the really good EPD animals that we've had in the show today. Heifer that wins a second class, a January female, a little more extended, probably a larger frame, longer sided individual. Another female that you put in motion really gets around the ring, very fluid. As you get behind her, not quite as stout in terms of her natural thickness, probably not quite as level from hooks to pins as a heifer that leads that first class. The super sound, I love her in terms of her extension and femininity, super fluid when you put her in motion. Our second place, the red heifer that is in that February class, I love her from the side. She's really angular and feminine up through that front end. Beautiful in terms of her profile, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Got plenty of depth and spring of rib. A female, again, as we put in motion, just like to see her a little softer and have more flex off those hind legs as compared to the heifer that leads off that class. Then our second place in that January class, again, a deep rib, bold sprung female. Not quite as extended up through that front end, but a lot of quality there, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your division champions.
The champion junior heifer calf comes out of Class 8, Soul Crystal Style, shown by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. The reserve junior heifer calf for the Shorthorn Plus out of Class 9, CF Lady Vegas 52, shown by Maddie Udell from Sioux City, Iowa.
Really a nice class here in the AOB ring, and I think once you get up to the top 4 females in this class, it gets down to personal preference, and you can sort them out ever how you want and make a good case for your placing. But for me today, the combination female is the one that's going to win the class. A real nice moderate frame kind of female that's just really fluid in her structure and sound and on her feet and legs. She gets out with a lot of length of stride. I really like this one in terms of her overall balance and the way she comes out of her chest cavity on back into her flank area. And if you compare her to the next 3 or 4 in this class, she's definitely the freshest conditioned female of the class. Just a real nice maternal cow prospect that has a nice look to head up the class. Really appreciate the power and design of the female here in second. One that has lots of internal dimension coming out of that rib and on back into her flank area. With that said, compared to the female that wins the class, she wants to get just a touch more prominent out of the point of her shoulder. You'd like to see this female a little higher in her pin compared to her hook, compared to the female that heads up the class. Third place female, another really nice kind. I like the frame score in this individual also. She's a big top, big hipped individual. With that said, I'd like to see her a little more maternal in her kind. I'd like to see her with a little less lower shoulder when you put her in motion, but that's being picky on a really nice one there in the third position. When she first comes into class, this heifer in fourth just really hit me hard in terms of her type and kind. There's a tremendous amount of quality in this individual right here. I appreciate the structural soundness that she carries as she goes, like a lot of things about her. With that said, for me personally today in this environment, I'd like to tone her down just a touch in her frame score. I'd like to see a little more extension from the point of that shoulder forward in comparison to the 3 heifers in front of her. Fifth place female, really a nice kind here. She follows the most like the 4 in front of her in terms of type and kind. With that said, she just needs a little more time, a little more fit on her to compete against those. Sixth place individual, long-sided, big-topped individual, has some width out of her hip and down into her lower stifle. Just needs a little more shape to that forerib, needs a little more curve to that underline. And then we get down to the next female here, a female that has got some performance and got some growth to her. I think she's structurally sound in terms of the way she puts her pasterns on all four quarters of her structure. Just needs a little more look. Same holds true with the red female next. Female that has some natural meat down her top and out over her hip, just needs a little more of a profile to go any higher today. Young lady next in the line is probably wondering why she's there. Nice female when she's on the stance. I really like this one in terms of her balance, her rib shape, and internal dimension. Get her in motion. She just needs to be a lot sounder off that rear leg. She needs a little more angulation out of that shoulder. And then we end up the class with a female that has some length of side, and she's got some maternal to her look. Just needs more time and weight per day of age to go any higher today.
Let me know if you need anything.
Tension in the barn. We need class 17 and 18 Shorthorn Plus females to the holding ring at this time. Also on the AOB side, we need entry 59 and class 9 to the show ring at this time.
Single entry over in our Shorthorn Plus female show. Young ladies heifer, a moderate frame, deep rib, bold sprung, easy fleshing female. She's got some style and balance. If you want to change her, I'd extend her up through that front end, maybe let her take a longer stride, but appreciate the depth and spring of rib and overall balance the heifer displays.
Results from class 7 AOB females. First place goes to Miss Halo, shown by Carly Clark from Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second goes to OBG Elvira 4119TW, shown by Burke Van Horn from Morgantown, Indiana. Third goes to Jordan Sillis from Ponento, Indiana. Fourth goes to Summer Russ from Wellington, Kansas. Fifth, Tyler Newcomb from Hudson, Michigan. Sixth goes to Shelby Warner from Onondaga, Michigan. Seventh is Kelsey Spencer from Evergreen, Louisiana. Eighth, Tori Duche from Abbeville, Louisiana. Ninth is Kelsey Sheely from Hillsboro, Ohio. And 10th, Daisy Verdon from Bernice, Louisiana. Over on the Shorthorn Plus side, results from class 12. First place goes to Lay's Apache Payday, shown by Emily Johnson from Loudoun, Tennessee. Helping out in the Shorthorn Plus ring this morning is the junior board. We have President Haley Alden from Missouri, Vice President Mitchell Smith from Indiana, Secretary Tyler Pearson from Minnesota, Public Relations Kendra Davis from Minnesota, and Directors Garrett Pearson from South Dakota, Kayla Williams from Oklahoma, Megan Dragstrom from Indiana, Zach Fanning from Illinois, and Damon Hador Papke from Wisconsin. Once again, I'd like to remind Charlotte exhibitors that they're projecting the show to start at 10 a.m. this morning. So that is a change from what has been previously posted. So if you are showing Charlotte's, they're projecting that show to start at 10 a.m. Tension in the barn. We need class 10 AOB females to the holding ring at this time. Class 10 AOB.
Really a nice pair of October females in our Shorthorn Plus show. Young ladies heifer that leads off the class, I think just overpowers in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Still maintains some quality and smoothness up through that front end. A lot of look and overall femininity, but a female just simply has got the most depth and spring of rib, and you get behind her, really expressive down that top through that quarter, put her in motion, she gets out very flexible. Young ladies heifer that follows in second, another really straight line, nice balanced female. Not quite the depth and spring of rib, not quite the overall power in terms of muscle and volume. It's a heifer that leads off the class.
In the AOB ring, the female that wins this class does so quite handily, in my opinion. Just a real high quality female to head up the class here. I think she's unique in her design in terms of the way she stays up through her front 1/3 and very slim and attractive there, but yet she goes into a lot of real explosive type body cavity that has lots of curvature and shape to her rib, and she carries that with nice balance on back into her flank area. She's unique in terms of the dimension that she carries, but yet she stays maternal in her look. Just a real nice female to head up the class. Then we get down to give and take on second and third. In this particular division, I'm going to go with the female that fits me from a maternal standpoint. Really like her in terms of a cow look. Female that's got plenty of dimension all the way through. She stays very maternal when you view her from behind in terms of length of muscle pattern and vulval development. Going to have a nice udder, it looks like, on down the road. I think she's just a little more moderate in her frame score and a little more my kind from that standpoint compared to the female that's in third. Young lady's female in third, but very nicely presented out here. She's a big top, big hipped individual, but with that said, where I would like to change this one when you look at her from behind, I'd like to see a little more shape down into her lower stifle. I'd like to see her a little wider at her hock when you put her in motion, but a real nice attractive kind there from the side profile. Get down to fourth place female, a more moderate frame kind of female, one that I really like when she's on the stance, but once we get her in motion, she wants to get a little up in her top, just like to see her a little more relaxed down that spine when she's on the go. Fifth place female, long-sided individual, has some natural turn to her top, just needs to be a little more attractive off her rear leg. Then we end up the class with another long-sided one here, just needs to be sounder on both all four corners to compete against the females in front of her.
Over on the Shorthorn Plus side, results from Class 13. First place goes to CYT Blue Crystalline 409B, shown by Desiree Logston from Amanda, Ohio. And second goes to Jake 97, shown by Jaslyn Ojeda from Morristown, Florida.
A September heifer out here in the fall class. Females, again, straighten her lines, got a nice balance to her. Really pretty up through that front end. A heifer, if you're going to change her, probably give her a little more slope to that shoulder and let her take a longer, freer stride. But I really appreciate the balance and overall straightness of lines and overall femininity heifer displays.
Attention in the barn, we need Class 10 AOB females to the holding ring and at the scales at this time. Results from Class 8 AOB females. First place goes to BDC Strawberry Blonde, shown by Shelby Griffith from Boonesboro, Maryland. Second goes to TC Rachel 59B, shown by Annie Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Third, Savannah Garrett from Richmond, Indiana. Fourth, Abby Carnes from Richland, South Carolina. Fifth goes to Nick Williams from Bremen, Alabama. And sixth goes to Hunter Robert Smith from Bowling Green, Ohio. Attention in the barns, we need Class 18 Shorthorn Plus females to the scales at this time. Results from Class 14 Shorthorn Plus females. First place goes to Lily's 901, shown by Bailey Sygrist. In the ring now is your senior heifer calf champion selection. Attention in the barns, this is the last call, Class 10 AOBs. You need to be at the scales at this time, Class 10 AOB. Attention in the barn, we need Shorthorn Plus Exhibitor 40, Colin Campbell, to the scales at this time. Entry 40, we are waiting for you at the scales.
We get our senior heifer calves back out here in the Shorthorn Plus show. That November heifer that wins the first class, really a nice balanced straight line female. A heifer, you might like to give her a little more slope to that shoulder and let her take a longer stride, but a female's got some fleshing ability, and I like her in terms of her straightness of lines and overall balance. Heifer that wins the October class, just a big, powerful, soggy-made individual, sound in terms of her feet and legs, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib, and still has some look and quality from the profile that you get behind her, really expressive down that top, thick and square through that hip, and just love her in terms of her rib shape. Our September heifer calf that wins the next class, another pretty profiling, really straight line, nice balanced female. Again, I'd like to give her a little more slope in that shoulder and let her take a longer, freer stride, but beautiful in terms of her profile and overall balance. Our second place in that October class, another female that's really sound in terms of her feet and legs. A heifer I like in terms of her dimension down that top through her quarter. Not quite as powerful in terms of her ribs, a heifer that leads off that class, but a sound, very functional individual. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your divisions.
Over on the Shorthorn Plus side, your champion senior heifer calf comes out of class 13, CYT Blue Crystalline 409B, shown by Desiree Logston from Amanda, Ohio. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion, also out of class 13, is Jake 97, shown by Jaslyn Ojeda from Morristown, Florida. Attention in the barns, we need class 22 Shorthorn Plus females to the scales at this time. Class 22.
Got a pair of really nice females at the top end of this class in AOB ring. I'm going to go ahead and start with the female that shows the most weight per day of age and scale and performance in this particular class. Just a real massive individual from Indiana, but yet still has enough maternal to her out here in this lineup. She's just tremendous in terms of depth of chest and the way she carries that back into her flank area with a lot of rib and room in there in the midsection for the mass that she's carried. She stays good up through that shoulder. She has plenty of extension up through her front 1/3. And I think she excels down her top and out over her hip in relation to her pin set compared to the female in second. If you're going to change her just a smidge, coach, you might want to refine her up in her muzzle to pole there just a little bit. Might want to see her not quite so deep neck, but just a real massive kind of a female that's unique in terms of being mass and maternal in the same package. Get down the second place female, one that is just really attractive from the side. I appreciate the way she's put together up through her front 1/3. She has plenty of shape coming in from behind that shoulder and that rib and carries that on back into her flank area. And like I said just a second ago, if you're going to change her in comparison to the female that's in front of her today, you just like to raise her up in her pin set there off at the end of her hip, just make her a little more attractive from that standpoint. But a real high quality female there that goes second. Same holds true with the female in third. Another high quality individual, one that once again has plenty of dimension and capacity represented all the way through. She's a little plainer from the head standpoint, might want to see a little more pizzazz in her overall profile. What gets her in the third spot today compared to the other two, she gets a little high in that tail head set. I'd just like to tone her down from that standpoint. Get down the fourth place female, a nice moderate frame kind of individual that gets out with some length of stride. Where I'm going to change this one up, she's a little narrow heeled. She wants to roll on them outside hooves when she goes about the ring. Just like to see her a little nicer hoof to go any higher in the class. Then we get down to the fifth place female, a little greener package here, but yet a lot of quality female that has some eye appeal, just needs a little more time, a little more weight per day of age. Red female next in the lineup, a big top, big hipped individual, just gets a little deep chested, needs a little more balance. Next red female, just a big barreled individual, go out and make a nice low maintenance kind of cow, just way too overdone in terms of condition. Same holds true with the young lady's female neck, showing too much condition up into her brisket, just like to see her a little more extension out through her front 1/3. Then a young man that ends up the class, he's got an individual, has plenty of growth to it, just needs a little more time and weight per day of age to compete against these other females.
In our Shorthorn Plus show, single entry in our July class, but a powerful heifer that's super sound in terms of her feet and legs, really a soft foot, takes a long fluid stride off both ends. A female tremendous in terms of her depth and spring of rib, Love her in terms of her shape down that top, thick and square through that hip. Still maintains some quality and femininity up through that front end. A super sound package.
Results from Class 9 AOB females. First place goes to FAB Chantel 3B, shown by Brandon Hagee from Clarion, Iowa. Second goes to Bell 062B, owned by Parker Elder from Ackworth, Iowa. Third goes to Sarah Hunker from Bellevue, Ohio. Fourth, Presley Wisely from Winchester, Indiana. Fifth goes to Gabrielle Hutchinson from Onondaga, Michigan. Sixth is Danielle Himberg from Hudson, Michigan. Seventh goes to Colton Clark from Greensburg, Kentucky. Eighth, Haley Allen from Hillsboro, Ohio. And ninth goes to Peyton Bickham from Jackson, Louisiana. Over in your Shorthorn Plus side, results from Class 17. First goes to Soul Sparkling Lady 4408, shown by Austin Gardner from Hamilton, Ohio. Attention in the barn, we need Class 22 and 23 Shorthorn Plus females to the scales at this time. Class 22 and 23. Also, be sure to look up your show photos from either in the ring candids or at the backdrop from Lindy's Livestock Photos. You can go and view those photos in their office, which is over by Freedom Arena, or you can go to lindyslivestockphotos.com and you can purchase and view those photos. Once again, Charlotte exhibitors, that show is projected to start at 10 a.m. So make note that that is moved forward. So if you are showing Charlets, the show is projected to start at 10 a.m.
This particular class in AOB show have a lot of quality from end to end in this class, and then again a lot of differences in types and kinds, and we're getting to the point, the age group, where we're starting to see some differences in condition, and some of these females I definitely like to freshen up at the end of the day, but I think the female that is going to start this class is the combination female for me in this particular scenario. She gives me the best look from the side. She stays the most balanced out of her chest cavity on back into her flank area. I think she's a little more ideal in terms of frame score compared to the female that's in second. Female in second, you might want to give her a little more gas in terms of her type and kind, and the mature frame score that she'll get on down the road here just needs a little more length of cannon for me. I appreciate all the internal dimension and lower third that she's carrying today. Just like to see her with a little more growth, a little more from that standpoint, and at the end of the day, compared to the female that wins the class, just like to freshen her up just a touch. Get down to the female that's in third here, just a real nice functional kind of female that I think is very maternal in her kind. You get her out here in this environment, she just gives up a little bit in terms of pizzazz to that profile. Just like to see a little more extension out of her front 1/3 compared to the other females ahead of her. Fourth place female is a female that's got a lot of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. I appreciate the internal rib shape that she's got. With that said, just like to clean her up there in that brisket area. Like to see her a little more refined out of her shoulder. Black female turning the corner here, one that has some rib shape also and some in capacity represented here. She's really maternal in her type and kind. Just like to see her a little more attractive off her rear leg and a little more substance of bone compared to the females in front of her. Then we get down to a long, tall, growthy kind of female next in the lineup. One that gets out with some length of stride. She just needs some more shape to that underlying lower third to compete against these other females.
In our Shorthorn Plus ring, young ladies heifer that leads off, just a big, powerful, stout, sound individual that really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, but she excels in terms of her rib and natural thickness. A heifer, as you put in motion, really a wide tracking female that gets out and covers her track. Powerful in terms of her volume and natural thickness, and love her in terms of her front end. Now, if I want to get critical, I'd like to extend her out through that front end, but a female's really smooth and powerful in terms of that rib shape and overall natural thickness. You put her in motion, really stands on a big foot and very fluid in terms of her movement. Young man's heifer that follows in second, another really pretty profiling female from the side. The heifer is very straight in line. Really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, very fluid in terms of her movement, not near the overall bone structure, not near the width of base and natural thickness as a female that starts the class. Young man's heifer that comes in third, another heifer really stands on a big foot, a lot of substance of bone. Appreciate her fleshing ability. I like her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Not quite the smoothest and femininity up through that front end as the two heifers that lead off the class, but a deep rib, bold sprung individual, just a nice female. Heifer that comes in fourth, another heifer that can get out and cover her track. Simply like to power her up in terms of muscle and volume, but really appreciate her straightness of lines and overall balance.
In the AOB show, we got two head in this fall class. Female that's going to head up the class is just a real neat maternal package here that's going to make a nice productive cow for many years to come here. Really feminine to her front end, one that has plenty of depth of chest and capacity. I like the way she stays down her loin and out over her hip set there. If you're going to change her up a little bit, you might give her a scotch more extension up front, but just a real nice cow prospect to lead the class. Real stout made individual that's long spined in second, one that I appreciate from that standpoint, but in comparison to the female that's in front of her, just like to see a little more balance out of her flank up into her chest cavity. Just need a little more lower third in this one to go any higher in the class today.
Results from Class 10 AOB females. First place goes to PSCS Lucy 210B, shown by Claudia Albrecht from Fostoria, Michigan. Second goes to Miss Shaley, shown by Shelby Hartwig from Albany, Minnesota. Third goes to Taylor Goring from McPherson, Kansas. Fourth, Jamie Moore from Paisa, Illinois. Fifth, Victoria Nowak from Bland, Missouri. And sixth goes to Cash Bailey from Leesville, Louisiana.
Chan's doing the AOBs.
Results from Class 11 AOB females. First goes to JK Red Comet 203, shown by Marcy Howard from Richfield, North Carolina. And second goes to Bent Creek Anna 38A, shown by Taylor Thomas from Seneca, South Carolina.
Really a nice May yearling heifer out here is due in February. Female, beautiful in terms of her profile. She's really extended and feminine up through that front end, lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. The heifer got plenty of depth and spring of rib. Love her in terms of her flexibility, and she gets out very fluid in terms of her movement. Beautiful from the profile, a lot of quality in that heifer.
Entering the ring now on the east side of the arena is your champion AOB female selection. Moving back to the Shorthorn Plus show, results from Class 18. First place goes to Soul Red Night Magic ET, shown by Madison McCormick from Dunlap, Iowa. Second goes to Schufler Starlight 1421, shown by Zachary Schufler from Fortville, Indiana. Third goes to Colin Campbell from Butler, Kentucky. And fourth, Wyatt Hancock from Olaga, Oklahoma. Results from Class 19, Shorthorn Plus. First place is JWMW, Sapphire Mirage ET, shown by Avery Bennett from Richland, Iowa. Coming in the ring now is your intermediate champion Shorthorn Plus female selection. Once again, Charlotte exhibitors, that show is projected to start at 10 a.m. That is different than what is previously posted. So if you are showing Charlotte's, they are planning on starting that show at roughly 10 a.m.
Another nice lineup when we get our intermediate class winners out here. Heifer that wins the July class, just a deep rib, powerful, easy fleshing individual, sound in terms of her feet and legs. If you want to get critical on her, you'd like to smooth her up through that shoulder and just extend her out. But powerful in terms of overall muscle, love her in terms of her fleshing ability. Young ladies, heifer that wins the June class. Here again, another heifer. You can talk about numbers, really a low birth weight, high growth, maternal female, powerful in terms of her depth and spring of ribs, super sound in terms of her feet, wide coming to you and going away, and gets out and covers her track. Really a wide base, deep rib, bold sprung female that still lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. If you want to get critical, I'd like to extend her out through that front end, but powerful in terms of her overall muscle and volume, and still maintains a lot of quality and smoothness up through that front end. Heifer that wins the May class, beautiful in terms of her profile from the side, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, really extended up through that front end. A female's got some dimension down that top through that quarter. A female really appreciate from an overall quality standpoint from the side. Maybe not quite as powerful in terms of her volume and natural thickness as a heifer above her, but a really high quality individual. Then our second place in the June class, again, beautiful from the profile, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Love her in terms of her depth, the rib. Female, as you get behind her, not quite as powerful in terms of her overall muscle and width as a heifer that leads off that class. Let's give our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll go do your division.
Attention in the barns, we need class 26 and 27 Shorthorn Plus females to the scales at this time. Results from the Shorthorn Plus side, the champion intermediate female is exhibited by Madison McCormick from Dunlap, Iowa with Soul Red Night Magic, ET. The reserve intermediate champion female was JWMW Sapphire Mirage, ET, owned by Avery Bennett from Richland, Iowa.
I was sitting here thinking, I was analyzing these cattle, and the organ's playing, and we're out here on the green shavings, and boy, I tell you, this Broadbent Arena thing was a very good idea, in my opinion. If you agree with me, let's give the North American a nice round of applause for an excellent show facility. I think that the AOB division, for me personally, and I think a lot of evaluators would agree, is one of the more challenging shows to evaluate. It's kind of like opening up a box of chocolates, and you bite into it, and you don't know what flavor you're going to get when they come in. But at the end of the day, when we get through these classes, with the exception of a couple of small classes where we only had a few choices, I think that the type and kind and what I've been looking for is represented out here in the lineup. Naturally, some of these females may be a little more recreational, if I might say, or maybe a little more cow-oriented from another standpoint. But yet they all have a lot of quality, and the talent and the ability of the showmen and the people that get these cattle to come out here in this lineup is just incredible. And I know the pains it takes to get to this point, and my hat's off to all you guys and women that get these cattle looking the way they do. When I go back through this lineup, there's several in here that intrigue me quite a bit, but I think at the end of the day, when I get out here, I think it's a 3-horse race for me today. When we get down to these older heifers, take nothing away from the calves, they'll have a lot of good ahead of them, I'm sure. But when you look at these 3 heifers out here in front of me, I'm going to start with the young lady up here, entry 33. This one here is just one that I really like in terms of her structure. I like her foot shape, and I like the way she gets around the ring from that standpoint. If I'm going to pick on her a little bit, she might miss her track just a scotch as she goes. And if you look at her in this lineup, and a lot of times it's about your environment, you might want to see a little more gas in this one in terms of frame score and performance. But just really nicely presented, really fresh in her type and kind. Just a real nice one to represent that particular class. Get down to the lighter colored heifer right behind her. She's one that hit me really hard when she come into her class. I felt like she won that class really handedly. I think she's a unique combination at this stage of her life of being massive but yet fresh in her condition. She's really good out of her chest cavity. I think she's the nicest fronted female that we have out here in the lineup. I appreciate the shoulder type and kind that she's got, and the angulation, the functionality off that front 1/3 that she carries. You look at her down her spine, she stays very fresh and smooth out over that grow bone and tailhead set. I appreciate her pin set and the way it comes up into her hook area. She stays with a lot of width and dimension, but yet she stays maternal on down into that undercarriage, down into the stifle area. You get this old girl in motion. She really gets it done. I think she's one of the bigger hooved females out here in the lineup and supports herself with a great foundation. Just a real nice kind there out of that class. Then we get down a little different type and kind here in the next one, and this black female directly in front of me. Boy, I tell you, just got to appreciate this one for all the mass that she represents and the performance. Maybe getting a little out there in terms of frame score for me, but yet I think she's sure good enough to go ahead and be a low maintenance kind of cow when she goes into production. Tremendously stout in terms of her bone work, and yet she stays maternal. Like I mentioned in class earlier, if you want to pick on her just a scotch, in terms of her overall body makeup and mass, you might want to give her just a little more foot. You might want to see this female just a little more choked up through that front 1/3 coming out of her jaw. You might want to tighten her up in comparison to some of the other females, but take nothing away from her. Really nice one there. Gets around with a lot of length of stride and authority. Just a nice kind. It's been a pleasure to evaluate your cattle this morning in AOB show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's give these young people a nice round of applause, and I'll select you a champion in reserve.
Your champion junior AOB female out of Class 8 is BDC Strawberry Blonde, shown by Shelby Griffith from Boonesboro, Maryland. Reserve out of Class 9 goes to FAB Chantel 3B, shown by Brandon Hagee from Clarion, Iowa. Congratulations to these AOB exhibitors. Attention in the barn, we need exhibitor 73 in the Shorthorn Plus show to the scales at this time. Exhibitor number 73. Once again, Charlet exhibitors, we are planning to start that show at 10 a.m. So the Charlet show will start at 10 a.m. Over in the AOB show, we need the following exhibitors for the champion bred and owned selection. At a Class 1, entry number 2. In Class 2, we need entry numbers 11 and 10. At a Class 3, entry 13. From Class 4, entry 16. From Class 6, entry 28. From Class 7, entry number 36 and 45. From Class 9, entry 7. And out of Class 10, we need entry 71. Please make your way to the holding ring for your champion bred and owned selection.
Really an outstanding set of April yearling heifers in our Shorthorn Plus show. And I think we're splitting hairs up here in these top two animals. Both of them are super sound in terms of their feet and legs. Both of them plenty thick, plenty depth and spring of rib. You look at them in terms of the numbers, one of them's got a little more milk. They're both super in terms of her low birth and high growth. The differences I see, a heifer we're starting with due in April, not quite at the depths of heifer in second, but a liver in terms of her smoothest and more extended up through that front end. Beautiful in terms of her dimension down that top through that quarter. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Anybody that knows me knows you've got to have a really smooth front end, very extended, and that young lady does a superb job showing. Nothing taken away from the young man in second, a super stick as well. A heifer's got more rib today, but not quite the smoothest, not quite the extension out through that front end. That's the differences I see. And in Louisville, Kentucky, you're splitting hairs on the two great females that are super sound in terms of their feet and legs, powerful in terms of their overall quality. Both of them are very good in terms of her EPD profile. Young lady that comes in third probably could win a lot of state fairs. Just a beautiful profile in females, very extended up through that front end. Not quite the power in terms of rib and overall natural thickness as those two heifers that lead off the class. But a heifer, as you just walk out here, beautiful in terms of her profile, super sound in terms of her feet and legs, just wound up in a powerhouse class. Young lady that comes in fourth, another female that really gets out, covers her track, a female beautiful in terms of her profile. A heifer, as you get behind her, gets a little narrower at her pins and flatter through that quarter and down her top. as compared to the two heifers that lead off the class. But a beautiful heifer from the profile, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Young man's heifer that comes in next, another deep rib, bold sprung female, just not the quality and smoothness up through that front end. Heifer that comes in next, another good cattle, deep rib, bold sprung, just gets a little more open through the point of her shoulders. The young lady heifer that completes the class got a lot of style and balance and straightness and lines, just like to power her up in terms of her dimension.
Results from Class 22 in your Shorthorn Plus show. First place goes to Soul Right Girl 4118B, shown by Caitlin Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Second goes to Soul Breathless 4306 ET, shown by Kane Agater from Seward, Nebraska. Third goes to Brittany Sue Fisher from LaPorte, Indiana. Fourth goes to Brandy Painter from Hebron, Ohio. Fifth, Dawson Ward from New Paris, Ohio. And seventh goes to Ashley Peterson from Remington, Indiana. Attention in the barns, we need Class 1 Charolais females to the scale at this time. Class 1 Charolais females. And once again, that Charolais show is going to start at 10 a.m. Once again, for the bred and owned AOB shows, we need the following exhibitors to the scales and holding ring at this time. You need exhibitor 2, 28, 36, 45, and 7. So if you are the bred and owned and AOB, we need you at the show ring at this time. Attention in the barns, we need entries 3 and 8, the Charlet show, to the scales at this time. Entries 3 and 8 in the Charlet show. We can go ahead and start the Bred and Owned show for the AOBs. You can go ahead and start making your way into the show ring.
Really a nice March yearling female class in our Shorthorn Plus show. Heifer that leads off, just a big, powerful, sound, high-quality individual. She's really angular and feminine up through her front end. Yet you get behind her, she's the most expressive down that top, thick and square through that hip. Really got a lot of depth and spring of rib. You put her in motion, really gets out and covers her track. Young man's heifer that follows in second. I love her in terms of her looseness of design. Another really sound, moving individual. Not quite as smooth up through that front end, so heifer that leads off. But a female I love in terms of her rib shape and her overall structure, a lot of quality in that heifer. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, really a moderate frame, deep rib, easy fleshing females, really angular and feminine up through that front end. The heifers you get behind her, not quite the stoutness in terms of her muscle and overall structures, the two heifers that lead off. Big, powerful heifer that comes in next. Really appreciate the depth and spring of rib. Gets a little more open through the point of her shoulders, not quite the smoothest and quality up through that front end, so heifers that lead off. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, another moderate frame, really sound moving individual. Like to extend her out through that front end and power her up in terms of her natural thickness. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, the baldy females, really straighten her lines. I like her in terms of her overall balance. A female as you get behind her just gets a little narrower and flatter through that quarter as a compared to the cattle above her. Roan heifer that comes in next, another really pretty profiling, really angular and feminine up through that front end. Just like to simply give her more depth and spring a rib and free her up in terms of her movement. The heifer that completes the class, another straight line, really nice balanced female, just gets a little narrower at her pins and flatter through her quarter.
Attention in the barns, we need Class 2 Charlet females to the scales at this time. Class 2 Charlet females. Results from Class 23 in the Shorthorn Plus show. First place goes to ESS Lady in Black 325 BET, shown by Bryce Hayden from Lowell, Indiana. Second goes to Boy Core Bobby Jean 420 ET, shown by Carter Hoagie from Good Hope, Illinois. Third goes to Corbin Collins from Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth, Thane Kaufman from Millersburg, Ohio. Fifth, Taylor Mullenkamp from Salina, Ohio. Sixth, Taylor Elliott from Mansfield, Ohio. Seventh is Nathan Hare from Metamora, Ohio. And eighth goes to Jacqueline Marco from Sandwich, Illinois.
If you would, at this time, join me in the AOB ring, and let's give these young people a nice round of applause for their Bred and Owns, and I'll go out and select you a champion.
Attention to all Simmental exhibitors. They are planning to start that show at approximately 11 o'clock. So all Simmental exhibitors, that show is planned to start at approximately 11 o'clock. In the ring now on the west side of the arena is your Junior Champion Shorthorn Plus Female Division Championship. Over in the AOB show, your champion bred and owned female was Miss Light the Fire, shown by Janelle Gilbert from Greenville, Ohio.
Hit it once again and return.
We get our junior division class winners back out here, and again, the April Heifer, love her in terms of her profile, really angular and feminine up through that front end. Females you put in motion, very fluid in terms of her movement, powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Females you look at her genetic profile, really good in terms of her birth, tremendous amount of spread from birth to yearling, really high in terms of maternal. Just a lot of quality, a lot of look, a super sound package. Heifer that wins the March class, again, powerful in terms of her dimension down that rib and through that dimension down her top and through that lower quarter. Probably not quite as extended up through that front end, not quite the rib shapes heifer that starts that first class, but a beautiful heifer in terms of her profile. Again, really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Heifer that's second in that April class, again, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Again, really nice in terms of her EPDs. A beautiful heifer that lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Not quite as extended up through that front end. It's a heifer that leads off. That's getting very picky on a beautiful heifer that's got a lot of quality. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Tremendous amount of natural thickness down that top through that quarter. Her young man that has the second place in that March class, again, super sound, super soft in terms of her movement. A female, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Again, not quite the muscle mass down her top or through her lower quarter. It's a heifer that leads off. Really a powerful lineup. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your champions.
Over in the Shorthorn Plus show, your champion junior female comes out of class 22. Soul Right Girl 4118B, shown by Caitlin Skios from Dalhart, Texas. Reserving that division, also out of Class 22, is Soul Breathless 4306 ET, shown by Kane Agater from Seward, Nebraska. We went ahead and started the Charlet show on the east side of the arena. Today's judge is Lydell Breyer. He is the owner and manager of Gamble Angus Farm and Three Aces Cattle Co. in Clanton, Tennessee, which consists of 200 head cow-calf operation of Angus and Red Angus and Simmental. He has judged numerous state fairs, junior nationals, as well as the National Western and North American International Livestock Expo. If everybody would please welcome Lydell for judging with us today.
Well, folks, just a tremendous class to get our Charlet Junior show going on here late this morning. Really nice pair of heifers here to go 1 and 2. Two heifers that got a tremendous amount of body and spring and natural skeleton width. Young lady's heifer that's going to lead off this class, just so bold and good in her forerib back into her rear flank. Good and tremendously wide down her top and up out of her hip. She has an advantage over the heifer in second, and from her shoulders forward, she's tighter and cleaner right in her jawline, back in through her throat latch. Still gets out and reaches extremely good. If I'm going to pick on her just ever so slightly, when she walks away from me, she wants to come together just ever so slightly. Tremendous hip in this female, tremendous natural softness, good look, a lot of power, look, and balance. Young man's heifer that comes in second, very similar to our class winner. Good and bold in the center part of her body. Still, when you get behind her, tremendous amount of thickness. She maybe just not as cool right up through through her throat latch, not quite as tight. That's getting awfully close on those two females. When you get right down to it, she's not quite as bold right through the center part of her body as her class winner. But that's a close pair, two good heifers that I think have a tremendous amount of future. Young lady's heifer coming in third, a little smoother pattern heifer, gave up a little bit of maybe some power to the heifers right behind her, but I like her smoothness in her shoulder, her design in her top line and up out of her hip. She's good enough in her rib cage and depth of body matches her length of body and frame. To me, she's just better off her feet and legs, just a smoother, more well-balanced female to go over to the next two heifers. The May heifer coming in next is, I think, a heifer that's tremendously long-bodied, long hip, really extended up through her front end. To me, if I'm going to change her, I think she gets a little straighter in her hock, a little flatter in her muscle pattern, but this heifer's just a May. She's got a lot of room to grow, and this young lady ought to be proud because this heifer's really good looking. She's really attractive. For me today, I just don't think she blends into herself quite as well as the heifers right in front of her. Just like to see a little more muscle shape. Powerfully, one of the heaviest muscled heifers in the class coming in next, but she gets round and coarse, and that muscle gets open and splayed at the top of that shoulder. Doesn't blend into herself quite as well as the heifers in front of her. Set her into motion. She's not as smooth in that hind leg movement as the heifers in front of her. That heifer just needs some time to smooth out, blend into herself, and just get a little more balance, but a tremendous amount of muscle.
Results from Class 1, Charlotte females. First place goes to Soul Impressive Fire, shown by Kathy Lehman from Shelby, Ohio. Second, Baras Caliana, 5800, shown by Jace Dickerson from Paradise, Kansas. Third goes to Emmeline Kennedy from Canandaigua, New York. Fourth, Carolyn Davis from South Carolina. And fifth goes to Kayla Ritchie from Galatia, Illinois.
Nice set of February females in our Shorthorn Plus show. Heifer that leads off, beautiful up through that front end, really a straight line female. A heifer gets out, covers her track, plenty of depth and spring of rib. Just a nice profiling female. It's got a lot of style and eye appeal. Heifer that follows in second, another female that really gets out, covers her track. Really a straight line, nice balanced heifer. Not quite the smoothest up through that front end, not quite as extended as the heifer that leads off, but another sound, big-footed, sound-moving individual. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, deep rib, easy flesh and female. A heifer gets a little narrower in her pins and just like to put more natural thickness in her, but beautiful in terms of her front end. A heifer is really easy flesh and got plenty of rib. Heifer that completes the class, very straight in her lines, nice balanced female, just simply like to power up in terms of muscle and volume.
Results from Class 26, Shorthorn Plus females. First place goes to Miss Izzy May, 1B ET, shown by Becca Chamberlain from Winchester, Indiana. Second goes to Bond Special Buttercup ET, shown by Jacob Schiffler from Fortville, Indiana. Third, Sarah Pieper from Stewartson, Illinois. And fourth goes to Mackenzie Coverman from Minford, Ohio.
Really a nice pair of January yearling females out here. Heifer that leads off just tremendous in terms of her quality and front end. Lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. The females you put in motion, really fluid in terms of her movement. really stands on a big foot, a lot of substance of bone, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib, and you get behind her, really expressive down that top, thick and square through that hip. Just a really high quality, very functional, very sound individual. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, another deep ribbed, easy fleshing, soft metalled individual, not quite the smoothest up through that front end as a heifer that leads off, but a female really got plenty of depth and spring of rib, really an easy fleshing heifer.
Boy, just a tremendous class of March heifers here. Really good ones from first all the way down the line. Combination heifer's going to win. I don't think she just blows the rest of the class away in any one area, and that's what you'll find with me, just trying to find the right cattle that blended themselves really good, most complete and fault-free. And I think that's what we got in our class winner. I like her at her base of her shoulder, really clean and true up through her head and her neck, good enough in her top line. I'm going to change her just right up out of her hip. I want to drop or pick up those pin bones just ever so slightly. To me, where she's got an advantage over the heifer that goes in second, I like her in her forerib and that lower curvature to that rib cage as opposed to the heifer in second. But a heifer that gets out and moves good enough, she's got enough shape and turn to her muscle, good as far as internal dimension, just a good, complete, solid female. Really striking, long-bodied, really extended female comes in second, and I really appreciate that about her. Blends into her shoulder, into her forward really well. She just flattens out in that forerib and that lower rib cage when you compare her to our class winner. Really good and up through her hip. Maybe she too maybe just wants to flatten out just a little bit in her muscle pattern when it comes down low. Striking from the side, still got a lot of room to grow. Love the pattern. Really nice, heavy muscled heifer coming in next. I like her up out of her hips. She got a lot of turn to that stifle and turn to that loin edge. But to me, she just gets a little tighter in that forerib and right in that middle part of that rib cage compared to the heifers that go 1 and 2. Really good about her chest and neck. I think when this heifer starts to expand and smooth out as far as her forerib back into her rear flank, I think she can probably get around those heifers that go 1 and 2. I just don't think she's as smooth and as good through the lower 1/3 of her body as the heifers that go 1 and 2 today. Really powerful heifer that comes in next. Really good from her shoulders back, big body, good as far as her boldness, her foot size, and her bones. For me, she's just too coarse. She's coarse and open up in her shoulders and her chest and up at the point of her shoulders. Just doesn't blend into herself really well. I love her foot size, her power, and her performance. I just like to see her in a neater, more complete package. Really neat heifer coming in next, and probably just a green heifer in my opinion. Love her skeleton design. She just has to go at the bottom end of this class today because she's tight in that forerib and her rib cage design. If this heifer can expand through the middle part of her body, she's got the skeleton design as far as her attractiveness and soundness to be a highly competitive female.
Results from Class 27, Shorthorn Plus females. First place goes to Soul Right Tamale, 4104 ET, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Second goes to LCF Trixie Diamond, 1401, shown by Eliza Hurst from Lancaster, Kentucky. In the ring now in the Shorthorn Plus show is your champion senior heifer division. Going over to the east side of the ring, results from Class 2, Charlotte heifers. First place goes to Circle K Bernadette, shown by Emmeline Kennedy from Canandaigua, New York. Second, RVCK, shown by Kelly Coaster from Elizabeth, Illinois. Third goes to Nick Williams from Bremen, Alabama. Fourth, Laurel Clark from Fowler, Indiana. And fifth goes to Carolyn Davis from Ivy, South Carolina.
In our junior yearling division out here, 2 class winners, the February heifer, again, got plenty of depth and spring of rib. Female's very straight in her line. You put her in motion, she's very fluid. Maybe as you get behind her, not quite the stoutness and width the base as a heifer behind her, but a beautiful profile and high quality individual. Heifer that wins the January class, just simply powerful in terms of her rib and width of base. A female that excels out here in terms of her muscle down that top through that lower quarter. You watch her coming and going away. She's a lot wider based, very fluid in terms of her movement, and still has the femininity and quality up through that front end, powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Our 2 second places in the first class, again, a really straight line, nice balanced female, not quite the depth of rib, not quite the power in terms of muscle and volumes, a heifer that leads off, but it's super sound in terms of her feet and legs, got a lot of look about her. And her second place in that January class, again, Really easy flesh and deep rib, bold sprung female. Not quite the power in terms of muscle and volume, not quite as smooth up through that front end. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your divisions.
Over in the Shorthorn Plus show, your champion, senior champion female is Soul Right Tamale 4104 ET, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Reserve goes to Miss Izzy May 1B ET, shown by Becca Chamberlain from Winchester, Indiana. Coming into the ring next will be your champion Shorthorn Plus female selection. Following the selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus female will be the bred and owned champion selection. I'd also like to take the time to introduce some of the individuals helping out on the Charlet show today. We have Miss Charlet USA 2016, Rachel Bonaker from Cedar Hill, Missouri. She's a sophomore at the University of Missouri, majoring in animal science pre-vet. We also have junior board members Abby Carnes from Richland, South Carolina, and Cagney Effling from Highmore, South Dakota. Attention in the barn, we need entry number 25 in the Charlet show to the scales at this time. Entry number 25.
Once again, just a tremendous class here in our Charlet show. Two heifers that go 1 and 2, very similar in their type and kind, and two heifers that got some softness and cushion in their pasterns, get out and move extremely nice, got really soft as far as the way that their rib cage is designed, still have some length of body and look and balance. The heifer that win, maybe just not, if I'm going to change her, just tighten her up in her neck just ever so slightly, but she's so bold and good in her forerib back into her lower 1/3 of her body, good up out of her top line in her hip. There's just more expansion in her skeleton design and her overall body definition to the heifer that comes in second. Good as far as her foot size and her bone. She also pushes the element of maybe just having almost too much set to that pastern when you watch her go, but she reaches good, really got a lot of flex in her knee and her hock. Love the mass and power and the smoothness of the design. Young man's heifer coming in next, very similar to her class winner, maybe sharper about her head and her neck. She too, good up out of her top line in her hip. Not as bold and true in her forerib back into her rear flank as the heifer that wins. Good as far as her foot size and her bone. With this heifer, what I really like about her, when you set her into motion, she balances up extremely well. And I think this heifer still, she's in the right condition, got a tremendous amount of future. I just don't think there's quite as much in her forerib in the middle part of her body as our class winner today. Two high quality females. Ultra long body, attractive female that comes in third. Love her length of hip and her extension. Get right up on her, and she wants to get a little more concave in her heart and right up behind her shoulder. She's not near as expanded in her heart as the heifers that go 1 and 2. 2. Maybe just flattens out a little bit more in her muscle design. When you watch her walk away from you, she wants to come together just ever so slightly. But I think this heifer, with her length of body and her extension, and she's still green in her overall body condition, as she matures and masses up, I think that heifer has a tremendous future yet to go around. Possibly those other 2 heifers that go 1 and 2 today, I just don't think she has as much turn to that forerib and as much turn to her muscle shape to get around them today. Nice pattern heifer coming in next. Doesn't balance up quite as well up out of her hip and in her shoulder as the heifers are right in front of her. She's long and she's smooth, good up out of her chest and her head and her neck. Just change her up out of her hip. Just give her a little more expansion when you get right behind her compared to the heifers right in front of her. Young man's heifer coming in next. Another high quality female from the ground up. She gets a little bit rougher and coarser for me. A little more open at that base of that shoulder and up top. A little coarser about her tail head set. To me, she just needs a little more time to blend into herself and just get a little smoother about her overall appearance. A high quality set, nice pair of heifers on the top end.
Results from Class 3 in the Charlotte Show. First place goes to Barron's Miss Emerald, C106, shown by Michaela Barron from Broadhead, Kentucky. Second goes to BCC Miss White Lightning ET, shown by Cody Lane from Rensselaer, Indiana. Third goes to Trent Birch from Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth goes to Allison Downey from Boonville, Indiana. Fifth is Nathan Alexander from Bremen, Alabama. And sixth goes to Clayton Fry from Nerdsville, Colorado. Attention in the barn. First class is Simmental exhibitors can start making your way to the scales at this time. First class, Simmentals.
Well, I think we've had a great set of Shorthorn Plus females. It's certainly been my pleasure to sort through an outstanding set of cattle. The young exhibitors have been super to work with. Really a lot of quality out here. I'm not going to go through all of them out. We've talked them in division. I'm really impressed when you get them all out here. They're all super sound in terms of their feet and legs. They've got some body, look, and eye appeal. Really lot of overall quality and extension out through that front end, and they've got plenty of natural thickness. With that, I'll go select your champion. Let's give them a round of applause. Really an outstanding set of cattle out here.
Well, folks, back here on the Charlet side, picking our first division, our spring calf, three excellent individuals. Young lady's April Heifer that wins that first class. Really suits me as far as type and kind. Really is bold as far as her skeleton width and her depth of body and her spring to that rib with tremendous amount of muscle. Good as far as her foot size and her bone. She starts to combine those things we're really looking for as far as that super power cow with enough look and extension and smoothness and class and soundness. Puts a lot of good things together. We did talk about in class, we're going to get just a little picky on her. When you watch her walk away from me, she wants to come together just ever so slightly, but I think that heifer is extremely good. Heifer that wins that next class, I think it's not an overpowering heifer, but I read just a tremendous amount of future in this female. She's green, but she's so well balanced, still being as far as green in her condition. Good about her chest and her neck, very feminine about her head features. Good in her top line, and she's got some shape and turn right through that middle part of that loin. She carries that down. Very proportional, well-balanced female. That is exactly what she is. Good in her forerib, back into her rear flank. Everything, the way she's made, matches her length of body and her frame, put together really well. I think that young lady is going to have a lot of fun with that heifer as that heifer matures and goes on. Power heifer comes out of that next cow, really bold right through the center part of her body and good up out of her hip. Maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly if we're going to pick on her, but I love as far as her foot size and her bone and her mass, and still with all that power, still blends good in the base of that shoulder. Maybe not as ultra sharp and clean up through that neck as maybe some would like to see, but I think she's plenty good enough up through that front 1/3. I think sometimes we overanalyze that on some of these females, but she blends into herself really good, still feminine featured about her head, a lot of power, still with enough look and style and balance. There's a pair of heifers out here that I thought were very similar in their type and kind, and to me that for me just suit me quite well. Well, folks, let's give our exhibitors in this first division of our Charlet Junior Show a nice round of applause, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
Over in the Shorthorn Plus show, congratulations to Caitlin Skiles from Dalhart, Texas, with your champion Shorthorn Plus female, Soul Right Girl, 4118B. The reserve overall female, also coming out of the junior heifer division, goes to Kane Agater from Seward, Nebraska, with Cole Breathless, 4306ET. Entering the ring now on the west side of the ring is your champion bred and owned selection for the Shorthorn Plus show. Over in the Charlet ring, your calf champion goes to Soul Impressive Fire, shown by Kathy Lehman from Shelby, Ohio. And your reserve calf champion, also out of Class 1, is Bar S Kaliana 5800, shown by Jace Dickerson from Paradise, Kansas. Your champion bred and owned Shorthorn Plus female goes to Soul Right Tamale 4104ET, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Once again, Simmental exhibitors, we are planning on starting that show at 11 o'clock. So Simmental exhibitors, your show will start at 11 a.m. Attention in the barns, we need exhibitor number 39 to the scales at this time for the Charlet show. Entry 39.
Well, folks, just a tremendous class in November. Yearling heifers here to start our fall division. Two heifers that go 1 and 2 I like quite well. They suit me as far as my type and kind. Young ladies heifer that win, you know, it starts to me, you talk about that, the female's got enough power and is balanced and structurally correct, and that's what she does. From a skeleton design standpoint, so good from the point of her shoulders back to her hook bones all the way back to her pins. Really good as far as that base of that shoulder and how it lays nice and tight into her body. Really ties well into her forerib, expanded at the lower point, and the curvature of that rib cage ties really nice into her rear flank as well. Set her into motion, really good and true and square off of both ends, reaches extremely well, tremendous amount of flex in that hock. Combine that with a really smooth, ultra sharp look. Maybe it's not as powerful and maybe doesn't blow you away as far as weight per day of age, maybe like some of the other heifers, but she's got more than enough performance for me. That skeleton design, that smoothness of her and flawlessness in her structure, I think she's a logical place to start. Young man's heifer that comes in second, powerful female, big bodied, soft made, she too, awesome from the ground up. Foot size and bone, really gets out and goes. So bold right through the center part of her body. The thing that separates 1 and 2 is just simply the heifer that in second. She's a little more open at the top of that shoulder. She's a little more open at the base of that shoulder as well. So she's a little coarser about her shoulder and her chest and her head and her neck as our class winner. And that's the thing that separates 1 and 2. The heifer that goes 1 is a smoother, tighter, neater made female through the front 1/3 of her body. Heifer that goes second is really bold and powerful. She just comes apart a little bit more through that front 1/3 of her body. Really nice, high-performing, yet attractive female comes here in third. Young lady's done a tremendous job. I really like a lot of things about this female, but on the standstill, she concerns me a little bit. She's a little more straighter in that shoulder and the way it sets into her. She doesn't reach quite as with much bend and reach off of that knee as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Powerfully made, big, bold, big hip, big body. Just want to just relax her a little bit more off of both ends when you set her in motion, but that's a high quality female. Heifer coming in next, beautiful design, straight top, good hip, good as far as her base of her shoulder and her chest and her neck. For me, just today, she's not quite as far along as far as her rib shape and her forerib as the heifers that are right in front of her. But this heifer's still just a yearling. And I think as she expands and this young lady gets this heifer bred, and she comes apart a little bit more in that lower 1/3 of her body, that's a high quality, nice design, yet attractive female. Same thing goes for the young man's heifer coming in next. Boy, she's got some shape and she's good up out of her top line, really extended about that front end. High quality female. She just gets tighter in her forerib, a little more restricted in that rib cage design to get her any higher. Those are 2 high quality heifers, tremendous class. Let's give those exhibitors a really nice round of applause.
Results from Class 4 in the Charlet Show. First place goes to SHF Bonnie's Fire, 1446, shown by Taylor Husk from Maryville, Missouri. Second goes to Barras Annie, 4905, shown by Grady Dickerson from Paradise, Kansas. Third goes to Kimberly Brook Cooper from Bardstown, Kentucky. Fourth goes to Devin Coaster from Elizabeth, Illinois. And fifth goes to Thomas Owings from Mountain Grove, Missouri. Attention in the barns, we need Class 7 Charolais heifers to the scales at this time. Class 7 Charolais heifers. Attention in the barns, we need Class 1 Simmental females to the scales at this time. Class 1 Simmentals. Attention in the barns, we need entries 50, 51, and 57 to the scales at this time for the Charolais show. Entries 50, 51, and 57.
Folks, just a tremendous class here in October and September. Females, these 4 top females I think are awfully good, and just kind of depending on where you want to go and put your emphasis. The combination female for me is the heifer that's going to lead off. Is she the biggest bone, stoutest, most powerful heifer in the class? No, but she's the best made, most structurally correct, soundest, most fault-free heifer in the class. So good at the base of that shoulder and the ways it ties into her chest and her head and her neck. So good up out of our top line. Tail head sets in there just nice and perfectly. So fresh and still green in her condition. And with that freshness and greenness, she's still good as far as that lower curvature to that rib cage, the way she blends into that forerib and rear flank. Really good and sound about her feet and the legs when she gets out and move. This heifer to me, maybe she's not quite as overpowering as some of the heifers right behind her, but from a skeleton design standpoint, she floats to the top end of this class to me fairly easily. Really high quality, fault-free female, still has a lot of room to grow and build as far as her skeleton design, high quality female. Heifer coming in second, a little more similar to our class winner, still really long, ultra smooth and attractive female. Maybe in relation to her length of body and her frame, she's not as good as the heifer that wins in that lower 1/3 of her body. Maybe doesn't quite reach with quite as much authority off of that back end as our class winner. Love the extra length of body and smoothness and goodness about her chest, floor, and her head and neck. Once again, smooth design, the way she ties into herself really, really well. Young lady heifer coming in third. I like this heifer quite well, just kind of fighting this young lady today. Really good from the ground up. Big-footed, big bone, stout, good as far as the lower 1/3 of her body. Maybe you want to change her, the way that shoulder kind of comes out into her forerib just ever so slightly. Get right up on top of her, and I want to see just a little more true natural spread of muscle right in behind her shoulder. She's still a little bit green. This young lady, this is an awfully good heifer, a little more elevated in her frame. When this heifer starts to shut down, growing just ever so slightly and wants to expand out a little more, watch out, because later this winter and this spring and next summer, that's going to be a high quality. That heifer is going to be awfully tough. Young man coming in fourth. Here's a big, stout, powerful female. I love the power and dimension this female possesses. Big hip, bold right through the center part of the body. She just falls into a class for me when you compare her to the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. She's a little coarser about her shoulder and her chest and her neck. Just doesn't blend into herself as far as her tail, head, and hip and lower chest, as well as the heifers that go 1 and 2. That's a high quality female. And that young man ought to be proud. That's an awfully good female. Maybe for me, just smooth her out just a little bit more when you set her into motion, the way she handles that hind leg. But that's an awfully good female, a little further along in her condition as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3 as well. Another really good, bold-made female, coarser about her chest and her head and her neck, wants to drop in them pins ever so slightly. And I think if you square her up just a little bit more and take that shoulder and blend it into her forward a little better, I think that heifer gets a little more competitive in this class. Next heifer in the lineup is a good square made female, flattens out a little bit more in her design. Maybe for me, I just like to see her blend into herself as far as that shoulder and that chest and neck to get her any higher. Young man's heifer rounding out the class, really neat made, a lot of shape to that hip. But for me, she gets a little straighter in that shoulder and straighter in that knee, and almost too round as far as her muscle shape when you get off on the side of her. Just want to smooth her up, blend her up, and just wait and let her walk a little bit wider with all that extra muscle she possesses.
Attention in the barns, we need exhibitors 156 and 158 in the Simmental show to be at the scales at this time. Exhibitor 166, we need you at the scale at this time with your Simmentals. Results from Class 5, Charlotte Heifers. First place goes to WC, CCC Rachel, 4527P, shown by Evan Summers from Slater, Missouri. Second goes to KAK Viva La Pearl, shown by Kaylee Ann Knott from Leota, Indiana. Third goes to Taylor Gall from Clarkson, Nebraska. Fourth, Hadley Shope from Marysville, Kansas. Fifth goes to Tara Fountain from Thompson, Missouri. Sixth, Kendrick Crowder from Hope, Indiana. And seventh goes to Trent Birch from Flanagan, Illinois. In the ring now is your senior calf champion selection for the Charlotte Show. Attention in the barn, this is the last call for entry 166 in the Simmental show. Entry 166, we need your entry at the scales at this time.
Well, folks, just a tremendous set of cattle that flowed here through our fall division. And as we get these two class winners out here, I guess for me, if you ever wonder what Lydell Meyer, what he likes, this is my type and kind, these two right here. Cattle that are so well built from the ground up, the way they tie into themselves, the way they get out and move. But also with that, they're still fresh in their condition. They got enough shape and turn in the way that they're made, and they're still good enough as far as their growth pattern that they're not too big, they're not too moderate. They just fit right where they should need to be as far as my personal opinion. These two heifers suit me quite well. Young ladies, November heifer wins that first class in this division. A lot of shape, really good and strong right through the center part of her top. Really balanced as far as her lower 1/3 or forerib back into her rear flank. Still really good, neat about of her chest and neck. Maybe not quite as long bodied as our September heifer that wins the next class, but she's long enough. She's got some extra length of hip, still extended up through her front end. So good when you set her into motion. The September heifer that comes out of that next class, I mean, here's a heifer so good and true as far as sharpness out of her hip and good in her lines. Really good at that base of that shoulder and her chest and her neck. She too, when you set her into motion, really gets out and reaches really good with some freedom and ease. Guys, these heifers do really good when you start to study them from the ground up. Their feet and legs go north and south. They don't twist and they turn, and they're still fresh, and they've got a lot of room to grow. I like these heifers quite well. I'm going to give them another close look, not to take anything away from our second places, but here in this division, it comes down to our two class winners. Let's give everybody in this fall division a nice round of applause because it was extremely deep, and I'll pick the pair of champions.
Attention in the barn, we need exhibitors 50 and 51 for the Charlet shows to the scales at this time. We are also starting off the Simmental show on the west side of the ring. Once again, we have Judge Brett Barber from Channing, Texas. He is a Hereford breeder who got his Bachelor of Science from Texas A&M and a Master's from Michigan State. Everyone please welcome Brett Barber. Over in the Charlet ring, your champion senior calf was SHF, Bonnie's Fire, 1446, shown by Taylor Husk from Maryville, Missouri. Your reserve senior calf champion is WC CCC Rachel, 4527B, owned by Evan Summers from Slater, Missouri. Attention in the barns, this is the last call for entry 50 for the Charlet show. Entry 50, we need you at the scales at this time. Attention in the barns, we need Class 3 Simmental heifers to the scales at this time. Class 3 Simmental heifers.
Nice pair of summer-born heifers to start our intermediate division. Young man's big, stout, powerful female wins this duo. I mean, just as far as her strength up top of her shoulders and about the middle part of her top and up out of her hip, she's true and square from the ground up. Really blends into herself with that much power. I like her at her shoulder. I think a heifer is still good enough about her chest and her neck, set her into motion. I think she's got some awfully good reach off of both ends. A heifer with a lot of power and dimension and muscle when you get in right behind her, still extremely attractive. Young lady's heifer that comes in next is a heifer that's really good as far as her lines. I love her strength right in behind her shoulders. She wants to taper off in her pin set just a little bit more. Tuck those hind legs up a little bit more underneath her when you set her into motion than you'd like to see. Maybe doesn't quite have that extra expansion in her forerib and her rib cage and her muscle shape as the heifer that goes one, but a high quality female that's still smooth and attractive and can get out and go.
Results from Class 6, Charlotte females. First place goes to La Fraise Rihanna, 644C, owned by Trent Birch from Flanagan, Illinois. Second goes to WC MKW Havana, 16, owned by Mallory Winter from Ridgeville, Indiana.
Really a nice set of Simmental heifers to start our Simmental show with. Young man's heifer that leads off, like really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Very soft as you watch her move. She gets out and takes a long fluid stride off both ends. Love her in terms of her rib shape, her youthful and beautiful up through that front end, lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Really expressive down that top and thick and square through that hip. Young man's heifer that follows in seconds, another really sound, soft-made individual, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Probably not quite as neat through the point of her shoulders as the heifer that leads off, but two really deep-ribbed, really sound individuals. Her high-performing heifer that comes in third, appreciate the WDA, the dimension through that rib, really expressive down that top through that quarter. Put her in motion, just like to make her a little softer off those hind legs as compared to the two heifers that lead off the class. Heifer that comes in next, another really moderate frame, deep rib, bold sprung individual, not quite as extended out through that front end, but another female that really gets out and takes a long fluid stride. Move on down, the young man's heifer that comes in next, really a green heifer, but I think tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Not quite as stout in terms of her overall structure as the heifers above her. Move on down, the young man's heifer, another straight line, nice balanced female, just like to power up in terms of her rib. And the heifer that completes the class, got some growth and dimension, just like to make her a little cleaner up through that front end.
Attention in the barn. We need class 15 Charolais heifers to the ring at this time. Results from class 1 Simmental heifers. First place goes to SBS Perfect Power, owned by Mason Love from Baltimore, Ohio. Second goes to ZCC Patient C15, owned by Aaron Zimmerman from Spencer, Wisconsin. Third goes to Casey Lane from Rensselaer, Indiana. Fourth goes to Hannah Topmiller from Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fifth, Luke Hare from Arcadia, Indiana. Sixth was exhibited by Dylan Chastain from Danielsville, Georgia. And seventh goes to Chase Travis from Olney, Illinois. Attention in the barn. We need Simmental Exhibitor 184 to the scales at this time. Exhibitor 184 in the Simmental show. Attention in the barns. We need class 6 Simmental females to the scales at this time. Class 6, we need you in the holding ring.
Really a nice set of March heifer calves in our Simmental show. Heifer that leads off, I think, is just really complete. Love her in terms of her quality and femininity and smoothness up through that front end. Yet she lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Tremendous amount of natural thickness down her top. Love her in terms of her rib shape. You put her in motion, she's very fluid in terms of her movement. Really a wide tracking individual. Heifer that follows in second. Love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A lot of fore rib there. Not quite as neat up through that front end. It's a heifer that leads off, but powerful in terms of her overall volume and natural thickness. A super sound package. Heifer that comes in third, another deep rib, bowl sprung individual. Not quite the extension out through that front end. Not quite the depth as a heifer in second, but a super sound female that gets out, covers her track. A lot of quality in that heifer. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth. Another beautiful profiling female. She's really angular and feminine up through that front end. Very straight in her lines. A heifer not quite with the base and structure as a cattle above her. Super sound. Really a lot of balance in that female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next. Another deep rib, bowl sprung individual. Gets a little shorter and coarser up through that front end. Young man's heifer in next. Another female that gets out and covers her track, just like to stouten her up in terms of her natural thickness. The young lady's heifer that completes the class, really a straight line, nice balanced female, just simply like to power her up in terms of muscle and volume.
Well, folks, just a powerful class of May females here, and this class here just runs deep. The two high-powered females go 1 and 2, and I think these are extremely close. I think for me, the heifer that's just a little more complete and starting to put a little more things together for me is the heifer that wins. I think she's so bold, naturally soft right through the center part of her body and the way she blends into herself. The big difference is between the young lady's big stout white heifer coming in second. I told the young lady, I mean, that heifer's just a nickel bit too full. She's airing up on her out here today, and so it causes her to just kind of get a little bit helter-skelter out of balance. The thing that separates for me, and I'm trying to give this heifer the benefit of the doubt because that happens sometimes at these shows, heifer that wins better in her shoulder. She's more relaxed in that shoulder. She's a little more relaxed in her knee. She takes a better and truer stride off of that front end. That's the big thing that separates 1 and 2. Both of those heifers are big, stout, powerful, sound-moving females, but the shoulder and the knee is better than that heifer that goes 1. Two high-quality females. Young lady, get that heifer aired back down a little bit more. I think she'll get out and just move any more. Heifer comes in third. Love the extra smoothness and balance of this female. She, too, a powerful female. Good about her shoulder and her chest and her length of body and out through her length of her hip. To me, she just doesn't have quite as much turn to that muscle shape in that hip as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Maybe doesn't have quite the actual natural stride off of that back end and that flex in that hock as the heifers that go 1 and 2. That's a high quality, tough trio of heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. Young man, I moved from 6th to 4th right up here. A heifer to me starts to look a little bit more like them top 3 females. Really good and powerful in her design, still really sound and functional on the move. She's just not as smooth about her tail head and her lower 1/3 of her shoulder as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3, but she's good in her forerib and her depth of body, runs downhill just ever so slightly, so it takes a little bit away from her overall balance. But that's a sound, stout, powerful female, still has enough good look about her. Young lady's big, high-growth female coming out next, and boy, when you first glance at this female, you really like that design. I mean, she's smooth, she's big, she's stout, but she too wants to run downhill just a little bit more. The thing that gets me about her is the way her shoulder ties into her forerib. She really flattens out and gets a little more concave in that forerib, and you compare it to the heifers right in front of her. But when this heifer strikes a pose, boy, she's awfully good looking. Good in her lines, beautiful in her silhouette, flattens out just a little bit more in her muscle shape. This is a tough class because we're talking about a high quality, super female that's already all the way down here in 5th. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that, for me, I love the shape. I love the design. I love the presentation that this young lady brings to this female. The thing that gets her back down this far in this class, she just runs out of gas as far as that forerib and that definition of as far as that rib cage and that depth of body. But outside of that, boy, this is a good-chested, good-looking, attractive female. Still gets out and reaches extremely well. I just like to see a little more expansion in the lower 1/3 of her body, but still, once again, high-quality female. Here's another really good female coming at us, big-footed and big bone. She gets gets a little bit shorter on her stride when she gets out on that reach off of that back end. Maybe doesn't blend into herself and doesn't have that middle body expansion as the heifer's right in front of her. That's heifer still green. She's got some room to go. She expands out through that heart and rib cage. I think that heifer's still going to be awfully good. These heifers are running deep within this class, and my compliments to the exhibitor. Next young man's heifer is a real sound, good moving type of a female. She just comes at you a little bit more in pieces today. She doesn't tie into that shoulder fore-rib juncture quite as well, maybe in her hip-loin juncture either, but to me she sets herself up under herself a little bit more, just doesn't balance up and gives up a little bit too much length of body. Young man's powerful heifer that rounds out the class, extremely heavy muscled. She just coarser and rounder about that muscle pounder and the base of that shoulder. To me, she gets a little bit straighter in that hock, doesn't quite get out and move with enough fluidity, but a really stout, powerful female. High quality class. Heifers run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 extremely deep. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 in the Simmental Show. First place goes to KDP, Miss Hoya Blue, owned by Derek Ritchie from Buckingham, Illinois. Second goes to TNGL, Ada Light, C852, owned by Laurel Colt from Nicholsville, Kentucky. Third goes to Chloe Boynoy from Carlock, Illinois. Fourth, Brooke Hayhurst from Shreve, Ohio. Fifth, shown by Alexis Cornelius from Odon, Indiana. Sixth was shown by Will Hevner from Pearl, Illinois. And seventh is Avery Baker from Jackson, Michigan. Over in the Charlet Show, results from Class 7. First place goes to Soul Impressive, 4272, shown by Sarah Lilisan from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Second goes to PZC Dina 08ET, owned by Claire Trinopole from Middletown, Indiana. Third goes to Cal DeWitt from Clinton, Wisconsin. Fourth, Trevor Reibolt from West College Corner, Indiana. Fifth is shown by Macy Hammock from Leedy, Oklahoma. Sixth, exhibited by Carolyn Davis from Iowa, South Carolina. Seventh is Emmeline Kennedy from Canandaigua, New York. Eighth, Wright Michael Langston from Huntington, Indiana. And ninth was shown by Mason Winter from Ridgeville, Indiana. Coming in the ring now will be your intermediate champion selection for the Charlet Show. Attention in the barns, this is your last call for Class 5 Charlet females. Class 5, we need you at the scales at this time. Attention in the barns, we need entry number 75 to the scale at this time. Entry 75.
Another really great set of March heifer calves out here in our Simmental Show. Heifer that leads off this class, just beautiful in terms of her profile. She's really angular and feminine. She's very extended up through that front end. A heifer is super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. The female you get behind her still lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, yet really expressive down that top. Thick and square through that hip. You put her in motion, very fluid. Gets out and really covers her track. A lot of quality, beautiful in terms of her profile, powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Heifer that follows in second, another deep rib, bold sprung female, powerful in terms of her rib and expression down that top. Not quite as smooth up through that front end as the heifer that leads off, but powerful in terms of her overall muscle and depth and spring of rib, and a really sound package. Heifer that comes in third, another female, really level design, a nice balance, got plenty of depth and spring of rib. Gets a little more open through the point of her shoulders. You just like to clean her up through that front end. But a nice balance, really high quality, very functional female. Heifer that comes in fourth, a little bigger, taller individual. Female that gets plenty of depth and spring of rib, gets a little more open through the point of her shoulders. You get behind her, not quite the muscle expression down her top through that lower quarter as the cattle above her. Young man's heifer that comes in next, one of the more moderate frame individuals, really a nice balanced female, just like to power up in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Heifer that comes in next, the young lady's heifer is really another straight line, nice balanced female. A heifer as you get behind her, just like to put more dimension down that top. The heifer that completes the class, female, just simply like to see her take a longer, freer stride.
As we get ready to select our intermediate champion here in our Charlotte Junior Heifer Show, just tremendous depth. I know the first class only had a pair of heifers, both high quality females. We ran into a buzzsaw class of a May heifers there that I thought them top 6 females were extremely good, and the exhibitors had done a tremendous job presenting those females, and my compliments to them. We ended up with 2 big, stout, powerful, sound, attractive females to come out of there. Young man's heifer that wins that June-August class, a powerful female with some extra growth and length and extension, still starts to put together enough look and style and balance with all that power and performance. Maybe doesn't blend into herself quite as well as the heifer right behind her, but still, to me, still is fresh enough in her condition, still gets out and moves extremely nice. And I like the extra length and power that she possesses. Maybe doesn't quite blend into herself as far as her shoulder back into her forehead. Maybe not quite as neat and tidy about her chest and her head and neck as the heifer right behind her. But I love that length and I love that smoothness. She too is good from the ground up. Young man ought to be proud. Powerful heifer comes out of that May class. You talk about really soft and easy on the go, really soft and easy as far as her depth of body and her spring of rib, massive when you get right behind her, especially when you view her down her top and up out of her hip, extremely expanded. Same goes to the heifer that was second behind her. If you're going to pick on this heifer, you're maybe just going to tighten her up just a little bit as far as her neck and her jawline. To me, she's still feminine enough featured about her head and neck because she's carrying so much mass and depth of body and spring of rib, and still puts it together in an attractive sound package. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors this intermediate division a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Attention in the barns, this is the last call. Entry number 75, Charlotte Heifers. We need you at the holding ring at this time. 75. Over in the Charlotte show, your champion intermediate female was Soul Impressive 4272, shown by Sarah Lillesand from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Your reserve intermediate champion was PZC Dina 08ET, owned by Claire Trinenpole from Middleton, Indiana. Results from the Scimitar Ring in Class 3. First place goes to JBSF Proud Mary, owned by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Second goes to S&S Emily's Honey 518C, owned by Katie Mize from Manchester, Indiana. Third is Caden Tanner from Elgin, Texas. Fourth, Tyler Dratch from Illinois. Fifth goes to Noah Womack from Louisiana. Sixth, Hannah Topmiller from Ohio. And seventh goes to Kylie Fields from Illinois.
Really pleased with our class winners in this division. The May heifer that wins that first class, really sound and functional. A female, really got a lot of depth and spring of rib for her age, very youthful, a lot of quality in that female. As you compare to the two marches, just a little greener, but super sound, a lot of quality in that heifer. March heifer that wins the second class, beautiful in terms of her profile, A lot of quality and smoothness up through that front end, very extended. A female, as you put her in motion, very fluid in terms of her movement. Plenty of depth and spring of rib, just a really high quality, very complete individual. Nurse, third class winner comes another March female, just powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A female, tremendous amount of shape down that top through that quarter. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. You get her on the profile, just deadly look, really smooth and extended up through that front end, and a very powerful individual. Our second place is in that May class. Again, a lot of depth and spring of rib, not quite the dimension down that top, not quite the smoothest up through that front end heifer that leads off. Second place in that middle March class, again, love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib, maybe not quite as smooth through the point of her shoulders and out through that front end heifer that leads off that class. In our second place in the last March class, another powerful individual in terms of her depth and spring of rib, a really tremendous amount of shape down that top and through that quarter, not quite as neat up through that front end. Let's give our Simmental exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll go select your champions.
Over in the Simmental ring, your Division I champion came out of Class 3, JBSF Proud Mary, owned by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Your Reserve Division I out of Class 2 is KDP Miss Hoya Blue, owned by Derek Ritchie from Buckingham, Illinois. Attention in the barns, we need Class 10 Charolais females to the scales at this time. Class 10 Charolais females. Attention in the barns, we need exhibitor 217 for the Simmental show in the holding ring at this time. Exhibitor number 217 in the Simmental show. Once again, can we get exhibitor 217 to the holding ring at this time? Attention in the barn, can we get Class 8 Simmental females to the scales at this time? Class 8 Simmental females.
Once again, just a dynamic class here, some give and take. Heifers that go 1 and 2, I think, are similar in their type and kind. Young man's heifer that wins his first class, not overpowering as far as her performance, but for me, just simply the most complete female here in the class. You know, once again, I talk about that smoothness of her design with enough power and dimension and performance for me. And to me, where she has an advantage over the second place heifer is that curvature to that lower rib cage. I think she's got more true expansion at the lower 1/3 of her body. Young man gets this heifer planted, and she's good at the base of that shoulder and her chest and her neck, really good up out of her top line. She carries her muscle down low and good up into her twist, set her into motion. She's great off the move, balances up and puts herself together extremely well. Young man's heifer coming in next is the heifer at 2, very extended up through her front end, very maternal and feminine, out of her front 1/3. To me, she's good up out of her top line. Maybe to me, just she wants to flatten out in that lower 1/3 in her rib cage and her forerib as compared to the heifer that wins. She also, to me, just wants to flatten out just a little bit more right through the center part of her lower 1/3 as far as her hip structure. To me, love her length of body and her extension up through her front end. To me, I just don't think she balances up quite as well as our class winner. Big, powerful female comes here in 3rd. Probably for me, I like this heifer on the standstill. I mean, she's wide constructed, big bodied, stout, and powerful. She's just starting to push a little extra condition for me. You set her into motion, she doesn't get out and go off of that back end quite as well as you'd like to. And especially when you evaluate her through the front 1/3 of her body and her front leg structure, she's wanting to wing out just a little bit more and toe out just a little bit more on that left front. To me, I just like to sound her up, freshen her up, because that's an awfully good female. She just needs to be sounder and fresher. Young man's heifer rounding out the class, to me, it just doesn't have enough balance and overall eye appeal to get her any higher, but a good high quality female that's got some thickness and depth of body. She just needs a little bit more look, style, and balance.
Results from Class 8 in the Charlet show. First place goes to TR Miss Bree 4559B, owned by Clayton Boyert from Seville, Ohio. Second goes to SHF Miss Misty Water 1410, owned by Matthew Owings from Mountain Grove, Missouri. Third, Taylor Gerald from Tompkinsville, Kentucky. And fourth is exhibited by Mitchell Winter from Ridgeville, Indiana.
Another really nice set of Simmental females out here. Heifer that leads off the class, just really complete, really a high quality individual, super sound and flexible and put her in motion, really gets out and covers her track. Beautiful and smooth up through that front end. You get behind her, really expressive down that top, thick and square through her hip. Plenty of rib in that heifer. Young man's heifer that comes in second, another heifer I love in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Probably not quite as fluid in terms of her movement as the heifer that leads off the class, but a powerful heifer in terms of her overall volume, natural thickness. The female's got a lot of quality up through that front end. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, another deep rib, bowl sprung, easy moving female, not quite the extension and femininity up through that front end. So two heifers that lead off like to put a little more flex off those hind legs. Red heifer that comes in next, beautiful in terms of her profile. I really love her in terms of her extension up through that front end. A heifer's got plenty of depth and spring of rib. Not quite the width of pins or the width of base as the heifers that start the class. Big, powerful heifer that comes in next. Another female's got a lot of performance, depth, and spring of rib. Gets a little plainer and coarser up through that front end. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Another deep rib, bold sprung individual. Gets a little shorter in terms of her stride as compared to the cattle above her. Big, deep rib, easy fleshing heifer that comes in next. Gets a little coarser and more open through the point of her shoulder. Young lady female that comes next, another straight line, nice balanced heifer, just like to stouten her up in terms of her shape. The young man's heifer that completes the class, plenty of levelness and balance, just like to power them up in terms of depth and spring of rib.
Results from Class 6 in the Simmental Show. First place goes to STCC Believe in Serena, owned by Adrian Trinipol from Middleton, Indiana. Second goes to CMSC Nikki C12, owned by Megan Meistergauer from Champaign, Illinois. Third goes to Kennedy Clark from Greencastle, Indiana. Fourth, Carly Jackson from Hope, Indiana. Fifth was exhibited by Tanner Francis from Brooklyn, Connecticut. Sixth, Taylor Goring from McPherson, Kansas. Seventh was shown by Devin White from Bushnell, Illinois. Eighth, Madeline Smith from Westminster, South Carolina. And ninth was shown by Andrew Fornoff from Kilbourne, Illinois. Attention in the barns, we need Simmental Exhibitor 231 to the scales at this time. Simmental Exhibitor 231.
Another really nice set of Simmental heifers. Heifer that leads off, I think, is the most complete in terms of her structural correctness. I like her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. She still has some quality up through that front end and smoothness, yet you get behind her, she's got some expression down that top through her quarter. Young man's heifer that comes in second, a larger scale, longer sided individual. It's got some dimension down that top through her quarter. Probably not quite as fluid in terms of her movement. Not quite like to see a little more slope to that shoulder up through that front end as compared to the heifer that leads off the class. Young man's heifer that comes in next, another loose design. Female can get out and cover her track, but female, as you get behind her, just simply like to put more width of pins and natural thickness in her. Young man's heifer that comes next, another straight line, nice balanced heifer. A female just like to put a little more quality up through that front end. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, got some depth and spring of rib. Like her in terms of her shape down that top through her quarter. We put her in motion, just like to give her more flex off those hind legs. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, another straight line, nice balanced female, just simply like to put more rib in her. And the heifer completes the class. The female's got some depth and spring of rib, just like to square her up off those hind legs and put her more flex when we put her in motion.
Attention in the barns. Can we get Class 11 Simmental females to the scales at this time? Class 11, we need you in the holding ring. Results from Class 7 in the Simmental show. First place goes to STF Senorita 22CA, owned by Macy Dilly from Cave City, Kentucky. Second goes to SVJ She's a Dandy C218, owned by Tanner Francis from Brooklyn, Connecticut. Third goes to Walker Thornton from McCordsville, Indiana. Fourth, Harrison Wicker from Rushville, Indiana. Fifth, Olivia Kuhn from Peru, Indiana. Sixth goes to Kerrigan Bartram from Kokomo, Indiana. And seventh is Tanner Hope from Patoka, Indiana.
Really a nice set of January heifer calves in our Simmertal female show. Young ladies heifer that leads off the class, really like her in terms of her quality up through that front end. Female really got a lot of depth and spring of rib. Lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. You get behind her, really expressive down that top, thick and square through her hip. You put her in motion, really gets out, covers her track. Just a really attractive, fault-free, high-quality individual. Red heifer that comes in second, really a moderate frame, really a nice, balanced, high-quality individual. She's sound in terms of her feet and legs. Not quite as extended out through that front end, not quite the depth and spring of ribs, a heifer that leads off, but a really complete, very structurally correct, high-quality heifer. Young ladies heifer that comes in next, another deep rib, bold sprung female, not quite the smoothest and femininity up through that front end. Another big deep rib heifer that comes in next, gets a little more open through the point of her shoulders, just like to clean her up through that front end. Young ladies heifer that comes in next, beautiful from the profile, really a straight line, nice balanced female. As you get behind her, gets a little narrower at her pins and flatter through her quarter. Young ladies heifer that completes the class alike in terms of her rib shape, a female just like to power up in terms of her dimension of top.
Well, folks, I apologize for taking a little bit extra time in this class. And whenever you get asked to judge here at the North American, you always know that you're going to run into a class that's like this, where you run into about 7, 8 heifers, and especially these junior yearlings, that you're going to get heifers that are just so good. And I told some of the girls that just a few little bits and pieces of where they had to go today in my mind. And they're standing probably 6th and 7th, and those heifers probably within their state, and we're champions, and that's the one thing that's neat about this North American. You get heifers from all across the countries that have won their state fairs or been competitive through the junior nationals and that sort of thing, and you combine them all into one class, and here's what we got. I really like these two heifers that go 1 and 2. You talk about two heifers still fresh enough in their body condition, got some power, natural softness, can get out and reach. But you talk about with enough maternal look and power and dimension, I think these two heifers, to me, in this class start to separate themselves. The heifer that goes 1, the reason she's going to win, she's just simply bolder right through the middle part of her body. She's bigger and truer through that rib cage, probably a little bit neater and better through that forerib in the way she attaches into her rear flank, really thick and stout when you get right behind her. Folks, to me, what makes that heifer unique, that is a big-barreled, stout, powerful, big-hip female that's still extremely, stout top and strong top, but she's still attractive enough through her chest and her front 1/3, because we know we all want to build these cattle as stout as we can get them, and she's extremely stout, still refined enough and feminine enough and sound enough with all that center dimension and power, and with that much internal dimension and still that strong atop. I think she's exceptional. That's a high-quality female. Young lady ought to be proud. Young man's heifer that comes in next. Boy, I love the freshness of this heifer's condition, because what you get is what you see here, folks. Really strong, wide top female, perfect in the way her tailhead sets into her body, good up out of her chest and her neck. Love this female from the ground up. Her foot size and her bone and her athleticism gets her all the way up here, and her sharpness. Love that chest and that neck. She's probably a little bit fresher and greener than the heifer that goes 1, but she's still just not as good in that forerib and that rear in that rib cage design. That's the one thing that separates those two. Those are two high-quality female. Heifer coming in 3rd, I think, on the standstill. Man, this heifer's striking. Long-bodied, long hip, good neck, good chested and neck. I love her as far as the way she blends in that lower base of that shoulder and that forerib and her expansion and through the lower 1/3 of her body. Folks, simply this heifer here, to me, I think on a standstill, she's as good as those heifers that go 1 and 2. You compare her as when you set her into motion, she misses her stride just ever so slightly. And then in this class, you got to nitpick, and so she's got to go 3rd. My compliments to the young lady. She's done an outstanding job, but that's a beautiful female. I'd just like to see her just go just a little bit better off of that back end. That's a high-quality female. Next heifer in the lineup, big-footed, nice reach of the way this heifer goes around the ring. Good up out of her shoulder, and I love her design and her natural softness. Compare about of her chest and her neck. She's not quite as good about of her chest as the heifer that goes one. Maybe not quite as sharp in the way her neck shoulder juncture is, but that's a smooth, big-bodied female that's good in her forward, back into her rear flank. Love the way this heifer gets out and moves. To me, she just flattens out, and as far as her muscle shape and her muscle pattern, when you compare her to the heifers that go 1 and 2, but I love her design and smoothness. Man, that's a high-quality female young lady. You ought to be proud, because I'm sure that heifer's done a lot of winning as well. Same thing goes for the next young lady's heifer. These two heifers that come in line, I mean, they're very similar in kind. This heifer just simply, for me, gets a little straighter in that shoulder blade placement when you compare it to those heifers right in front of her. I think she gets out and reaches well enough off of that front end. She's just a little straighter in that shoulder, like to relax it a little bit more. She too just flattens out just a little bit more when you compare it to the heifers that are on the front end of this class. But that's a high quality female. Still gets out and goes and reaches off that back end. I told this young lady, this heifer here, man, I like a lot of things about her. Really sound, big-footed, and I love the way she's moving. I love the way she's designed. Very nitpicky things here compared to the two heifers right in front of her, because this heifer strikes a pose and you love her, but she flattens out a little bit more from her hooks to her pins as far as her muscle shape when you get right up on her. Then you look at her rear flank attachment, she's a nickel bit higher, and she doesn't have quite as much natural drop to that rear flank that those two heifers right in front of her. And folks, that's a simple difference of why she's got to go behind them. Other than that, that's a high quality female. And I told this young lady here's a stout, powerful female. And on the standstill, I think this heifer's got a lot of shape, and she's really good. But to me, she gets a little awkward off of them hind legs when you set her in motion. And I told that young lady that's an awfully good female, and I hate to put her down there, but she just doesn't quite get out and go as well as she needs to off of that back end. But a big hip, big bodied, still a nice made female. Young man's heifer coming in next, just gets a little coarser about her edges. To me, just doesn't balance up quite as well, flattens out a little bit in her design. She just comes apart in her shoulder at the top and at the base to get her any higher. Young lady's heifer here's still another really, really good female. Flatter in her muscle shape, a little plainer about the front 1/3 to get her any higher. Young man's heifer rounding out the class. To me, just simply doesn't have enough balance and eye appeal and overall muscle to get her any higher. High quality class. My compliments to the exhibitors. Just a tremendous group, and the compliments to the Charolais breed.
Really a nice lineup in our junior heifer calf division in our Simmental show. February heifer that wins that first class, beautiful from the profile. A lot of quality in that heifer. Really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, yet tremendous in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Really smooth down that top through that lower quarter. A female just striking from the profile, and you put her in motion, very fluid in terms of her movement. Heifer that wins the next January class, that heifer's got some depth and spring of rib. She's sound in terms of her feet and legs. Just gets a little plainer and narrower compared to the either heifer on either side of her. The last January class winner, a big, powerful, hipped individual, tremendous amount of shape down that top through that quarter. A female you put in motion, very fluid in terms of her movement. A female, you want to get critical or maybe not quite as smooth through the point of her shoulders as a couple of others, but powerful in terms of overall depth and spring of rib. Heifers that are second in those classes, young man's baldy female, a lot of quality and look in that heifer, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. As you put her in motion, probably gets a little straighter, and just like to see her have a little more flex as we move. But a powerful heifer in terms of her overall volume and look. Heifer that's second in that middle class, a little taller, longer female, maybe not quite the smoothest up through that front end, not quite overall quality in terms of her femininity. The red heifer that second in that last class, beautiful in terms of her profile, really sound in terms of her feet and legs, really smooth through the point of her shoulders, and a level designed individual she put in motion, maybe not quite as powerful in terms of her depth and spring of rib and overall muscle as a heifer that wins that class, but a very sound, really correct individual. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll go select your champions.
Attention in the barn, we need Simmental Exhibitor 237 to the scales at this time. Simmental Exhibitor 237. Results from Class 8 in the Simmental show. First place goes to STCC Banking Serena 5005, owned by Claire Trendenpool from Middleton, Indiana. Second goes to Silverstone Red Jewel, owned by Tyler Trias from Hollandale, Minnesota. Third, Tyler Dratch from Pontiac, Illinois. Fourth goes to Connor Travis from Olney, Illinois. Fifth is Kristen Buck from Lafayette, Indiana. And sixth goes to Kylie Smith from Alexander, Illinois. Also in the Simmental show, your champion from Division 2 at a Class 6 is STCC Believe in Serena, owned by Adrian Trendenpool from Middleton, Indiana. And reserve came out of Class 8, STCC Banking Serena 5005, owned by Claire Trendenpool from Middleton, Indiana. Moving over to the east side of the show ring for the Charlet show, results from Class 9. First place goes to SHF KBC Miss Dynasty 1411 ET, owned by Caitlin Schaefer from Carthage, Missouri. Second is LCR Miss Holy Water 1107B, shown by Mason Lafiste from Cameron, Texas. Third went to Sydney Zender from Stanchfield, Minnesota. Fourth, Riley Durer from Milan, Illinois. Fifth was shown by Rebecca Jenna and Jacob Herod from Frankfort, Kentucky. Sixth is Paisley Grace Carlson from Harrisburg, South Dakota. Seventh was shown by Ashley Moore from Piazza, Illinois. Eighth is Bryce Maynor from Donville, Indiana. Ninth was shown by Ashley Kerr from Bloomington, Indiana. And 10th was shown by Tyler Elliott from Jackson, Ohio. In the ring now is your champion junior selection for the Charlet show.
Well, folks, just a tremendous division. We come out of just got done with a class that we ran at, 7 heifers deep, and we get out here and we get the first and second place heifers, competing for this division championship. Young man's heifer that went that April class, here's a heifer that just it doesn't blow you away as far as his true raw power, but you talk about skeletal correctness and beautiful as far as her design and her lines and her shoulder and her chest and her neck. Yes, she's not near as bold made as the heifer right behind her, but you look at her as far as proportional in the way she's made. She's good from the ground up, her foot size and her bone. She ties into herself really well. She's got enough muscle shape for a female. Good as far as her lower rib cage and depth of body is concerned. She's just very complete. She's very smooth. She's very fault-free. Is she as powerful as the heifer right behind her? Maybe not, but I think that's an awfully high-quality female. Heifer that comes out of that next class, there was a pair of heifers that I like quite well. Heifers that start to push that element of power and look and soundness and start to put a lot of good things together. A young lady's heifer that wins that class, I think she's good enough about her chest and her neck. She's not ultra long fronted. She's long enough, good about her chest, but she is so good as far as her fore rib back into her rear flank and that power that she possesses, her strength at the top. And still, she's refined enough with all that extra power to give you a good maternal look and gets around the ring extremely nice. Our second place heifers, young man's heifer in that April class, very similar to that class, long and smooth in her design, maybe flattens out a little bit more in her muscle pattern compared to the heifers on either side of her. Still good about her neck, gives you a good look. Young man's heifer that was second to in that class of March heifers. Man, you just love the design and her foot structure and the look. Maybe she gives up just a little bit, to that class winner as far as her rib cage and that lower 1/3 turn to that skeleton, maybe just a little bit more in that heart. But outside of that, I thought those two heifers were extremely good. That heifer is extremely unique about as far as her chest and her neck comes up so high up out of that point of that shoulder. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Welcome to the Charlet show. Your champion from Division 2 at a Class 6 is STCC Believe in Serena, owned by Adrian Trendenpool from Middleton, Indiana. Reserve came out of Class 8, STCC Banking Serena 5005, owned by Claire Trendenpool from Middleton, Indiana. And 10th was shown by Ashley Moore from Piazza, Illinois. 11th was shown by Ashley Kerr from Frankfort, Kentucky. 6th is Paisley Grace Carlson from Harrisburg, Kentucky. 7th was shown by Ashley Moore from Frankfort, Kentucky. 8th is Bryce Maynor from Donville, Indiana. 9th was shown by Ashley Moore from Piazza, Illinois. And 10th was shown by Tyler Elliott from Jackson, Ohio. In the ring now is your champion junior selection for the Charlet show. Over in the Charlet show, your champion junior heifer was SHF KBC Miss Dynasty, owned by Kate Schaefer from Carthage, Missouri. Your reserve was LCR Miss Holywater 1107B, shown by Mason Lafisti from Cameron, Texas. Also, attention in the barn, I need Class 12 Simmental females to the scales at this time. Class 12 Simmental females.
Another really nice class in our November, December Simmental females. Young lady's heifer that leads off the class, she's just really complete, correct, made individual. It gets out, covers her track, beautiful up through that front end, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. She's got plenty of natural thickness. Heifer that comes in second, another really pretty profile in females, smooth up through that front end, very extended. A heifer is probably not quite the depth and spring of ribs. A heifer that leads off not quite as fluid in terms of her movement as we put her in motion. Heifer that comes in third, another female alike in terms of her depth and spring of rib. A more moderate frame heifer, but a female, as you get behind her, just simply like to give her more width of pins and more natural thickness. The young man's heifer that completes the class, you really appreciate the amount of muscle down her top through that quarter. But a heifer gets a little coarser up through that front end, not quite the depth and spring of ribs a heifer's above her.
Attention in the barns. We need Scimitar classes 15 and 16 to the scales at this time. Scimitar classes 15 and 16.
Well, folks, just another tremendous class. These three females here on the top end of this class, I think, are excellent. The heifer that starts to put look, style, and balance, and productivity and soundness, and with enough power, is young man's heifer that's going to win this class. Boy, ultra sharp about the front 1/3 of her body. Love how that neck comes up high out of that shoulder blade. It's obvious to the eyes that you can see that she's far or getting further along in calf, and I sure appreciate that. You know, that's the one thing that we make management decisions, you know, for these older females, January, February's. You know, if you're going to calve them out, you know, at 2 years of age, that's what they should be showing here at the middle part of November. And so my compliments to the young man and, you know, and on his management decision. But still, that being that far along, that heifer's sound, attractive, stout, and powerful. She ties into herself just a little bit more than the heifer that goes in second. I think that heifer puts a lot of good things together. The thing that separates 2 and 3 is the heifer that's in second. She's better and true and square from her hooks to her pins. She's stouter and bolder from her fore-rib back. I don't like her quite as well through her chest and her head and her neck as young lady's heifer that comes in third. But we're just comparing the two heifers. Young man's heifer's good enough about through the front 1/3 of her body, but she's just so much more massive in her fore-rib and her rear flank and her depth of body and spring to that rib. Young lady heifer coming third, ultra attractive, good about her chest and her neck, good enough about in her lines. She's just not as bold when you get right behind her from her hooks to her pins, not quite as expansive in the lower 1/3 of her body when you compare it to the heifer that's right in front of her. High quality heifer. Young lady's done an outstanding job. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that got some foot size and some bone and some performance, needs some more flexibility off of that front end. She doesn't tie into herself in behind her shoulders quite well. And on the standstill, that's a big, stout, powerful, good-looking female. She just needs a little bit more athleticism. Young man's heifer coming in next, and I like this heifer. She's fresh, and that the way she's looked, and I love the way she's designed. For me, I just like to see a little, for this stage of her game and get her approaching 2 years of age, I'd like to see a little more expansion in her fore-rib, back into her rear flank, maybe just a little further along as far as her productivity, as far as her breeding. But I love the type and kind of that heifer. She's attractive, she sounds, puts a lot of good things together. Next heifer in the lineup, another big, stout, powerful female, just comes apart at her shoulders and the way she ties into her fore-rib. She's big, hip, and stout, and good up on her, from the ground up as far as her foot size and her bone. She just needs to tie into that fore-rib shoulder juncture just a lot better for me to balance up a little more. Young lady heifer coming next, a big, stout, powerful female. She's got a little issue coming off of her back end. She needs a little more flex and ease when you go around the ring as far as her hop. She's long hip, long body, and stout. She just needs to be a little sounder off of those hind legs. Young lady heifer rounding out the class is a heifer that just simply needs a little more style and balance to get her up any higher in this particular class. My compliments to them top 3 individuals. Those were a high quality set.
Attention in the barn, I need Scimitar Exhibitor 254 to the scales at this time. That's your final call for Exhibitor 254 in the Scimitar ring.
Really a stout class of September and October heifers out here in our Scimitar ring. Heifer that leads off just super sound in terms of her feet and legs, easily the deepest rib, boldest sprung female, still lays in really neat through the point of her shoulders, beautiful up through that front end, a lot of quality and look, and maintains that with the most depth and spring of rib, a very sound, very functional package. Young lady's heifer that follows in second, another deep rib, bold sprung female, not quite the natural dimension down that top or lower quarter, not quite the rib shapes of heifer that leads off, but another female that lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, got a lot of quality and look about her and can get out and really cover her track. Heifer that comes in third, love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. The female's got a lot of shape down that top through that quarter. Gets a little shorter and coarser up through that front ends compared to the two heifers that start the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth, another female that gets out and covers her track. A little larger scaled individual, not quite as neat up through that front end to the heifers that start the class. Heifer that comes in next, another deep ribbed, easy fleshing female. Females you put in motion just like to free her up in terms of her movement. She tends to roach a little more in that top, just like to make her a little more relaxed. Red heifer that comes next, another moderate frame, deep rib, bold sprung female, just not quite the power in terms of her muscle down that top, gets a little flatter through that quarter. Heifer that comes in next, another deep rib, bold sprung female, just gets a little shorter and coarser up through that front end. And the heifer that completes the class, you appreciate their straightness of lines, just gets a little shorter and coarser up through that front end.
Results from Class 10 on the Charolais side. First place and also your senior champion goes to Big H Zoe, owned by James Gradert from Sibley, Iowa. Second and reserve champion senior champion goes to Baresh Shirley, 4161, owned by Ethan Dickerson from Paradise, Kansas. Third goes to Kaylee Ann Knott from Leota, Indiana. Fourth is Cody Goodman from Rensselaer, Indiana. Fifth was shown by Dylan Einert from Veneta, Oklahoma. Sixth is Trent Birch from Flanagan, Illinois. Seventh is Sarah E. Ritchie from Medora, Illinois. And eighth is Madison Abbs from Commerce, Georgia. Over in the Simmental side, results from Class 11. First place is DF Talk About Me, B3049, owned by Claire Dorsey from Morrow, Illinois. Second is JL Heaven's Angel, 454, shown by Shannon Kindly from Concord, Nebraska. Third, shown by Carson Patton from Frankfort, Indiana. Fourth is Lawson Womack from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Going into Class 12, first place was CMFM Duracera 040B, shown by Tanner Howie from Rockwall, Texas. Second is 3TRS Hot and Ready 19B, shown by Bella Swain from Murray, Kentucky. Third was shown by Jackson Maddox from Guys Mill, Pennsylvania. Fourth is Hannah Topmiller from Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fifth was shown by Garrett Stanfield from Manchester, Ohio. Sixth is Shaylee Eisen from Atlanta, Indiana. Seventh is Michael Loffridge from Chatsworth, Georgia. And eighth was shown by Daniel Dobbs from Carnesville, Georgia. In the ring, in the Charolais side, is your champion Charolais female selection.
Well, folks, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege, and well, my compliments to the Charlet exhibitors on a tremendous show. I guess for me, it's always amazing. I guess this is probably, 16, 17 consecutive years that I've been here to the North American, and the depth of quality of the cattle. And I've sure had the great fortune this past year to do a little bit of traveling and some judging outside of my region. And it's just mind-blowing that the depth of quality of the cattle that we've had that we're bringing to these shows. And so to me, it's just really, really unique. And when you get into here and you get an opportunity to judge, and it gets hard, it gets tough. You got to be on your game and hopefully make some split close decisions, because there's a lot of feelings and emotions that come into showing cattle. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I rolled into being a dad and a fitter first thing this morning, and then get to jump right back into on the other side of the ring. And so, I have experience on both sides, being inside and outside of the ring. And this is just a great venue. Once again, my compliments to the Charlet exhibitors. What an impressive lineup. Young ladies calf that wins that first division in April. There was a pair of April heifers there that went 1 and 2 in that division. I think are going to have a tremendous future. Heifers that got some depth of body and some power, some look and some balance. And to me, even for just a spring calf, I think you got to have some strong consideration for that female out here, because that heifer is so unique as far as her natural softness and power and her athleticism. That pair of fall heifers that I sure like. I mean, maybe today is not third day, and I know for fall yearling heifers, Louisville is tough to get one of them across into that championship spot, but boy, I sure like them too. Those two exhibitors that had champion in reserve in that fall division, I think those are good females, and their best days are yet to come, and I'd sure be on the lookout for those when it comes later this spring and as senior yearlings rolling into your junior nationals. Young ladies, November heifer we chose out of the division, built so good, so sound, so nice, and so fresh. Maybe not as overly powerful as the heifers right behind her, but my compliments to that young lady. That's an outstanding female. This powerful intermediate heifer come out of that division, and I really, really like this heifer from her shoulders back. Big and good in her forerib, back into her rear flank. I know this heifer's getting a little bit tired and a little lazy on this young lady out here. Good from the ground up. Her foot size and her bone, get behind her muscle mass matches her. She's still good enough about her chest and neck. Yes, she's not as exquisite about her head and neck and her femininity as some people like, but I think she's plenty good enough. I mean, that's the one thing is she lays down, has a calf, and burns that little extra fat off around her jawline. She'll be extremely nice necked out there in the pasture. It's so good from her shoulder back, and her power and her soundness and natural softness. Young lady's done a great job. Really good pair of heifers come out of that March-April division. That young lady's heifer, and I talked about in class, not the biggest bone one in the world, but you talk about power, dimension, muscle, mass, and body, still gives you a good look. She starts to push those elements as far as true raw power, femininity, and refinedness all into one package. Still gets out and reaches extremely nice off of both ends. I like that heifer quite well. Young man, senior yearling heifer, sharp and ultra neat about it, very far along in his productivity. I think here's an awfully good female. Love the feminine character. Front 1/3 of her body is immaculate. Good way she ties in her forerib back into her rear flank. Balances up really well. Is she as powerful as the two heifers right in front of her? Maybe not, but I think she's powerful enough. Good look and attractive. Folks, I think there's 4 heifers out here that are really in hard contention for this. I'm going to give them another one. Good luck. My compliments to the Charlet exhibitors. An outstanding set, and I'll pick you a pair of champions. Thank you for the honor.
We get over in our Semitol show in this fall division. Young ladies heifer that wins that first class, really a deep rib, bold sprung female. A heifer as you put in motion really gets around the ring, very fluid off both ends. If you want to get critical of her, maybe not quite the dimension down that top through that lower stifle as a couple others, but beautiful in terms of her profile, love her in terms of her rib shape, her flexibility, very complete. Young man's heifer that wins that September class, tremendous amount of depth and springer rib. A heifer love in terms of her smoothness and quality up through that front end. Yet you get behind her, she really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, but super expressive down that top and square through that hip, but powerful in terms of her depth and springer rib, very fluid in terms of her movement. Our second place in that first class, again, very straight in her lines, a nice balanced heifer. Maybe like to put more depth and springer rib in her as you get her out here and stouten her up in terms of her structure. The young lady's heifer that's second in our September class. Love her in terms of her profile, tremendous amount of depth and springer rib, super sound in terms of her feet and legs, just not quite as powerful in terms of her depth and spring of ribs, the heifer that leads off that class. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll go select your division champions.
Grand champion Charlotte female was exhibited by Sarah Lillesand from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin with sole impressive 42.72. The reserve champion Charlotte female is Big H Zoe, owned by James Gradert from Sibley, Iowa. Congratulations, all Charlotte exhibitors. I'll need the following exhibitors to come in for the Charlotte bred and owned: Jace Dickerson, Grady Dickerson, Kaylee Knott, Trent Birch, Carolyn Davis, Kate Schaefer, and Ethan Dickerson. Over in the Simmental side, results from Class 12. First place went to CMFM Dura Sarah 040B, shown by Tanner Howie from Rockwall, Texas. Second is 3TRS Hot and Ready 19B, owned by Bella Swain from Murray, Kentucky. Third was shown by Jackson Maddox from Guys Mill, Pennsylvania. Fourth is Hannah Topmiller from Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fifth is Garrett Stanfield from Manchester, Ohio. Sixth is Shaylee Eisen from Atlanta, Indiana. Seventh is Michael Loffridge from Chatsworth, Georgia. And eighth is Daniel Dobbs from Cornsville, Georgia. Also in the Simmental ring, your champion Division 3 came out of Class 12 was CMFM Dura Sarah 040B, shown by Tanner Howie from Rockwall, Texas. And your reserve Division 3 is entry number 244, 3TRS Hot and Ready 19B, shown by Bella Swain from Murray, Kentucky.
Folks back here on the Charlotte ring, just picking our champion bred known female, and what's quite an honor. I mean, you know, as you get these families, as they're buying cattle, raising cattle, and getting not, you know, these kids, you know, this is coming out of something that they've showed once before. I think it's quite impressive, and especially the lineup we have. And we talked about these heifer through their respective classes and divisions. We're only selecting one champion bred known. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause on a beautiful lineup, and I'll pick your champion.
Your champion bred and owned Charlotte female went to SHF KBC Miss Dynasty 1411 ET, shown by Caitlin Schaefer from Carthage, Missouri. Also, attention to all Pin of 3 exhibitors. That show is going to start at approximately 1:15. So Pin of 3 exhibitors, the show should start at 1:15.
In our class of July Simmental females, young ladies heifer that leads off the class, really a moderate frame, deep rib, easy fleshing female, lays in really neat through the point of her shoulders, a lot of quality up through that front end, really a straight line female. We're going to change her as we put her in motion, just like to free her up and give her a little more flex, let her take a longer stride. And that same goes for the heifer in second, a little bigger, rawer heifer. Got plenty of depth and spring of rib, a lot of shape down that top through that quarter. But as we put her in motion, just like to give her a little more freedom and let her take a longer, freer stride.
Results from Class 15, Simmental heifers. First place goes to AAS, Outshine 'em All, shown by McCall Griffith from Boonesboro, Maryland. And second goes to STCC Miss Pep 4169, shown by Lainey Stevens from West Salem, Illinois.
Really a good set of Simmental females out here. Differences I see in these top two, both of them are really sound in their terms of feet and legs. This heifer we're starting with really stands on a big foot, a lot of substance of bone. Beautiful up through that front end, got a little more length out through that, an extension out through that front end, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Tremendous amount of thickness down that top through that quarter. Both these females really nice in their udder design and teat size and spacing. Just beautiful and fault-free. A lot of quality in that female. Heifer that follows her in second. Another very sound, very functional individual. Love her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Really a nice udder quality. A female. Not quite as extended out through that front end as the heifer that leads off the class. Powerful in terms of her dimension down that top through that quarter. Super sound when you put her out in motion. Heifer that follows in third, another really pretty profiling female, probably not quite as fluid in terms of her movement as the two heifers that start the class. Probably like to give her a little more slope through that shoulder, but a female beautiful in terms of her profile, very straight in her lines, plenty of depth and spring of rib. Heifer that comes in next, a really deep rib, bold sprung, soggy middled individual. Really like her in terms of her structure, stands on a lot of substance of bone, big foot. A female, as you get behind her, probably gets a little narrower at her pins and flatter through her quarter as compared to those first four cattle. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, another female, really gets out and covers her track. A heifer's got some depth and spring of rib. Not quite as smooth through the point of her shoulders, not quite the dimension atop. Baldy heifer that comes, or the black heifer that comes in next, really a deep rib, bold sprung individual. Gets a little plainer up through that front end. Baldy heifer next. Probably got some depth and spring of rib. Again, I'd like to clean her up through that front end. The young man's heifer, really a lot of depth and spring of rib, just gets a little plainer up through that front end. Really a great class of Simmental females.
Results from Class 16 in the Simmental ring. First place goes to TJSC So Sweet 135B, shown by Megan Reed from Lindsay, Ohio. Second goes to CSCX Steppin' Out 214B, shown by Leslie Walker from Danvers, Illinois. Third went to Tyler Adcock from Mauico, Weequa, Illinois. Fourth went to Derek Miller from West Unity, Ohio. Fifth was shown by Danielle Gentz from Platteville, Wisconsin. Sixth is Olivia Clare from Watsika, Illinois. Seventh is Ty Heel from Zanesville, Ohio. Eighth is Sydney Ryder from Lexington, Alabama. And ninth is Shay Conrad from Urbana, Ohio.
Another nice division out here is in our Simmental division. Young ladies heifer that wins that July class. Again, I like her in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Really straight in her lines, got some balance to her. Female, as we had in class, we'd like to free her up in terms of her movement, give her a little more slope in that shoulder, let her take a longer, freer stride. But a heifer is really straight in her lines, got a lot of balance. April heifer that's wins that next class, just a lot of quality in that female, super sound in terms of her feet and legs, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib, love her in terms of her udder quality and development, just a really complete female. Then our second place in the July class, again, a little larger scale, longer sided individual. You appreciate the dimension of top and overall thickness. She too, you'd like to see take a longer, freer stride and just give her a little more slope in that shoulder. Then our second place in that last class, again, a lot of quality, lot of dimension and rib. Love her in terms of her udder. Very functional, very sound. Maybe not quite as extended up through that front end, but really complete. Let's give our Simmental exhibitors a round of applause and we'll go select your division.
Your champion Division 4 Simmental female came out of Class 16, TJSC, So Sweet, 135B, owned by Megan Reed from Lindsay, Ohio. Second, or Reserve Division 4, went to CSCX, Stepping Out, 214B, shown by Leslie Walker from Danvers, Illinois. Attention in the barns, can I get Class 20 and 21 Simmental heifers to the scales at this time? Tension in the barns. We're still set to start the feeder show at 1:15. So everyone with the pin of 3 feeder calves, that's set to start at 1:15.
Really a good set of yearling females out here. Young man's heifer that leads off the class, just a big, powerful, soggy, loose designed individual. It really gets out, covers her track, still lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, a lot of quality and femininity up through that front end. Powerful in terms of her rib and forerib, tremendous amount of dimension down that top and through that lower quarter. Just a really complete, high quality individual. Heifer that follows in second, another beautiful profiling from the side, really lays in neat and extended up through that front end. Not quite the power in terms of muscle and volumes, the heifer that leads off the class, but a super sound, very functional, really high quality heifer. Young man's heifer that comes in third, another straight line, nice balance, really deep rib, like her in terms of her udder quality and development. Female really gets out and covers her track. Not quite the width of pins or width of base as the 2 heifers that lead off the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, another beautiful profiling heifer, is really extended up through that front end. Not quite as fluid in terms of her movement. You'd like to square her up on those hind legs and let her just take a longer, freer stride. Young lady's heifer comes in next, another deep rib, bold sprung, really easy fleshing female, gets a little plainer up through that front end. The heifer that completes the class is really a straight lined, nice balanced heifer that get out and travel, just simply like to power up in terms of a rib.
Results from Class 19 in the Simmental Show. First place went to CX Stella 524B, shown by Curtis Harsh from Radnor, Ohio. Second went to TNGL Sparkle B770, owned by Laurel Colt from Nicholsville, Kentucky. Third was shown by Tanner Francis from Brooklyn, Connecticut. Fourth, Reese Thornton from McCordsville, Indiana. Fifth was Allison Stevens from West Salem, Illinois. And sixth was shown by Wyatt Held from Edwardsport, Indiana. Tension in the barns. We need Class 21 and 22 Simmental females to the scales at this time. Class 21 and 22.
Another really great set of March Simmental females out here. Young ladies heifer that leads off the class, just a big, powerful, sound moving individual's got a lot of quality up through that front end, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, tremendous amount of rib shape. Female's got a good udder development, tremendous amount of dimension down that top through that quarter. You put her in motion, really gets out, covers her track, very fluid, and a very functional package. Young man's heifer that comes in second, plenty of depth and spring of rib. A female, really a lot of shape down that top through that quarter. Not quite as smooth through the point of her shoulders as a heifer that leads off, but another powerful heifer in terms of muscle and volume, really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, another female alike in terms of her straightness of lines. Got some dimension down that top through that quarter. A female that gets out and covers her track. A female, not quite the four rib as the two heifers that lead off the class, but another very functional, really high quality individual. Young man's heifer that comes in next, another female's really loose design, big foot, a lot of substance of bone. The heifer got plenty of depth, not quite the extension out through that front end, not quite the smoothest through the point of the shoulders. Red heifer that comes next, another female you appreciate for her natural thickness down that top through her quarter. A heifer can get out and cover her track. Not quite as powerful in terms of her rib and overall volume. The heifer that completes the class, a nice, balanced, straight-lined individual, just like to power up in terms of her muscle and volume.
We are ready to go ahead and start the feeder calf show. So if you can go ahead and bring your single feeder steers to Broadbent, we are ready to rock and roll. Results from Class 20 in the Simmental Show. First place went to JPLF, RBS, You're the One, owned by Ben Weiss from McIntyre, Iowa. Second was Heartland Charm, shown by Austin Wink from East Troy, Wisconsin. Third was shown by Kaylee Clark from Grand Mound, Iowa. Fourth went to Thomas Willis from Alderson, West Virginia. Fifth was Ashlyn Tingle from Newcastle, Kentucky. And sixth was Gibson Priest from Cartersville, Georgia. Just like to let everybody know that the Eastern Junior and Adult Simmental breeders are having their 6th annual AJSA Eastern Regional Embryo Fun and Funding Auction and Lunch. It is going to be following the Junior Simmental Show today. And it is going to be, let's see where they're having it, in the West Hall is the Kentucky Expo Center. It is auctioned to help support the AJSA Eastern Region Youth Classic. So please come, have some fun, lunch, and help fund their Junior Eastern Regional Classic. The lunch will be provided by Hudson Pine Farms. Attention in the barns, can we get Simmental classes 22 and 25 to the holding ring at this time? Class 22 and 25. I'd like to go ahead and introduce today's feeder judge, Jason Duggan, who is the Beef Extension Specialist for the University of Georgia. He oversees the bull evaluation and heifer development programs. Jason received his bachelor's and master's from Oklahoma State University, where he was on the livestock judging team. He has judged the Ohio AGR Holiday Classic and was assistant judge for the 2012 National Junior Angus Show. Jason lives in Calhoun, Georgia, and he is married with 2 sons. You all please welcome Jason to the show today.
Great class of Simmental females out here. Heifer that leads off, just super sound. Love her in terms of that front end. Lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Really extended and feminine. A lot of quality up there, and still maintains so much more power in terms of depth and spring of rib than that heifer that comes in second. Female, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Tremendous amount of quality. You got that look from the eye hill, and then you get behind her, really powerful down that top, thick and square through that hip, a very sound package. Young lady's heifer that comes in second. Love her in terms of that side profile. She's very extended and feminine, smooth up through that front end, really elegant. A female really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Not quite as powerful in terms of that rib and overall natural thickness. 2 super sound, really high quality, really elegant females. Heifer that comes in third, another female that's really got a lot of length of body, very straight in her lines, a lot of balance. Not quite the smoothest up through that front end. You get behind her, not quite the dimension down that top or through that lower quarter. Those are 2 heifers that start off the class. Heifer that comes in fourth, another straight line, nice balance, really a easy fleshing, deep rib, bold sprung heifer. A heifer as you put in motion, not quite as fluid in terms of her movement as the 2 heifers that start the class, but another really high quality, very sound, very functional individual. Young lady's heifer that comes next, another deep rib, bold sprung heifer, really got a lot of dimension. Female, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. You get critical of her, not quite as extended up through that front end, not quite as smooth through the point of the shoulders, and really a stout class that shows you how deep this class goes. That's a really good heifer that stands that far down. Heifer that comes in next, really a deep rib, bold sprung female, gets a little deeper in her chest, not quite as smooth up through that front end. Red heifer that comes next, another nice balanced female, really gets out and covers her track. Just like to extend her up through that front end. As we move on down, great set of heifers. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Good afternoon, folks. The mic is pretty loud over here. It's great to be with you this afternoon. And we've got a great set of cattle to look at today. We've got our first class here, and just want to say that the tradition of showing steers in the country is such a neat deal, and it's such a rich project that people who show steers should take a lot of pride in what they do. It's a very rewarding project, and we've got 3 animals out here that you can take home and start that tradition at your home if you haven't already started showing steers as a beef cattle project. Our class winners, the steer here we got on the right. What a great package in terms of having balance and muscle and getting out on the move very well. This calf on my right has just a little bit of whiteness flank, adds just a little bit more to him there, and you've got a steer that you can just really appreciate for having all the attributes that a nice show steer would have. And then he looks like he's going to be a pretty easy feeding steer on top of that. A nice solid one from end to end. This steer we got here in the middle, the one I chose for second, in the second and third slots, it becomes very competitive. The steer we got in second is a steer that, in my humble opinion, is one that's going to be very fresh. He's very long skeletoned. I like his bone, his substance of foot. I like the amount of top that this steer has. You look up in his top and he has a tremendous amount of shape up in there. He's really strong right behind his shoulders all the way down through his top. He is a calf that from behind maybe doesn't step out as wide from behind like our class winner did. And then the steer we've got here in third, a big-bodied, easy feeding steer that you just look at him and you know he's going to be very practical and easy feeding, a calf that has more substance down low than the calf that stood in front of him, but a calf that maybe doesn't have as much squareness up in his top. Really nice class. If you would, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause and doing a great job.
Results from Class 21 in the Scimitar Ring. First place went to 3 aces, Magnon B214, shown by Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Second went to RPMP, Miss Foxtrot BO23, shown by Morgan Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. Third went to Emma Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado. Fourth was shown by Carrie Wiley from Marysville, Indiana. Fifth went to Bella Swain from Murray, Kentucky. Sixth was shown by Olivia Kuhn from Peru, Indiana. Seventh was shown by Kyle Brinkman from Holgate, Ohio. Eighth was Jenna Doctor from Millbank, South Dakota. Ninth was shown by Paige Reck from Blakesburg, Iowa. 10 is Marcus Van Voris from Bowling Green, Ohio. 11th is Bennett Walther from Centerville, Indiana. And 12th was shown by Katie Romzek from Snover, Michigan. Over in the feeder calf show, results from the lightweight single steers. First place went to Bill Work. Second, Jack Sievers. And third was Bill Work. Just to let everybody know, they do have programs for the feeder show over in the holding ring. All of these cattle will also be selling in Newmarket Hall an hour after the conclusion of the feeder show. And that the program that you pick up in the holding ring will be the same one that they're using for the sale. So you can go ahead and pick one here, or they'll have some more in Newmarket Hall during the sale.
over in the feeder pen show, we've got a second class of steers here that I think are sure impressive. The steer here on my right that I'm going to use as my class winner is, in my opinion, a steer that kind of has it all, and I think that's what we're looking for in the show ring. Out there in the world where we show these steers, I think the judges out there in unison are picking good, sound cattle that have volume and thickness and are balanced and have everything that we're looking for. And one thing that this steer has so well is he's so good in the way he moves out of his front end. You can go ahead and lead him on out. He's just so well made through his shoulder, ties in so well at the top of his shoulder, and then comes back in and has plenty of product to him. He's got a good rear rib and flank to him, and you can see how well he moves. And that's such a neat and challenging aspect for some animals to have all those things at one time. Congratulations on that very nice calf. The one that really catches your eye is the look and the presence of this red calf. He has a tremendous amount of shape to him. You look at him from the side, and as far as muscle expression and potential yield and cutting, I think that his steer is one that you can really appreciate. He's a calf that when you get up in his shoulder, maybe not quite as nice as our class winner, but he has the power and he has the shape to his rib and he has the shape to his quarter. There's a lot of judges that are really going to tie into that one. The steer we have in third, a calf that you really like for how fresh and how long growing he's going to be. He's a calf that you can show for a very long amount of time and keep him looking fresh and young. He's a steer that maybe doesn't quite have all the things together like the other two out here, but as time goes on, I'm sure he's going to body down and free up just a little bit. Really nice class. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'm doing a great job.
Results from the middleweight single steer class. First place went to Cooksey Farms. Second was Johnson Big J Cattle Co. And third was Lane Sievers. In the ring now is the heavyweight single steer class. Entry 27 has moved out of that class in your programs and will now be in the heavyweight single heifers. It was just a misprint.
Another really good class in our January Simmental female show. Young lady's heifer that leads off the class, super sound in terms of her feet and legs, stands on a big foot, a lot of substance of bone. The heifer she put in motion really gets out, covers her track, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, a lot of quality up through that front end. Yet I think where she excels, the heifer in second, dimension down that top through that lower stifle. Love her in terms of her forerib and her rib. A lot good udder quality, just a really complete, very sound, very functional female. Heifer that follows in second, deep rib, bold sprung, another female that stands on a big foot, a lot of substance of bone, really gets out, covers her track, really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, plenty of depth and spring of rib. Like I said, just not quite the shape down that top through that lower quarter as compared to the heifer that leads off the class. Beautiful udder development, love her in terms of her overall quality, really a powerful female. Heifer that comes in third, another deep rib, bold sprung, easy fleshing female, a little more moderate in her frame. A heifer gets out, covers her track, probably not quite as extended and feminine up through that front end, so two heifers that start the class. Heifer that comes in next, another deep rib, high volumed individual, love her in terms of her length and smoothness up through that front end, gets out really fluid in terms of her movement, not quite as powerful in terms of her overall muscle and rib shape as the heifers above her, but really a stout, very functional, very correct individual. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, beautiful from the profile. A heifer's tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Where she gets in trouble, you put her in motion, just gets a little shorter in terms of her stride as compared to those cattle that start the class. As we move on down, really a good set of females. A couple of them, you just like to free them up in terms of their movement.
Results from Class 22 in the Simmental Show. First place went to TJSC, Kansas 823B, shown by Maddie Udell. Second went to RBS, Blown Away, owned by Tyler Espenscheid from Monroe, Iowa. Third went to Reed Heydrich from Shirley, Indiana. Fourth is Cole Legit from Denison, Ohio. Fifth went to Morgan Leonard from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Sixth is Cole Reibolt from West College Corner, Indiana. Seventh was shown by Shaylee Eisen from Atlanta, Indiana. And eighth is Lexi Silverstone from, eighth is Aria Warren from Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Here in the feeder pen show in our third class of steers, I think a very close pair here. You can get a lineup of judges and they're going to like, some are going to like each one of these steers, and I think you can go back and forth on them. Both of them are good, and that's key. They're both good. There's just differences, and it's just a matter of opinion. The powerhouse of the twos, the Mott Face steer, the one on my right here, a steer that you can see has a lot of body to him, just super thick and powerful. Plenty of ruggedness about his bone and his foot size, and you like that about him. He is a steer that maybe isn't as sound today as the steer we have in second, but I do like the balance, the body, the muscle, and I think he's good enough in his front end that he's certainly acceptable today. The steer we have in the second hole is picture perfect in terms of his lines. I do like his soundness. I like his comfort off both ends and the way he travels. Just super neat in the way he ties from neck to shoulder. He's very up-headed and big-bodied, and those two things together make the setting for a really nice show steer package. Congratulations to these two young folks, or these folks out here. If you would give them a nice round of applause.
Attention in the barn. Can I get Class 25 Simmental females to the scales at this time? Class 25 Simmentals. Over in the feeder calf show, results from the heavyweight single steers. First place went to B&D Cattle. Second is Jeff Miller Show Cattle. Can I get all the champion and reserve from the divisions in the Simmental show to the holding ring for the championship drive at this time? All the champion and reserve from the Simmental divisions. We need you in the holding ring at this time.
What a great lineup in this division. And when we get our class winners back out here, the March heifer that wins that first class, just a really complete, very sound moving individual. A heifer really got plenty of depth and spring of rib, very fluid in terms of her movement. You want to get picky, I'd maybe extend her out through that front end, but beautiful in terms of her rib, very sound, very functional. Young ladies March that wins the next class, another really soggy made, deep rib, bold sprung female, very fluid in terms of her movement. Another heifer, if you want to get real critical on her, not quite as elegant up through that front end, but super sound, super stout. Love her in terms of her rib shape and her overall structural correctness. Heifer that wins that third class, just a beautifully elegant female up through that front end. The heifer is really extended and smooth. The females you get behind her, really tremendous amount of rib shape. You put her in motion. A female is very fluid in terms of her movement, but very striking from the profile. Plenty of depth and spring of rib, plenty of natural thickness down that top through that quarter. Her January heifer that wins that last class, big, powerful female, really sound in terms of her feet and legs. A female's got plenty of shape down that top through that quarter. Maybe not quite as elegant up through that front end as a heifer right in front of her, but super sound in terms of her feet and legs, powerful in terms of her overall rib and natural thickness. Our second place is in that first class, again, really deep rib, bold sprung, not quite as stout, not quite as extended up through that front end as a heifer that wins that class, but a very sound, very functional individual. Second place, the next class, again, tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib. Big foot, very stout in terms of her overall structure. Maybe like to lengthen her out and make her a little more feminine up through that front end. Heifer that wins the second and that third class, again, a lover from the profile. She's really angular and feminine, extended up through that front end. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. In that class, just not quite the depth and power as a heifer that leads off, but super elegant, really striking from the profile. And in the second place in that last class, again, deep rib, bold sprung, super soggy, really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe like to make her a little more smooth up through that front end. Powerful lineup of females out here. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll go select your division.
In our feeder steer show, we got our 3 class winners out here for you guys to appraise and to look at and to figure out which one's going to suit you guys best for when you take them back home and in your particular program and your particular area. And each individual class winner has something neat to offer. The lightest weight one, and most likely the youngest one, the one here on my right, super thick and powerful. He is got good shape up in his hip. I like the curvature to his rib. When it's got bone, body, and muscle, and he puts it together in a very balanced package, just like we said back in class. Big hip, big quarter, that does a lot of good for him for sure. The steer from the second class, as you can easily see from a distance, just ultra neat in the way he's made. He's great in his top line, probably about as ideal as you can get in his hip structure. Skeletally wise, a very nice kind of steer. He's got depth to him. He's got practicality. He's a real-world looking steer with the pizzazz of a show ring appeal as well. Just a neat one. The steer from the third class, the heavyweight steer out here, we called him a powerhouse back in class. He, too, is big-ribbed and thick and powerful, and he's got some shape to him for sure. A steer that you look at him from right here, he's got some balance to him. I think he balances together pretty well. I like how wide structured and how powerful he is all the way through. He is one that's just, I think as he's gotten out here, he's moving better and better off of that left hind. At times he tends to get just a little bit on there, and that's what makes it even more challenging. I think we can come out here and justify any one of these steers as a champion today. And of course, I'm going to put out my opinion today, but please put your opinion and stamp on what you think will work for you. I'm going to walk back through them one more time and select my champion. If you would, join me in a round of applause for these exhibitors over here for bringing out some nice cattle today.
Over in the Simmental show, your Division 5 champion came out of Class 21, 3 aces, Magnone B214, shown by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Your reserve, also out of class 21, was RPMP Miss Foxtrot B023, shown by Morgan Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. Also at this time, can we get the Bread and Own winners to come to the holding ring for the champion selection? We need exhibitor numbers 173, 226, 248, 255, 260, and 309. Also, just to let any of the Kianita exhibitors know, we are going to start the show with the keys, and that will be followed up by the key Angus. So it'll go key and then key Angus for the key show.
Again, a very difficult decision over here for me, and there's just one little detail that kind of makes me pause and have just a little deliberation in my mind between which of these two on this end that I like. I like them both quite a bit. And I think there's the powerhouse steer here. There's one that's sounder right in front of him today, and I think you can go either way. Young lady, we're going to go ahead and use your steer today. Congratulations.
Over in the feeder calf show, the champion single steer came out of the heavyweight class was B&D Cattle.
The second behind our champion steers we talked about in class, just ultra neat in the way he's made from neck to shoulder. Love the body cavity and the depth and just the doability of this calf. He's just going to be super easy feeding, super good on the move. And the one in front of him is a lot like him as well. The one in front of him maybe just has just a little bit more shape, a little more long-term grow. I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady right here for reserve. Congratulations.
In the feeder calf show, the reserve single steer came out of the middleweight division. Exhibitor 5, Cooksey Farms.
Really a nice pair to start this class with. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. I like the moderate in frame. I love her in terms of her femininity and extension and quality up through that front end. Really lays in neat through the point of her shoulders. Big, stout foot, a lot of substance of bone. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Really a nice calf, very structurally correct. A lot of muscle and overall performance and quality in this pair. Second and third, I think a little closer. Cow that we've got in second, a little stouter in terms of her bone, stands on a bigger foot, a lot more substance of bone, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Not quite the quality and femininity up through her front end as a pair that starts the class, but super sound, super beefy. Love her in terms of her rib shape and her flexibility and movement. Just like to make her a little more feminine up through that front end compared to that cow that wins the class. Another straight line, nice balanced cow that comes in third, just simply not quite as stout in terms of her structure, not quite as big in terms of her overall bone as the two pairs that lead off the class. Young ladies, female that comes in fourth, another straight line, nice balanced heifer, not quite the extension and smoothness up through that front end, not quite the power in terms of her rib. Another easy flesh and deep rib, bold sprung female, just gets a little coarser and more open through the point of her shoulders. Then her baldy that comes in that completes the class. Sound in terms of her feet and legs, just like to power up in terms of muscle and volume.
Results from Class 6 in the Scimitar Ring. First place goes to OBCC Perfect Summer M10A, owned by Cooper Canada from Moorhead, Kentucky. Second went to HLVW Secret Shine 101A, owned by Colin Howd from Paris, Tennessee. Third is Jordan Carter from Concord, North Carolina. Fourth is Aria Warren from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fifth is Will Hevner from Pearl, Illinois. And sixth is Hayden Gudry from Lake Charles, Louisiana. That will also be your champion in reserve for Division 6. So entering the ring now will be your grand champion, Scimitar female selection. Once again, to key exhibitors, we'll start the show with the keys and follow that with the key Angus.
over in the feeder steer show, we got this first class of pen cattle, and what a lot of fun it is to see these cattle turned out loose here, and you can just really see how free moving they are. You can see them just, I guess, as practical and natural as possible, and I think there's a lot of benefits to being able to see the cattle that way. Both sets of cattle move very well. I think they're highly presented today. They all look the part. They're all balanced cattle that can move, and then they have some muscle to them, and that's key. You know, I've got a pen that I prefer, and I'm going to prefer the pen here on my right, this smoke-colored pen. There's a standout or two in there for me, and if I was thinking about getting a group of 3 for my kids to show, I think that that's the pen that I would go with. Just based on having a tick more muscle in some places. But then we got the black pen too. There might be just a little more long-term grow in those guys. And so as far as keeping one fresh for a long amount of time, that black pen there, there's a lot of good ones that stand out in there too. Particularly, you know, if you look at that calf there on the right, on the left, just super thick, got some mass to him when that young lady gets him set up like she does. Great couple of pens here. Let's give him a nice round of applause on a nice couple of pens.
Attention in the barns, we need all the Simmental bred and owns to the holding ring at this time. That is going to be immediately following the selection of the champion Simmental females, which are in the ring right now, so we need all bred and owns to the holding ring. Attention all key exhibitors. That show is scheduled to start at 2:30. So start thinking about coming up if you're in the first classes. The key show is scheduled to start at 2:30.
Before we talk these champions, I'd like to thank the North American. It's always a pleasure to come back and judge cattle in the nicest facility there is to look at cattle, and it's always fun to sort with the quality and appreciate you exhibitors bringing out such an outstanding set of cattle. My hats are off to you. With that, March Heifer calf that wins that first division, I think going to have a lot of future. I think that's a special one. Really elegant up in that front end, yet so powerful in terms of her forerib and depth. Super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Tremendous amount of shape down that top through that quarter. I think just a lot of quality and a fault-free, very correct package. Heifer that wins the next class. Beautiful in terms of her profile. Very straight in her lines, and again, super feminine and smooth up through that front end. got the length of body. You put her in motion, very fluid in terms of her movement. Heifer that wins the fall division, one of the deepest ribbed heifers out here, a super moderate lever in terms of that fore rib, a female really tremendous in terms of her rib shape and overall volume. Heifer, maybe not quite as stout as some of the others in terms of her bone, but love her in terms of her rib, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Heifer that wins the next division, I believe, is in April. Powerful in terms of her bone structure, stands on a big foot, super sound in terms of her feet and legs. Got a lot of look and quality about her, tremendous amount of dimension down that top through that quarter. Then the February heifer that wins that division, just an elegant looking female from the profile. She's got that striking look, really extended feminine up through that front end. A heifer lays in neat through the point of her shoulders, yet you get behind her. Love her in terms of her fore rib. Tremendously fluid moving female. I'm not going to say she gets out and covers her track, but that's a heifer that'll never go unsound. Beautiful in terms of her elegance. Really a long-bodied individual. Love her in terms of her overall volume. Then a pair that wins that last division, just a moderate, easy fleshing, deep rib, super sound individual. Love her in terms of her quality and overall look. Let's give these Simmental exhibitors a round of applause for an outstanding set of cattle, and I'll go select you a champion.
Your champion female. Your champion Simmental female is exhibited by Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Mignon B214. Attention in the barn, we need first class key females to the holding ring at this time. First class of key females. Your reserve champion Simmental came out of Division 1 with JBSF Proud Mary, owned by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. We'll now show for the champion bred and owned Simmental female. Results over in the feeder show for the lightweight penny steers. First place went to Bellwork, and second place went to Bellwork.
Over here in our second class of feeder pen steers, class and the winner on my right here. I think this particular pen, as far as having not only adequate muscle, they've got good body volume, particularly two of these steers in here, and then they're really good on the move. They're just sound. They're practical kind of cattle that you know when you get feed in front of them, they're going to convert that feed to gain and grow and lay on finish and grow to that appropriate weight. You know, there's give and take in this class, though, because the pen I have for second, when you look over their top, they're big top. So if you know you're in a situation where you're going to need big top, thick-ended kind of cattle, this pen here on the left certainly has that. You look at them from behind, and they are impressive. And where I like the class winner, they're just a little bit more drop to their body cavity. They're a little bit sounder on the move. A close pair, a lot of differences. Let's give them a nice round of applause if we could, guys.
Your champion bred and owned Simmental female was CMFM Duracera 040B, owned by Tanner Howie from Rockwall, Texas. Over in the feeder calf show, the results for the middleweight pen of steers. First place went to Johnson Big J Cattle Co. Second was Lane Sievers. Also to those following the feeder steer show, over in Newmarket Hall immediately following the show, you can go and sign up to get a bidder's number if you'd care to purchase one of the animals going through today. So that's over in Newmarket Hall, and the sale will be an hour following the conclusion of the show. Attention in the barns, we need class 2 and 3 key females to the scales at this time. We also need exhibitors 28 and 29 to the scales with your key females right now.
It's the most challenging decision I've had to make thus far, and I'm very thankful for that because when they're this close, it's really anybody's choice at that point. Because I think I can make a case for either one, and when I get up from behind them, I think I like a pin better just looking at their hip because they're both pins are high quality, and both pins have got good body. They move acceptably, and even more so from the standpoint of they're probably better than a lot of cattle out there in the way they move and the way they're going to feed. And there's a group here on my right that is certainly very uniform, and from a pin standpoint and uniformity, they're very highly presented and very uniform. As far as the pin on the left, they got a little bit more variation, but the quality's there, and maybe you can go either way if you want to. I'm going to go ahead and use the pin here on my left. It's very, very close. And congratulations to both you guys. Just a very, very nice pair on both ends of the ring here. Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause on doing a very nice job out here today.
Attention in the barns, last call, 28 for key females. We need class 28 females to the holding ring at this time. Over to the feeder calf show, results from the heavyweight pen of steers. First place is Cooksey Farms from Circleville, Ohio. Second, Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Once again, if you would like to get a bettors number for that sale, they have those over in New Market Hall. Attention in the barns. We need exhibitor 28 with your key female to the scales at this time. This is the last call for exhibitor 28 with your key female. Attention in the barn. We need exhibitor 28 to the holding ring at this time. Your class is waiting to go in. Exhibitor 28.
Over here on the side for the feeder steer pins, I think we've got a nice championship lineup out here. And just to briefly describe them, and in my opinion, the smoke-colored pin, that first-class winning pin, they're just super fun to look at. As far as they just catch your eye, and there's no denying that. And there is a wow factor to that. And not only do they have the color, I mean, they have to be good too. So these cattle have got shape where they need it. They've got more than an ample amount of rib to them. There's one that stands out in that pen to me as being one that's going to go long term for somebody that's very lucky to buy that one today. And then the other two out there in that pen, they're very competitive as well. Just a super neat pen from a look and quality and kind standpoint. The second class, a pen here that you appreciate how uniform they are. They're like peas in a pod out here. They've got the right pieces as far as their balance is concerned. They're just neat fronted. You know that you can feed these cattle and they're going to have a fresh look for a long period of time. Steers that, as we said back in class, get out and move pretty well. I like how they're not straight in their shoulder. They're laid back in their shoulder and they're fairly comfortable on the move. In our more recent pen from our more recent class, the heavyweight steers, you can see that maybe they're steers that maybe just bloomed up a little bit more today. Some would argue that maybe some of these have a little more gas in the tank long term, but these particular steers I think are just high quality. They move well, they've got muscle all the way through. You read them over their top, there's an ample amount of muscle, and you combine that with the fact that you've got some easy feeding kind of cattle here that are just fun to look at and are going to be fun to feed. They're going to be your champions today. Congratulations, guys.
Over in the feeder calf show, the champion pen of steers came out of the heavyweight pen of steers, which is exhibitor 5, Cooksey Farms from Circleville, Ohio.
It sure has been a great day, and I guess we can call this the mini Freedom Hall for today, or Broadbent Arena from the other breeds, and excited to get started on your Keenina show within your Junior Heifer show. I think the first class fits together pretty logically. Young man does a great job here with a May Heifer calf that's got a great look and balance from a side view. I think her angles and joints are acceptable at this stage in her development. I think her body mass most appropriately matches, and I think she beats the heifer in second as we study her at the ground. The red heifer that comes in second, I like her width and volume and performance. I sure think a heifer that sets her neck onto her shoulder nicely, particularly for as much boldness and volume as she has behind there. We'd like to change the way she sets back on her rear foot to the surface and relax her pastern just a shade, make her a little deeper in terms of her heel, but a good cattle from there forward. Really like the immaturity of the heifer that we've got in third, a really green baby that's immature, got a nice look, got a nice lines about her. This heifer's a little higher risk, and you got to say, okay, with time on feed, will she develop enough body and forerib relative to her frame size? And if she does, I think this heifer's built very, very nice in terms of her design. We switched trains just a little bit different kind here that comes in 4. This is a muscular, moderate, stout kind of a key female. The challenge with this extra muscle at this stage in her development, she's a bit round in her pattern on both ends of her skeleton, and we'd like to relax and just smoothen her up just a shade. I think in relation to her mature cow size, she's got a little more appropriate body depth and dimension. I think the heifer that ends our class, tremendous length and extension in relation to her frame size at this stage in her development. I want to strengthen her behind her shoulder just a shade, then make sure she's got enough substance, make sure she's not got enough width long term to match. Good class. My compliments to the exhibitors in Class 1.
In the Feeder Steer show, we have our decision here for our reserve pen, and it's fairly close for me. I like each one of these pens for certain reasons. And I think as I study them overall, I think there's one pen remaining that, to me, is going to have more longevity in terms of their soundness when they get to be 1350, and it's going to be the second heavyweight pen. Congratulations. Let's give all our steer pen exhibitors a nice round of applause. We've got some out here that have really done a great job of presenting and bringing out some nice broke cattle.
Over in the feeder calf show, the reserve champion pen of steers came out of the heavyweight Jeff Miller show cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Moving to the west side of the ring with Class 1 for the McKee show. First place goes to GOF Iggy 10C 1CM, owned by Christopher Toombs from New Concord, Ohio. Second is Pick Miley 42C 2CM, shown by Amber Pickard from Hastings, Michigan. Third is Alexis Cornelius from Odon, Indiana. Fourth, Tyler Williams from Hamilton, Michigan. And fifth is Patrick McCord from Alexandria, Kentucky. I'd like to take this time to welcome our key judge for the day, Dr. Mark Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. He's a professor and livestock judging coach at Western Illinois University. He's married to his wife, Katie, and has 2 sons, Carter 10, Nolan 6, and 1 daughter, Nora Grace, who is 6 months old today. His family was very involved in raising and exhibiting hogs, cattle, and sheep. Please welcome Dr. Mark Hogue. Attention in the barns, we need exhibitor number 30 in the feeder calf show to the holding ring at this time. Exhibitor number 30 in the feeder calf show. We need you at the ring. Attention in the barn, we need key exhibitor 42 to the scales right now. Exhibitor 42 in the key show. We need you at the ring.
Class 2 key heifers once again presents with some quality out here, and I sure think the gray heifer that starts our class is the most unique combination of that functionality of a basic female and yet the intangibles of extra attractive look and a nature about her. Real jazzy headed and eared, nice slim neck, and then she opens up into a good body. I like her blade and her knee and front foot as it sets in her framework. I think as the heifer goes away, she's got a good set to her hind leg, got a functional build about her. And I think long term, if this heifer's hock joint stays in the right shape, I think this one's got a bright future in terms of that blend of body and substance with a captivating look. Heifer in second, really to me of the remaining cattle for a calf is the most appropriate in her condition. She's the most appropriate in her angles and structure. I think she's attractive. She's got balance and symmetry. I think she carries her tail head just a bit high in terms of her hip. Then I want to just soften her midrib and heart just a little bit at this stage in her maturity, but I sure think this one has got the lines and build long term to be a good feeding kind of a show heifer prospect. Heifers in 3 and 4, both real thick, wide, stout, muscular cattle. Both of them to me are just a little bit more suspect in terms of their angles, in terms of the way their feet hit the surface, but I did think the heifer in third's got just a little softer heel, got a little stouter foundation than what the heifer in fourth does, and I think condition-wise she's a bit more appropriate. The young man, exhibitor number 37 coming out next, really big-bodied and thick. To me at this stage in this female's development, she's a little excessive in terms of her condition. I want to lean her up, let her grow and extend just a little bit more. She reads a little quick in terms of her maturity. Structure's a concern on the young man's heifer that comes next in terms of a little rounder, a little coarser jointed kind of cattle, but I sure like the stoutness and feature. We just need to smoothen her up from a maternal standpoint. Our final heifer within the drive, giving up the most in terms of performance today. Heifer's got a nice neck, a good look up front, but from this heifer's midrib back, she'll tend to go off in her hip, pull her hind leg up underneath herself, and just needs to relax a little bit better in the show ring. Let's once again, please put your hands together. Class 2 Keening exhibitors did a nice job.
Announcers.
Attention in the barn. We need exhibitors 34 and 27 in the feeder calf show to the holding ring at this time. Number 34 and 27. Results from Class 2 in the key show. First place goes to Goat Miss Goldie 2CM, owned by Macy Chamberlain from Winchester, Indiana. Second goes to Blake Lucky Charm 56C 1CM, owned by Madison Emma and Peyton Welch of Lafayette, Indiana. Third, shown by Tyler Williams from Hamilton, Michigan. Fourth is Tanner Scherer from Olney, Illinois. Fifth is Lane Word from Angola, Indiana. And sixth, shown by Dakota Rouse from Onondaga, Michigan. Attention in the barn. We need exhibitor number 42, Cooper, Canada, with your key heifer to the holding ring. Your class is going in the ring.
A really challenging class over here. Lots of differences. I think there's a female out here that fits a lot of different scenarios. And I don't think there's just a definite winner out here because all of them have so much to offer individually. The one I prefer as the class winner, I think that has the fewest faults today, is the one that has this unique color pattern that kind of catches the eye a little bit. This female here on my right, the good in that female is that she's balanced, she has a maternal front end, she still looks like a female and has lots of power to go along with that. She gets just a little bit tighter in that rear hock, but I think she's acceptable out here in this class. Very nice, high quality female. And the next three females gets very close to me. The female I like in second here, she's just real practical. She looks like a female from the side, and when I see her, I get the picture that she's going to make a very nice maternal, mature female. And not only that, but also a very fancy, youthful, well-balanced show heifer. I think just one that you could see maybe have just a little bit more stoutness like our class winner, but all in all, she's got a lot of good pieces, and she's going to make a nice breeding piece on top of that. This smoke-colored or gray heifer here, she's the one out here that's very good in her lines. She's very squarely made, super feminine, and I think you could make a case for that heifer out here today because long-term, she's going to stay very fresh. She's going to be a lot of fun to show, a female that maybe just doesn't have as much stoutness compared to other ones out here, but you can certainly make a case for her being a class winner out here. The next heifer, the stocked-legged heifer, as they stand, I think you can make a case for her being the nicest, best balanced one out here. There's no doubt about that. She's a female that's got a great body cavity. I love the shape to her rib. I love her hip and her quarter. She's a female that maybe could move just a little bit better off both ends, but as she matures and develops, she could certainly end up being softer than she is today. The female that we have coming in next, there's going to be some out there that are going to like this heifer the best, no doubt, because of how square she's made from end to end, how boxy she is. She's a female that has got super neat profile, maybe not quite as feminine up in that front 1/3, and that's where I like the other heifers better, but some are certainly going to like her the best. And then the bald-faced females, she's going to be super easy fleshing, super easy to keep, maintain, very sound, functional, practical one there to end the class. What a great class. If you would, join me in a round of applause for all those exhibitors in that class.
Attention in the barns. We need class 6 and 7 key females to the scales at this time. Class 6 and 7 key females. Results from over in the feeder calf show for the lightweight single heifers. First place goes to exhibitor 8, Angela Soya, Hidden Ridge from Hastings, Michigan. Second is B&D Cattle from Bucyrus, Ohio. Third is Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Fourth, Simpson Cattle from Colfax, Illinois. Fifth is Ring Show Cattle from Harrisville, Ohio. And sixth is Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. You guys are following the handout for the show order. The first place in that class was an add-in, so it's not in there. And so if you're using it for the sale, that's Angela Soya from Hidden Ridge.
Judging calves at this maturity, there's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of what ifs. If each one of these initial 3 or 4 cattle do something in the right direction, I think they really have bright futures. To me, the safest choice out here in terms of just basic utility is the red heifer we start with, and not only in terms of her depth and shape to her body, but I think this heifer has advantages out of her hip, her length of rump, where her tail head sets in between her pin bones, and then as you take her down through her hock joint, rear foot, I think this is the best built female that we have from her shoulder back. And I think if this heifer stays with enough slope and pitch to her shoulder up front, I think that one long term has got great value. Young man does a super good job of getting her stuck out here and getting her exhibited. That's a good team to start our class with. Really a sound, functional female. The heifer then second. This one's geeky necked and really shapely, really got a racy, typey look to her. At this stage in her development, I want to relax her angles just a shade, and I want to soften her body and underline just a nickel. She's a little tied up in her spine, fighting the halter a little bit today. As a result, it's tough to get a look at her. The red heifer, from her hooks forward, I think really presents quality. This heifer is really attractive, good in her body, really nice in her look up front. Today, she wants to get off in her hip and do some different things with her left rear leg. I want to make that a little more stable today, and if we do, I think this one's got the right maturity pattern, the right body shape, and the front 2/3 of her body to really have value long term. If you like them thick and stout and chunky, the heifer in fourth might be your choice. For me personally, as I consider this heifer's age, her hock joint in relation to her rear foot is not shaped appropriately, and then she's just a little too quick in terms of her maturity. I think she looks like a great, big, powerful bred as a young calf, and I want to fix that growth curve just a shade. She's still sounder than the heifer second from the close. We got a nice heifer here in terms of body and reach up front, but she'll be a little more rigid in terms of her hock and pastern. I think in relation to this heifer's frame size, her body shape matches more appropriately than a heifer that closes. We got a really green pattern, immature, long-bodied cattle that closes. Got a really neat look up front. I thought just a shot one-dimensional and a shot tubular in relation to her frame size. Good class. Once again, let's please compliment the efforts of the exhibitors and their family with another nice round of applause.
Attention in the barns. We need key exhibitors 50, 53, and 54 to the holding ring at this time. Key exhibitors 50, 53, and 54. Results from key class 3. First place goes to Holly's Tinkerbell 1cm, owned by Lawton Wyatt Holly from Gibsonburg, Ohio. Second is Soul Who's Damali 5991C 1cm, owned by Tanner Denny from Ashland, Alabama. Third is Allie Muir from Waynesfield, Ohio. Fourth, Jade Ramsey Nagel from Fountain City, Indiana. Fifth is Gabriel Hutchinson from Onondaga, Michigan. And sixth is Sharon Smith from Lynn, Indiana. Coming in the ring now is your champion late junior key heifer calf selection.
Another very challenging class over here as far as there's just not one that just you can say is obvious winner because each one of them does apply so much out here. You can pick either one of these apart and find the good end of them, and a judge is going to do the same thing. Judges across the country are going to go back and forth, and they're not going to agree with what I did today. They're going to find the ones that work for them and their situation. The one that I like here on my right is just the one that has the bone, body, and muscle and balance, combined with the fact she still looks like a female and gets out on the move. I like this female just for combining all those things today so well. She could be just a little bit neater up in that front 1/3, but she's got enough body cavity, enough lower quarter, enough bone that today I think she's certainly a heifer that you can tie into and be real proud of. The female we've got in second, she's a female out here from my personal perspective, where we develop a couple of hundred females a year, and we're just making sure that they develop and grow and breed, and they're going to be reproductively efficient kind of cattle. She catches my eye because she's so maternal from the side. I can see that one being so maternal in the future because of how she just progressively deepens from forerib to flank. She's good up front. She's good on her feet and legs, and that's what gets her up in that second hole. Could she be stronger behind her shoulders? She sure could. But I think a genuine heifer that has a lot of good to her from a maternal standpoint and a soundness standpoint. The heifer we have in third here is a heifer that's powerful. She's high performing, big body cavity and super heavy boned and big footed. A female that's maybe not as neat fronted as the heifers above her, but a heifer that has a lot to offer in terms of power and performance out here today. The female in the next lineup, these next two red heifers, I think have got a lot of style about them, have got a lot of flash about them. This bald-faced heifer coming in next is sure the fun one out here to look at because she's so well presented and has such a neat hair coat. She's one that's going to be super fun to fit and groom because of that. And then she's also got stoutness over her top. A female has good shape to her rib, maybe just doesn't have the lower quarter of some of those above her. And then this next red and white female is a heifer that has tremendous shape and thickness to her. Not as agile on the move as the heifers above her, but she's going to be very high performing, fast growing, and has lots of performance to go along with that. If you would, join me in a round of applause for this second class of heifers and the exhibitors that brought them.
As we're rolling through the Key Show, we've got our first division out here, our 3 class winners and 3 second-place heifers, and I sure think it is navigating through the waters of the look and captivating presence, yet the angles and functionality when these cattle are set in motion. I think you go back and forth. I think as you look at our 3 class winners, their body most appropriately matches their frame size, their length, and I think in terms of where they're at skeletal maturity-wise, I think their condition is most appropriate as we look at them relative to our heifers in second. With that stated, I think the solid choice is the gray heifer that wins Class 1. She's going to be division champion, and then reserve will be the heifer that wins Class 2. Let's bring both of those young people in with a nice round of applause, if you would. Yep, smoke and black. Nice job. Everybody's done. Is there a bred and owned or anything? Huh?
Over in the feeder calf show, results from the middleweight single heifer class. First place went to exhibitor 30, Maya Haytrick from Fremont, Ohio. Second, exhibitor 32, Blake Hansen from DeKalb, Illinois. Third is Rink Show Cattle from Harrisville, Ohio. Fourth, Danny Marone from Seville, Ohio. And fifth is Blake Hansen from DeKalb, Illinois. Attention in the barns. This is the last and final call for exhibitors 50 and 53 in the key show. Exhibitors 50 and 53, we need your key females in the holding ring at this time. Over in the key show, the champion late junior key heifer calf is exhibited by Christopher Toombs of New Concord, Ohio, with GOF Iggy 10C 1CM. The reserve late junior key heifer calf went to Macy Chamberlain from Winchester, Indiana, with goat Miss Goldie 2CM. On that late junior key heifer calf division, the champion and reserve were actually switched. So the champion is Macy Chamberlain and the reserve is Christopher Toombs.
Over here in the feeder heifer show, we've got a class that is one of those classes that judges are looking for when we can have a couple of heifers that just kind of when you see them, you get excited, and it gets you straightened up, it gets you wound up, and it just makes it a lot of fun to judge, and it also makes it a lot of fun for young exhibitors that have cattle like these kind of heifers we got out here today. The heifer we're going to start off with, you can say a lot about her, and I won't spend a whole lot of time doing it, but she's beautifully balanced. She's good on the move. She's got a beautiful body cavity and a great hip structure. And then when you put all those things together, she even still has enough power to her for a lot of different scenarios and a lot of different divisions, whether it be commercial or some sort of a registered division of some kind. The front end of that heifer is very unique and very nice. The heifer we have in second, when they were standing over here earlier, that heifer was just dead set, beautiful. She is very nice in her lines. You look in the way she comes out of into her top line from her shoulder, and she is ultra good there. And she's stronger top than the class winner. She's got a little more curvature to her upper rib and a little more stoutness in her top because of that. She's a female that makes a very, very close race. You can make the case for those two. I like a little bit more maternal in our class winner than the heifer we have in second, but I like both those heifers quite a bit. The female we have in third, she's also very nice. You get out here by herself, and she's just big-bodied and tanky and got a lot of good to her. And then she gets out on the move off both ends, very, very fluid and very, very well. This next mott-faced heifer, she's got some depth to her. She's got length to her. She gets out on the move and steps up in her track very well, and that's why she gets over to this next heifer. But if you look at her individually, I think there's a lot of good pieces about her, maybe just not quite as neat up in that front 1/3 as we find in some of the other heifers. The heifer following up with, she does have a little bit better front end than the heifer that's right in front of her. She's neater up in that front 1/3. She's cleaner made there. She's a female that maybe gets just a little bit more restricted on the move, but I think there's a future in this heifer because she has so much curvature to her rib and so much muscle from behind. Congratulations, guys. If you would, join me in a round of applause in our last class of heifers.
Over in the feeder calf show, the results for the heavyweight single heifer class. First place, which is an add-in, is Jared Jark from Fairmount, Indiana. Second, Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Third is Bill Work from Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Fourth, Lane Sievers from Randolph, Nebraska. And fifth is Blake Hansen from DeKalb, Illinois.
Within this class, I sure think the best pair of females within one class we've had are the two at the top end of this particular drive, and I think it's a matter of where you want to set condition versus assembly through their shoulder and front end. And for me, the heifer that I start with, I really like her softness of structure on both ends. I think the slope to her shoulder, the set to her knee, and when you get in front of these cattle, she's a little more correct from the knee down through her front foot. From their back, massive bodied, yet I think her condition's appropriate. Love the functional set she's got to her hind leg. Lots of strength, lots of power, lots of substance. Heifer in second initially was going to be my class winner when she first came in the ring. I thought, here's one that's geeky neck, well presented, good hip, good hind-legged. This is what we want. And I think in this competitive lineup, she just a little steeper, a little more off in terms of her shoulder design. But she is the nicer necked cattle, really green, really immature. And I think that pair are both quite good. Fix her up front just a shade. Heifer that comes in third, a moderate stout thick one. Not quite the uniqueness that our top pair have in terms of that giraffe neck, those big feet, but I think functional, big-bodied and moderate. I think she's got more rib and a little nicer shape to her neck than the heifer in four. Heifer in four is flat-backed, level-hipped, and I think is more correct in her hind leg structure than what the heifer is beneath her. This one's a little deeper in her neck and shoulder, a little more refined at the ground. We got a big stout one coming next, just a little up on her toe, a little rigid in terms of her hock, but I sure like the strength and substance. Our final heifer within the drive really got a green, nice, immature look to her. Almost a little too skinny, though, today in terms of trying to evaluate where she's going to be, body shape, where she's going to be in just natural width and doability. She looks just a pinch hard made today. As a result, she closes a competitive class. Once again, my compliments to the exhibitors and their families.
Over here in the feeder heifer show, we're ready to pick for our individual champion prior to the feeder heifer pen show. What a neat lineup we've got here, and I hope you see the similarities and what I've selected out here. And of course, we've had a variety of cattle that have good to them, and these are the ones that spoke to me. And are they perfect? No, and there's never a perfect female necessarily, but if we look at each one of these out here, there's a theme going on. They're balanced, they look like females, they've got some body to them, they've got ample muscle, and they move fairly well. And I think there's one female out here that's going to win pretty handily. She's just super well balanced, very maternal in her look, a female that gets out on the move, and it's just a joy to see a female like this. And it's going to be this heifer from the last class. Congratulations.
Over in the key ring, results from Class 4. First place went to GOF Miss Dreams PCM, owned by Abby Collins from New Paris, Ohio. Second, SC Candace 12C 1CM, owned by Ellie Sine from Waynetown, Indiana. Third went to Tyler Williams from Hamilton, Michigan. Fourth, Shelby Warner from Onondaga, Michigan. Fifth is Brooks Weselli from Graysville, Indiana. And sixth is Alexis Cornelius from Odon, Indiana. Over in the feeder calf ring, your champion single heifer came out of the heavyweight single heifer class. It was add-in entry 27, Jared Jark from Fairmont, Indiana.
As a select for reserve, I go back over the heifers just a little bit, and it gets a little bit closer for me. And the heifer there in the middle, you know, I think it's going to be really interesting to follow her in the future. I think the right mix of things can get that heifer in the upper echelon of competition. You get the right mix of things, and I'm not going to be real specific, but there's just a little bit of front end in that heifer. And but other than that, I tell you what, she's got a big body, a beautiful hip, a good thick quarter, and she moves fairly well out here today. There's a lot of width to that heifer, and that's what makes it a competitive race for me. The heifer we bring out here second to our champion, she's beautiful. You look at her from the profile, and you see maternal attributes, you see style and balance, you see a heifer that's just beautifully presented today. Maybe not quite the overall stoutness of the one that stands in front of her, but she's awfully good, and she's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to all our class winners.
Over in the feeder calf show, your reserve champion single heifer, also out of the heavyweight single heifer class, was entry number 15, Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Attention in the barns, we need Class 7 key females to the holding ring at this time. Class 7 key females. Attention in the barns, we are estimating the limousine show to start at roughly 4:30. The limousine show, we're guessing it's going to start at approximately 4:30. Attention in the barns, can we get key exhibitors 67, 68, and 70 to the holding ring at this time? We need exhibitors 67, 68, and 70. This is the last call.
This particular class of key heifers, I tell you, if you have a favorite in here or think that one just absolutely has to win, you know, we need to probably consider your friends of the family or you bred the heifer, because each one of these initial three, I can describe the differences, but you know, in terms of where you want to compensate on their shortcomings can get really, really tough. Heifer that I moved from third to first, initially she come in the ring and I said, well, this heifer's a little up in her tail head, a little small in her foot. I think she's a little steep in her angles, but bottom line, as you watch the heifers in 2 and 3 move, this heifer actually presents with as much freshness. She needs bigger feet, but she's clean in her hock joint. She's clean in her joint. She's got some look. She's got a nice neck. She's got a round body. I would like to lengthen her hip out. I would like to set her tail head down in there, but she's so much more correct in her front end assembly than the heifer in second. We go ahead and start with this particular female in this class. Mid-rib back, I like the heifer in second a whole bunch. This thing's big and bold and still got her tail head set in her rump nice. She's got some set and functionality to her hind leg. The challenge is I get in front of this female and her knee and front foot twist out. Her shoulder separates from her rib cage and I just can't get her to fit together on the stand. I like her better in motion than what I do there. On the stand, the heifer I like the best is the one that ends up third because she's got some size and substance to her foot and foundation. She's got some length to her pattern, but this heifer gets in motion and she'll come in pieces in terms of her top line. She'll be up on her toe and not stable enough behind, so as a result, I walk them a second time and realize that her pasterns and joints aren't good enough to move up in class. For me personally, I think all three of those cattle have value, but they need to do some different things in terms of long-term functionality. Heifer that comes next, muscular and shapely, and I think this one's pretty basic in her build. She didn't hit me out there in terms of any one area, in terms of uniqueness at the ground or uniqueness through her front end, but maybe as functional as any of the cattle we've got. Very tough class. And our final heifer, a little greener pattern, a little rougher top line cattle, but I still think reaches off her hind leg with some functionality, just a little plain, a little narrow in terms of her framework. Good class, very, very tough to put together.
Results from the Key Show, Class 5. First place goes to DF 15C 2CM, owned by Devin Hay from Leesburg, Indiana. Second is MRH Lily 2CM, owned by Cade Banter from Eaton, Indiana. Third, Brad Johnson from Kimmel, Indiana. Fourth is Katie Weaver from Mulberry, Indiana. And fifth is Tristan Warner from Eaton Rapids, Michigan.
In our first class of the pin show, in our heifer side of the show and sale today, we got a couple of pins here with a lot of differences. Got this gray pin here that I was just looking at them and thinking it's easier and funner, or more fun, to fit good ones, and those look like they would be fun to fit because you can see how well fit they are today, and that only happens and is only presented in such a way when you've got good ones, and that's a very nice trio of females for sure. The females we have here on my left, the black-hided females, we've got a class winner out of there, a very nice female on my far left that's got super power, super performance, a female that balances out very, very well. And so it's a fairly close race, but I think all in all, we look at all three females together, this gray set of heifers is ultra nice, superiorly fitted today, and well presented. Congratulations to both groups. Congratulations to our gray pen for being our class winner. Let's give them a nice round of applause if you would, guys.
Over in the feeder calf show, results from the lightweight pinna heifers. First place goes to Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Second goes to Soya Hidden Ridge Livestock from Hastings, Michigan.
Class of 3 key heifers that sure and just indicate how much variation there is in terms of kind within the Kenina breed. We've got a white roan heifer that's going to start our class. She's got the advantage today in terms of just mass and substance and doability and performance. I think she's got a nice set to her hind leg, although she'll get her foot a little outside her framework, at least from a profile. I like how that sets in her. Pretty good in terms of her foot and foundation. Good-bodied kind of cattle to start. Heifer that comes in second, got the look up front that I'm seeking within a competitive heifer calf. Got that top line levelness that you sure like. When she gets in motion and you get away from this heifer, she's a little bit rangy in terms of her body, a little bit up in terms of her tail head, and we want to just soften that look. Soften her back and her heel just a shade. When she relaxes in the show ring with time, I think that'll happen, and then that one will get pretty good. Heifer that comes in third is also fighting the exhibitor just a little bit here, wanting to show, but this heifer gets in motion, and you can see how her balance falls out of proportion. Her chest and head go down, her top goes up, and her hip goes up and underneath herself. We want to just make that heifer a little more symmetrical when she gets in motion. Good class, once again, solid group of 3.
Results in the key show for Class 6. First place goes to GXK Miss Shirley 04C 1CM, owned by Rebecca Riggs from Glenwood, Indiana. Second, GSSC Shania 509C 1CM, owned by Kylie Slavic from Ashley, Michigan. And third is owned by Caden Rogers from Onondaga, Michigan. Attention in the barns. This is the last and final call for key exhibitor 70. We need you at the scales at this time. Exhibitor 70 in the key show. In the ring now is your early junior key heifer calf champion selection. Attention in the barns, we need Class 8 key females to the holding ring at this time. Class 8 key heifers need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Very solid set of division representatives we have over here in your Keenina show. I sure think we've described the cattle individually as we went through this particular division, and I think there's been some close calls at the top end of each one of these classes because you got to decide where you want to sit in terms of kind and how you want them built. Then the other thing you've got to work through is just the ability of the cattle to want to cooperate and get out and show and work with the exhibitor. We've had a lot of heifers in this group just tend to want to fight the halter, and it's really tough to get a look at them. We've talked them individually, really a good set. I think without a doubt the two solid individuals within this division represent and come out of one class. With that stated, your champion's going to be the Class 1 division winner. Reserve will be the second place in that class. Let's bring those two in and give all 6 exhibitors a nice round of applause for their efforts at the North American.
The champion early junior key heifer calf came out of Class 4 is GOF Miss Dreams PCM, owned by Abby Collins from New Paris, Ohio. The reserve early junior key heifer calf, also out of Class 4, was SC Candace 12C 1CM, owned by Ellie Sine from Waynetown, Indiana. Attention in the barns, can we get Class 9 key females to the scales at this time? Class 9 key females. – Attention in the barn, we need key exhibitor 81 to the holding ring at this time. Key exhibitor 81, you need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Here in the Key Show, really a nice set of heifers. Got some age spread in here from September to December. And bottom line, I just started at the ground in these top three cattle and sorted them in terms of foot quality, depth of heel, and structure. And I think when you do that, the September wins this class. Ultra comfortable, loose in her spine, functional in her hip, great in her hock design. And I think that heifer's really got a maternal build and balance to her. Great body shape, and she's not one of them cobra necked heifers, but I think she's really functional and pliable. I like that heifer's framework the best, and as a result, she's got a more appropriate pitch to her shoulder than what the heifer does in second. Heifer in second, this boy gets her out and gets her rolling, and I love this heifer's hind leg design. I like this heifer's spine and tailhead and pin set really well. When this heifer stops, she'll tend to tilt forward in her shoulder and open up at the top of it. And I want to go ahead and lay that back, bring the top side of her neck a little neater out of her shoulder. That's where the heifer in third gets close to second, in my opinion, is that she does have that extra unique look, bringing that neck high at the top of her shoulder. The swoop to her underline and body shape is sure good. My concerns when this cattle get to the rear part of her framework, she'll be the most pronounced in her tailhead. She'll be the smallest and most incorrect in her rear foot. And as a result, I think that causes some structure issues from there through her hock joint up into her hip. The next heifer coming out on the stand is powerful and muscular, but like so many cattle with muscle, this heifer's skeleton's compromised in terms of her looseness of structure. She'll come up in her top and be rigid in her skeleton. Want to flatten her out and loosen her up just a shade from a female standpoint. Our final heifer within the drive, the chocolate heifer, big, stout, raw bone kind of cattle, just a little rough in terms of her pattern, a little flat in terms of her body shape. Want to soften her up just a nickel, but a really stout, interesting heifer that still has some reach and length of stride. That's champion within this division. Grand and reserve. Let's compliment the entire division in one class on a job well done.
Attention in the barns. I need key classes 9 and 10 to the holding ring at this time. Key classes 9 and 10. Results from the key show, class 7. First place went to Lady Sophia, owned by Peyton Jackson from Commerce, Georgia. Second goes to WLCF, Miss Blackout 1CM, shown by Cole Leonard from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Third is Colin Howard from Paris, Tennessee. Fourth is Jaslyn Ojeda from Morristown, Florida. And fifth is Brittany Marie Conkey from Hicksville, Ohio.
be actually going ahead. He said head to tail, so we'll go ahead and do that. What about head to tail right here? Yeah. Got these guys going. All right, stop them right there. And then we'll end up just putting you side by side here. Okay, guys, you can pull them side by side now. You guys will do the same thing. Just come back out here, please. Yeah, just swing out side by side, and then we'll pull head to tail rather. Sorry, and then we'll pull side by side. Swing out, head to tail.
Attention in the barns, we need key exhibitors 86, 87, 88, 90, and 91 to the holding ring at this time.
Go ahead and pull side by side right up behind those guys. Tell you what, you guys go ahead and go side by side right here. You guys would swing out and right behind me. Over here in the feeder heifer pin show, it's a challenging class, and I want to make sure I do a good job as I possibly can and give everybody a good look. And it's difficult to judge a pin because you may love a heifer in one pin, but you may not like another heifer in that same pin. So it makes it challenging. It's just my humble opinion. There's, I think, multiple ways you could slice this up. And again, it's just for fun in terms of me coming out here and appraising them. And really what we're doing here is we're just giving you guys an opportunity to look at them. You know, in this particular pin I've got here on my left, I think there's one that was fairly far down in class, but I like the other two heifers in that pin much better than her. So that's going to be your class-winning pin right there today in this particular division. And the next two pins become very, very close. I think, you know, from a structure standpoint, I think that's where I maybe make some differences in that pin. But I think from a freshness standpoint, it could go to the pin here on my right. I'm going to go ahead and use this pin here in the second hole as the second class, the second place in this particular class. Then we're going to go in the third pin here, a really youthful-looking, flashy, neat set of heifers. Maybe some that are in front of them are a little more comfortable on the move, but a nice, fresh, well-presented set. And then if we look at individual females in each one of these pins here, we can sure find some good ones as far as uniformity and maybe having some more flawless animals. We tend to see a few more a few less errors or mistakes in a couple of those pins up top. But we've got some big, powerful, stout kind of females in all these pins all the way down through here. Let's give them a big round of applause and a very nice competitive class.
On the Chianina side, I believe we've got a division out here and just a tremendous set of heifers. And what I like about this class is that you could really bring a lot of different cattlemen together and have a structured discussion on what are angles, what are build, and what are we willing to sacrifice to get that extra bulk and substance and yet not compromise structural integrity. Without a doubt, at no point was I not going to start with this heifer that enters the ring. Why do I start with her? Because she is the soundest and the best built cattle in here. And then on top of that, she's fresher in her neck and chest and more appropriate in her condition than what our heifer is in second. I think in relation to her frame size, things really fit together well. I was going to start with that one pretty immediately as she made the circle around the ring. I love the mass and substance of the heifer in second, and I don't think she's in second because she's the big bulky one. I think she handles her bulk and mass tremendously good. For that much horsepower and that big of an engine, her angles are right, her joints are right, her heel is correct. What's my concern with her is just a little too chunky through her neck and chest. We'd like to halt her condition-wise, but I think that one handles a whole bunch of mass really, really athletically. The heifer that comes in third on the stand is most like our class winner, not because they're both black cattle, but this is a slim neck, deep middled, flat backed one. The problem is when this heifer gets in motion, from her tail kinking all the way forward, this heifer's more restricted in her skeleton. Everything about her just tightens up when she gets in motion. I want to lay her blade back. I want to loosen her spine and let her reach more comfortably, because if she does, she's got a captivating presence and a look that I love. I just want to soften her structurally. The youngest heifer within the class is really a moderate, stout, big bone one that's still got a functional kind of set to her hind leg. She brings her neck too low out of her shoulder. She'll tilt her shoulder forward, and then for all that depth of middle, you get right in behind this cattle, and she closes up the most at her pin bones of those initial four. We switch gears a little bit. This one coming out next, really green, long, a little more tubular. I'd like to soften her middle. I'd like to shorten the length to her tit up and her udder and make her just a little softer there in her spine, loin, and tail head. She also is just a little rigid in her skeleton. Mass and muscle, without a doubt, are two adjectives that describe this black and white heifer coming next, but I sure think it compromises her structure. I think it compromises her maternal build. She comes off, for me, a little round, a little bulldoggy, a little bow-legged when you get right in behind her. I switched this pair because this heifer moves very similar to the cattle above her, a little rigid in terms of her rear leg, but she doesn't have as much body, she doesn't have as much muscle, so I called structure a wash, placed them on belly and width, and went ahead and moved the black and white heifer up. Our final heifer within the drive, nice built, good neck, a little plain in this level of competition in terms of that unique look, but I sure think her functionality is pretty good. Basic, good kind of a female that's proper in her body condition. Once again, a good division, lots of depth and quality. Let's congratulate all the exhibitors within that class of keys, if you would.
Attention in the barns, we need key exhibitors 86 and 90 to the show ring at this time. Key exhibitors 86 and 90. Results from key class 8. First place in champion summer yearling key female goes to exhibitor 85, Miss Backpin 2CM, shown by Leslie Rogers from Patoka, Indiana. Second in reserve summer yearling key goes to GARW Cookie 401B 2CM, owned by Kathy Lehman from Shelby, Ohio. Third went to Kinsey Crow from West Alexandria, Ohio. Fourth, Andrew Williams from Dehinda, Illinois. Fifth is Julia Schultz from Ewing, Missouri. Sixth, Mason Campbell from Windsor, Illinois. Seventh is Laurel Colt from Nicholasville, Kentucky. And eighth is Brianna Newton from Rockville, Indiana. Going over to the east side of the ring in the feeder calf show, results from the middleweight pin of heifers. First place goes to Cooksey Farms. Second is Ring Show Cattle from Harrisville, Ohio. Third is Simpson Cattle from Colfax, Illinois. Fourth is Bill Work from Uniontown, Pennsylvania. And fifth is Danny Maroney from Seville, Ohio. And first place in that class actually went to Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Attention in the barns, we need key exhibitors 100 and 105 to the scales at this time. Key exhibitors 100 and 105. We also need class 11 key females to the holding ring at this time.
Another fun set of heifers to evaluate in our last class, I do believe, of the feeder pen show. And nicely presented both pairs, both groups, both pens. The females we have here on my right, that's going to be our class winner. They're just like peas in the pod, and they're good. Love the hip. If you look at the hip in each one of those, it's ideally set. It has an appropriate width at the pins. They're females that get out and move relatively well. They have a maternal look to them, and they're stout enough. The females we have on my left here, the second place pin, they've got body, they've got depth. If you're looking for easy feeding, fleshy kind of females that you can just easy keep and that are going to make great mothers when you turn them out, this pin's going to do you well also. A great group here, guys, on either side of the ring. Let's give them one last round of applause before we bring them out for champion. Congratulations, guys.
Results in the feeder calf show for the heavyweight pen of heifers. First place, Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. And second is Rink Show Cattle from Harrisville, Ohio.
Awesome class of Chianina females on this side of the ring. And I tell you what, how do you start and how do you intro a class when you grab the microphone? I think oftentimes is the most difficult thing, whether you're a collegiate judge walking into a set of reasons or whether you're a livestock show judge grabbing a microphone at a national show. It's hard to know how to most appropriately set it up. And bottom line, I think our first 4, even 5 cattle in here have incredible quality. And just like a couple classes previous, at no point, once this young lady's heifer walked in the corner of that ring, was I not going to start with her. This thing is wicked good, awesome, beautiful neck, beautiful head, beautiful shoulder design. Her body shape's incredible. Her hock joint is ideal. And most importantly, she's not fat. She's fresh and she's right in her condition. I really, really like that heifer. And I think if you have one, you should be excited. If a breeder was fortunate enough to have 10 to 20 or a whole pasture full of females that look like that, you basically have so much utility and versatility in terms of what you can do, what you can mate them with, because she's sound, she's got presence and attractive. The heifer in second is most like her. What's this heifer's biggest challenges in this ring? She wants to go back to the pen. She's bold, she's wide, she's still beautiful in her neck and shoulder assembly. I think she's very, very sound. I don't think her shoulder blade sits as neat into her rib as what our class winner does. I don't think she's quite as unique in her captivating look as what our class winner is, but I think that one is tremendously good in my opinion. I thought 3 and 4 were close, and I switched them at the end because I'm going to stick with the nicer necked heifer that comes with the spotted cattle. This thing's neck and body shape and what you want to do with her in terms of a basic brood cow long term, this thing's got a lot of value in a female show ring. She's a little short in her hip. She's a little up in her tail head and just a little rounder at the base of her shoulder than what that top pair are, but still good feet, good body, moderate frame size, extra wide. Her hock joint stays within her framework appropriately. Her rear foot stays within her framework appropriately. I think that thing's got some mad skills long term in terms of breeding value. Love the soft bear-like feet and structure that this heifer in fourth has. Love the body shape, and I think this one looks really, really good. She's a little more masculine and plainer about her neck. She'll open up more at the top of her shoulder blade than what those three above her will. Be just a little more inconsistent in her stability of hock going away, but tremendous value in that one also. My compliments to those four families on a job well done. Heifer that comes next is a little steep in her shoulder, a little more tubular in her body, but check this one's hip and hind leg out. Tremendous from her midrib back. She gets in trouble as we study the pitch to her shoulder up front. Chocolate heifer that comes out next, basic utilities setting her real well. Only problem is she's at the North American International, and in this level of competition, she gets high conditioned and plain in her look in a hurry relative to some real competitive females within this drive. Basic function, sure good in her also. Let's congratulate the exhibitors. That was a wickedly good class, in my opinion.
Over here in the other ring, we're fixing to select for our champion pen of heifers. And what a high quality group we've had today. Thank the consigners, exhibitors for doing so much work to get these cattle prepped and presented. And as I said last year, it's a little intimidating to go out here and try to catch loose cattle in front of a couple of hundred people. And all these cattle were caught. None of them presented an issue. And it's not like that white little picket fence over there is the strongest, sturdiest fence you've ever seen. So all these cattle are gentle, and that makes a huge difference. That makes a huge difference in the project. And so all these consigners should be commended for bringing gentle cattle that can be handled easily. The work's basically been done, and we've got some good cattle to sort through. As we pick champion and as I evaluate them, if we look at the pen on the right, there's a couple of heifers in there that are just stingers. They're just flat good. We have the reserve heifer overall in that pen as well. I think as far as having style and balance and getting out on the move and still looking like females, I think they're pretty good for sure. The pen here from the middleweight division, there's a heifer in there that I like quite a bit. If you like them kind of boxy and showy, that heifer on my right with the white flank, she sure fits the bill. She's beautiful from the side. I love the maternal body cavity that she has. She would have done very well in our feeder heifer show for sure. She's a really nice individual. The two heifers in that same pen, flashy, good front ends, look like females. Kudos to you guys. And then we have the smoky pen, I think beautifully presented and back in class. They just caught your eye because of how well presented they are. And again, it takes good cattle to fit them and make them look good. So you can't correct bad cattle. Those cattle are fit up and looking good because they're good cattle. And I'll tell you what, we just owe a big round of applause to all these consigners, and thank you guys for watching. Let's give them a big hand. And with that said, we'll go ahead and conclude today with this heavyweight pen of heifers. They'll be your champion pen, guys. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, we need key exhibitors 113 and 117 to the holding ring at this time. In the feeder calf show, the champion pen of heifers came out of the heavyweight pen of heifers, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Once again, I'd like to welcome our feeder calf judge, Jason Duggan, who is the beef extension specialist for the University of Georgia. Jason lives in Calhoun, Georgia, and is married with 2 sons. Thank you again, Jason, for being with us today.
Yeah, as for reserve, it does become closer. This pair, this pin, again, that was second behind our champions. I think they're just ultra nice from a femininity standpoint. Neat fronted females. They're going to be fairly easy feeding. And when I look at both these pins here that are really in contention in my mind between the second heavyweight and the middleweight, I think that middleweight is more balanced, more maternal from the side and sounder. That middleweight division will be your reserve champion pin. Congratulations, guys, on doing a great job.
The reserve champion pin of heifers out of the middleweight pin, also exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle from Cutler, Indiana. Moving over to the key side, results for Class 9. First place goes to KBSC Adeline 205B 2CM, owned by Gracie Danner from West Liberty, Iowa. Second went to J Soul Miss Who Lady 4298 1CM, owned by Ashley Moore from Piazza, Illinois. Third is Zach Altvader from Alvada, Ohio. Fourth, Travis Hoffer from Bridgewater, South Dakota. Fifth is Eric Dunphy from Belmont, Ohio. And sixth went to Gracie Henderson from Lewiston, Illinois. Attention in the barn, this is the last call for key exhibitors 113 and 117. Please make your way to the holding ring at this time. Last call, key exhibitors 113 and 117. Attention in the barns. We need key exhibitor 117 to the holding ring right now. This is the last call. We need exhibitor 117 to the holding ring.
My compliments to the Chianina exhibitors. The day's been good, or afternoon has been good to this point. I sure think this class exemplifies quality, and I think if you want to just go ahead and say, all right, who is the biggest bodied heifer to the shallowest bodied heifer, who's the widest to the narrowest, and place them, I think you're going to get in trouble, in my opinion, in this particular class. I focused my primary direction on structure, athleticism, agility, and then that captivating fresh presence that we have. And I think the female that starts this class, regardless of breed, almost the way she positions her head and ears, she knows she's a show female, got great angles, great feet, great body design. I think her composition is really ideal. And why does she beat the heifer in second? I think her blade to forerib transition and how her blade stays collected at the base of her shoulder is a little more appropriate than what our heifer is in second. And what I like about this heifer is she has just enough everywhere to be an absolute athlete in motion, balanced, symmetrical female that regardless of what kind or breed you want to raise, I'm willing to bet you would find one in your place in your keeper pin for one like that. The heifer in second, without a doubt, pushes the unique envelope in terms of foot, softness of structure, and body design. I love how loose she is in terms of her way of movement out here. But as I indicated earlier, this one's just a little plainer down her spine. Then she's almost a little too deep there at the base of her chest and brisket relative to our heifer that wins. Pair of incredibly good structured cattle I like a good deal. The heifer in third, not as fresh in her neck and chest as those first two, but check out the angles, check out the feet. This one has that balanced, proportional, good structured look. The challenge is condition is her undoing in this initial three. As a result, she goes in third. I give up a little size, and I think there's more to placing livestock than just sheer pounds and weight. I think the heifer in third has got a great mature cow size. I think she's got a great angle and foot size. She's not as jazzy wide as some of those others, but I think this one's got an impressive look. Her neck to body, out of her hip, and that soft hind leg set is something that will always be in style regardless of trends. The Baldy coming next, a bigger, higher performing kind of Chianina female, and I like the size and stature of this heifer, but when you watch her go behind these next 4 cattle in line, they all tend to do some different things off of their rear leg. This one gets her rear foot outside of her framework, and I want to keep that more collected. Love her width, love her stoutness. Next one coming out has unique pieces, but her pieces don't fit together well enough. She's slick-necked, she's big-legged, she's big-footed, she's a little deep in her heart in relation to her chest, or chest in relation to her heart. Then when she goes, she'll tend to rope walk more in terms of her stability out of her hip. She'll swivel. She'll rope walk off of her rear too. Got a powerful big ribbed one here that just tends to be a little awkward. I mean, all that bulk and mass on her rear third tends to compromise her ability to set back on her heel and go. But boy, that one's big in terms of her cage, big in terms of her back, and yet has a good look. The heifers that come next, I almost moved her up a couple spots because on the stand, this young lady does a great job. Check this heifer's spine out in motion. It comes up, shoulder tilts forward, tailhead comes up. We need to soften that heifer's framework, let her go a little easier. Really a moderate, chunky one here, a little condition problem for me today, but a stout, chubby, very well presented one. Just needs to be a little fresher, and I think the red heifer has more to her than the black. Both of these cattle in relation to their frame size need more rib. Tremendous class. I can't say enough. That was a humbling experience to put together an incredible lineup of heifers.
Results from Class 10 in the Key Show. First place goes to Udell She's Stylin' 1CM, owned by Veda Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado. Second went to Soul Who Dat Darlin' 1CM, owned by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Third, Leslie Rogers from Patoka, Indiana. Fourth went to Isabel Schultz from Cairo, Nebraska. Fifth is Devin Hay from Leesburg, Indiana. Sixth was shown by Luke Strite from Hartley, Iowa. Seventh is Kendall Leonard from Fortville, Indiana. Eighth was shown by Morgan Leonard from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Ninth is Megan Craig from Economy, Indiana. And 10th was exhibited by Jacob Setchell from Ottawa, Illinois. Just a reminder that the feeder calf sale is set to start at 5:30 to 5:45 over in New Market Hall. Attention in the barns. First call for Class 1 Key Angus females. We need first call for Class 1 Key Angus females. Attention in the barns. Can we get all Key Angus exhibitors to start making your way to the holding ring? All Key Angus exhibitors.
I think a very competitive class once again in your Kianina show, and I think 1 and 2 feature trade-offs. And to me, the fresher necked, fresher headed one of the pair is the one I start with. I really like the cleanliness of joints. I like the spine, and I like the way this heifer that wins our class most appropriately carries her body mass with the most reach out of her front end, got a really nice set to her hind leg, gets around the ring good, and I think really fits together very, very nicely. Love the mass and the substance and the horsepower in the heifer in second. This heifer is a little more masculine about her head and neck, a little rounder and more pronounced in her shoulder. And I know that people would say, well, you're going to have a little more roundness to their shoulder with this much volume. But in a show heifer setting, I want her toned down a little in condition, and I want her to be just a pinch more athletic. She's built better out of her hip and hock design than our heifer in 3. Heifer in 3's big bone, long neck, stout, and a big, stout, long, extended heifer, but this heifer tends to waddle off of her rear 2 the most of those initial 3. As a result, she settles in 3rd. Heifer in 4th, nice bodied. I like that about her, and I think as you work towards both ends of her framework, structure becomes an issue in terms of her hock and rear foot than the way her shoulders set in her. I think she's a little more extended in her kind. Heifer that ends our class is a little masculine and round in her shoulder, a little more refined in terms of her feature. But if you want to talk about a low maintenance replacement option, this heifer sure got some body, got some fleshing ease, and her moderate kind will always be easy to keep in production.
Results in the Keys show for Class 11. First place goes to GXK, Miss Broker Jean 01B 1CM, owned by Rebecca Riggs from Glenwood, Indiana. Second goes to J Soul, Lady J Lynn 4970 1CM, shown by Addison Nisi from Shelby, Ohio. Third is Cole Wisman from Illinois City, Illinois. Fourth, Tucker Walton from Lugoti, Indiana. And fifth is Sharon Smith from Lynn, Indiana.
We'll go ahead and place this pair on the move as they're head to tail. Heifer that the young man's got, incredibly stout, incredibly powerful, lots and lots of substance in every aspect of her body, yet she's good in the shape to her neck as it comes out of her shoulder. Maybe not wanting to be the most relaxed show heifer today in the ring, but I like her substance, and yet her angles read acceptable on both ends. Heifer in second, a little more tubular, a little straighter in terms of her blade, but I sure think this heifer's got a nice top line, a neat head and neck set in her, just a little stilty on both ends, just a little bit shotgun bellied when you get her on a profile, but a good pair. I think a great way to finish our Chianina show. My compliments to both exhibitors.
Results for Class 12 in the Key Show. First place goes to Soul Dream Lady 4107 2CM, owned by Stuart Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Second goes to PLPM Shelley 2CM, owned by Patrick McCord from Alexandria, Kentucky. Coming in the ring now will be your champion junior yearling key female selection. Attention in the barn. This is the first call for Class 1 limousine females. First call, Class 1 limousine females. Attention in the barn. I need Class 2 limousine females to the scales at this time. Class 2 limousine females. If we could have everybody standing on that east side of the show ring to clear out so we can go ahead and start the limousine show, we would appreciate it.
I sure think it goes without saying that this particular division of Chianina females absolutely brought the heat out here to go ahead and sort between, and we're not going to talk them individually. I think there's 5 or 6 females that really surface to the top end of this group, and some come 2 and 3 deep within a class because they're the soundest cattle, and I really tried in this division to keep them fresh and to keep their condition right for where they're at in their stage of maturity. And then bottom line, after that, it's all about angles, it's all about structure, it's all about functionality. Once we get those fundamentals covered, then we're going to make them cobra-necked and really captivating in terms of their presence. And I think we've got some great examples out here. Your champion division in this particular drive hit me hard within class and still does. I think reserve is going to be very close between a couple of competitive cattle. My compliments to all class winners and seconds. Let's please give them all a nice round of applause, particularly the young lady that wins class 2 in this division on champion division. Nice job. Yep, good stuff. Nope, we got one coming in.
Your champion junior yearling key female goes to Udell She Stylin, 1CM, owned by Veda Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado.
Job.
Reserve coming out of class 9 goes to KBSC Adeline, 205B, 2CM, owned by Gracie Danner from West Liberty, Iowa.
That'd have to be like relation to Ben Danner, wouldn't it? Ben? Yeah.
Over in the East Ring, we're going ahead and starting the limousine show. Once again, we'd like to welcome back Chan Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. He's the owner of Reeking P Livestock and the herd consultant for Circle M Farms, which is a Simmental and Sim Angus operation. Thank you, Chan, for being with us to judge today.
In this division. Have a single entry within this division within your Chianina show, and really a good kind of cow prospect in terms of her strength and character through her head. I think a good front foot setting this heifer some cushion up front there in terms of her knee. Body design is sure shaped good, and I think as she reaches her productive lifetime, maybe not the freshest cattle down her top line and loin today, but I sure think the basic utility and fundamentals are set in her very nicely. My compliments to an individual division winner here in your Chianina show.
Results from Class 10 in the Key Show. First place goes to GOP Cynthia Alexandra, 330A 1CM, owned by Laurel Colt from Nicholsville, Kentucky. She will also be your champion senior yearling Key female. Entering the ring now on the west side of the show ring will be your champion Key female selection. Attention in the barn, can I get Class 3 limousine females to the show ring at this time? Class 3 limousine female.
In this first class of the limousine show, 4 nice heifers to start the show off with. I'm going to go with what I feel is the heifer that's most show ready today to start the class with. She's the one that carries a lot of capacity and natural volume from end to end. She's a lot more conditioned and ready to go today compared to the female in second. If I could change this female in first, I'd like to tone her down just a scotch in her tail head there, maybe clean her up at her navel just a little bit. But a real nice, big, bold-bodied kind of a female to start the class. I really like the features and pieces of the female here in second. I love the way she comes off her rear leg with plenty of flex to her pastern and length to her stride. I like the way she has the extension up to her front 1/3 and stays with lots of angulation at her shoulder. With that said, she just needs a little more time. She's really green in her condition at this point. Just like to see another 100-pound or so on her to move her on up the line. Then we get down to the third place female, a female that's got some natural dimension down her top and out over her hip. Just like to see this one with a little more pizzazz to her profile. Gets a little plainer up to that front 1/3. Gets a little low in her pin set off that hip. Just a little plainer kind on each end. And then we end up the class, this red female, a female that's got a nice profile. She's got some dimension down her top also. If I could change her today, I'd just like to see her a little higher in her pin set, square her off on that hip a little bit, make her a little more attractive from that standpoint to go any higher in this class.
Over in the limousines show, results from Class 1. First place goes to Katie Skitter, owned by Katie Weaver from Mulberry, Indiana. Second goes to ELCX Caroline 169C, shown by Megan Madewell from Rock Island, Tennessee. Third is Tyler Hodges from Bethpage, Tennessee. And fourth is Liliana Portwood from Versailles, Kentucky.
As we come to the close of our Chianina show out here, I know we've still got some Key Angus and some mains to sort through, and so I want to try to be efficient in terms of time, and I tend to not be a judge that goes ahead and talks about each individual division winner because I think I've done that once and probably too much. I will tell you Division 1 was pretty solid. Division 2, I think there's a real good pair of cattle in there that we talk about some structural differences up front, but I think there's really just incredible potential in those two females. Then we get into 3 and 4, and I love the build of these function cattle. I think their joints are ideal. I think their muscle pattern and body shape really fits well out here. Then we get in Division 4, and that was just an incredibly deep division, and this female sits out here and just presents herself in a captivating manner. Then our final division was an individual entry that I sure think has some strength. Really, to me, there's a lot of potential for breeders within the Chianina breed. I think there's females out here that, in my opinion, at least for 2015, fit where Chianina cattle need to be. And I think in terms of focusing on structure, focusing on balance and symmetry, keeping joints and maternal characteristics in them, I think the opportunity and upside potential for the Chianina breed in the next 5 years is really good. Thank the North American to be one of the 4 judges to do this, and a family learned a lot today. Our boy had a couple heifers here today and showed a Shorthorn Plus, and I realized, man, you can leave home with one and think that you got one that can win her division and be in contention overall, and all of a sudden you're second in class. And I think the best way to say that is to a new family showing at the North American is welcome to the North American International, because you can have an absolute good one but get beat by one that's just a little more unique, a little better in 1 or 2 areas. I think the depth and quality has been tremendous. I think the exhibitors have done a super good job. Let's please put our hands together for the Chianina exhibitors in your final drive, and we'll finish the show.
In the limousine show, got a couple really nice females at the top end of this class. The female I'm going to start the class with suits me the best in terms of the way she's designed out of that chest cavity and on back into her flank area. She represents the most capacity and internal dimension out there in this particular lineup. I think she balances out real good. And then when you get up to her front 1/3, lots of angulation, lots of extension up through that area. Then we get down to second place female, a female that sure got a lot of good to her. She's very fresh in her look. She's big down her top and out over her hip. In comparison to the female that heads up the class, I'd just like to see a little more rib shape in this individual. I'd like to see a little more curvature to her underline. I'd like to tone her down just a scotch in her tail head set in comparison to the female that wins the class. Little greener type female here in third, one that I appreciated to ground though, super in terms of set to her pasture and up off that front knee and on down to the ground, gets around with a lot of authority and length of stride there from that standpoint. Just like to see this one with a little more condition, a little more internal dimension capacity going any higher in this class. Nice kind of female here in fourth, one that has some rib shape. Just gets a little plainer in her kind, gets a little up in her ankle when she gets in motion. And then we end up the class with a female that's modest in her frame score, has got plenty of rib shape. I'd just like to see this one a little more attractive from muzzle to pole. I'd like to see her with a little more extension up front to go any higher in this class.
Congratulations to Veda Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado on her Grand Champion Key Female, Udall She Stylen 1CM. Reserve Champion Key was exhibited by Gracie Danner from West Liberty, Iowa with KBSC Adeline 205B 2CM. At this time, we need the following key exhibitors with their bred and known entries to the holding ring. Number 28, number 83, number 33, number 44, 49, 66, 94, 101, 117, and 118. Please make your way to the holding ring at this time. Results from the limousine show, Class 2. First place goes to Legacy's Candy, owned by Dominic Ropert from Witt, Illinois. Second is Legacy's Cherry, also shown by Dominic Ropert from Witt, Illinois. Third is Cameron Bryant from Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth, Shane Kendall from Magnolia, North Carolina. And fifth is Paul Steelman from Woodbury, Tennessee.
Nice trio of females here in the limousine show. The female I'm going to use to win the class does so quite handily, in my opinion. I just really like this one and very intrigued by her in terms of a cow prospect here. She's very maternal in her type and kind from end to end. She gets along good at the ground in terms of structure. She stays smooth at her joint. I love the balance, the way she comes out of her flank area up into that chest cavity. Stays good down over her spine and attractive enough from the side, but yet has a nice maternal cow look to her to represent the top end of this class. Get down to second place female. She's the one that follows her the most alike in kind. I really appreciate the dimension and capacity that she carries there in her midsection. She also has a maternal look coming up off the top of her hip down into her lower stifle. If you could change her up today compared to the one that wins the class, you just like to see her with a little more extension up front. You might clean the navel up there in her midsection, but real nice heifer there in second. Third place female is one that's got some width and dimension down her top. She's got some product out over her hip and down into her lower quarter. She just needs to have a little more capacity and a little more lower third and undercarriage in her with a little more look up front to compete against the two females in front of her in this particular class.
Results for the limousine show, Class 3. First place goes to TASF Camaro 909C, owned by Lonnie Thomas from Boonesboro, Maryland. Second is SJMR Claire 501C, shown by Samantha Jo Moore from Rafine, Virginia. And third is Mag Selma, owned by Lily Ann Portwood from Versailles, Kentucky.
Couple really nice females at the top end of this class in the limousine show. Female I'm going to start the class with. I think she's a combination heifer of the class. Beautifully presented out here. One that's just really balanced from end to end when you look at her from the side. I appreciate the way she goes down the turn of her top and out over her hip and stays nice and tight there, and that tail head set and grow bone lays good there. You get her in motion, she's sure good enough from that standpoint. And I think she has a little bit of more of a profile and look up to the front 1/3 compared to the female in second. Female in second, definitely a nice cow prospect here, one that's got plenty of ribship. She also represents a lot of longevity in terms of her footwork from the ground up. I appreciate the way she flexes off all four corners as she goes. If I could change her up compared to the female that heads up the class, just might make her a little nicer up through that front 1/3, clean her up just a little bit from that standpoint, but a real high volume kind of female to go second. Get down third place female, another nice cow prospect here, one that's very maternal in her type and kind. With that said, she gets a little plainer out of her front 1/3. She might need a little more lower stifle when you look at her off the rear leg. You might see her a little more attractive there at her hock compared to the other heifers, but a high quality kind of female there in third place. Young lady's female here in fourth is sure one that's going to make a nice cow on down the road. She's got plenty of chest and rib shape there from that standpoint. If you're going to get picky on her, you'd like to see her a little prettier fronted. Might want to drop her down in her flank, give her a little more balance, but a nice class of heifers.
Results from Class 4 in the limousine side. First place goes to RCKN Braylon 001B, owned by Cole Kaufman from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second is Coles Bellagio, owned by Colin Shady from Louisville, Kentucky. Third is Blaine Blankenship from McMinnville, Tennessee. And fourth is Tanqua Sturgill from New Harmony, Indiana. In the ring on the west side is your champion, bred and owned, for the Key Show. Attention in the barns, we need entries 34, 35, and 36 in the limousine show to the scales at this time. We also need all key bred and owns to the holding ring that is in the ring.
bred and owned to me is always important, regardless of what you're showing. You always want to show a good one, but if you can raise it, it just makes victory a little bit sweeter, in my opinion. We've got 4 good ones out here to talk, and they were competitive within class. We have a couple reserve divisions out here. And everything happens for a reason, and I'm really, really glad to give this young lady that's going to be champion bred and owned some individual recognition. I thought she was in one of the closest decisions I've had all day and ended up reserve division. With that stated, the young lady in third in line here is going to be your champion bred and owned Chianina female. Let's compliment her with a very nice round of applause. That's an exceptional heifer calf with a bright future. I think reserve gets close between the remaining 3, but if you focus on structure, hock, rear pastern, and design, young man right there with the black heifer is going to be reserve bred and owned. Let's give him a big round of applause also.
Attention in the barns, we need Key Angus exhibitors 10, 12, and 14 to the holding ring. Key Angus exhibitors 10, 12, and 14. Your champion bred and owned Key female was SC Candace 12C 1CM, owned by Ellie Sinay from Waynetown, Indiana.
Key Angus show. Once again, we get started here, and I indicated there was a lot of potential in the Chianina breed, and boy, you put the Key Angus in it, and I really, really think there's good kinds of females opportunity here. Heifer calf that starts our class is a little more unique today in terms of the shape to her neck, the size and shape to her foot and hock joint relative to our heifer in second, is very acceptable. Then she's got that extra width and volume and performance. Love the hind leg design, the tail head and the spine set in this heifer in second. Basic, sound, correct, maternal are all adjectives that describe this heifer. Today she's just a little plainer necked and a little greener, but I think there's a bright future in both of these females. Good pair to start our Key Angus division.
In the limousine show, we got a pair of really nice heifers at the top end of this class. There's some differences in type and kind and scale between the two, but I think the female that I'm going to use is the one that excels out here in terms of, 1, overall performance, 2, I think she's a little nicer down her spine and out over her tail head set compared to the female in second. I just love the flank and the volume on this female. Just a really big-time cow prospect here. If you're going to change her up at all, I think in comparison, you might want to give her a little more angulation out of her shoulder with a touch more extension up front, but just a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension there to go first. Really like the type and kind of the female in second. Female, it's beautifully made from the side profile. She's one that has adequate rib shape also. when I compare her to the female in front of her, she's one that gets around with some length of stride as she goes around the ring. If I could change her up from that standpoint, I'd like to see her not hawk in so much as she goes. You might want to see her just a little nicer off the top of that shoulder and the way she goes into her loin in comparison to the class winner today. Take nothing away from the red female in third. Really nice kind here, a female that is very true down her top and out over her hip. In comparison to the one in front of her, just like to see a little more femininity up to the front 1/3 of this female. Like to see a little more extension there to go with that nice body shape that she's got on behind that shoulder, but a nice cow prospect also. Fourth place female gives up a little bit in terms of a look, but yet she's a female that stays very bold sprung and has plenty of internal dimension. Same holds true with the female that ends up the class, one that's got a lot of lower third, a lot of shape to that rib cage, just a little plainer in her kind, needs a little more pizzazz all the way through to compete against the heifers in front of her.
Attention in the barns, we need Key Angus exhibitors 14 and 16 to the scales at this time. Key Angus exhibitors 14 and 16. Results from Class 1, Key Angus females. First place goes to HIGG Centerfold 503C 2CA, owned by Allison Higgins from Watertown, Tennessee. And second is WCC Miss Rattle 443C 2CA, owned by Heidi Clarahan from Sigourney, Iowa. Those are also your champion and reserve late junior Key Angus females. Sigourney. Moving over to the limousine side, results from Class 5. First place goes to Otto Bridget 288B, owned by Lonnie Thomas from Boonesboro, Maryland. Second is TJMR Bella 419B ET, owned by Samantha Jo Moore from Rafine, Virginia. Third is Dominic Rupert from Witt, Illinois. Fourth is Curtis James Moore from Fresno, Ohio. And fifth is Emma Gurney from Attica, Ohio.
I believe we have a division here in your Key Angus show, and I sure think three really, really good heifers. They share similarities of their basic utility and kind. I think they sort on subtle differences of substance and depth of heel. To me, our class-winning heifer is the one that presents and sets back a little nicer in terms of her hock and rear foot. I like this heifer's strength and depth to her body. And then as you weigh her proportions in terms of depth through her chest, depth through her midrib and flank, this heifer today proportions a little better than our heifer in second. Heifer in second, I really like this heifer's spine. She's flat back, she's level hip. Heifer that uses her hock pretty good, but she'll be just a little small and refined in terms of her foot. then the depth to her shoulder and chest in relation to her midrib, I'd like to fix just a shade. But I like the heifer up high. I think in time as she balances and sets back differently behind on her heel, that heifer will really transition nicely. Got a power cow here in 3. Big-bodied, volume, high capacity. Young man does a good job. That heifer's a little strong-headed towards him, and we struggle with that on our place with our boys and our heifers. So I encourage him to stay in there. That one's good built, just a little plain necked, a little plain shoulder today. But in terms of functionality, maybe as good as any we have within class.
In the limousine ring, really nice set of class winners and seconds out here to represent this first division. As you're well aware, there's quite a bit of age difference between these from end to end, but going back through them briefly here, the female out of the first class, she was the one that was the most show ready in that particular class. She's got plenty of rib shape and went ahead and beat a heifer in that class that was a little greener in her type and kind. We get her out here in this lineup. Yeah, you'd like to see a little more pizzazz to her profile, give her a little more look from that standpoint, but yet she's the one that's going to go out and make a very productive cow. Then we get down to class 2 here, a female. The red female is one when she's cooperating, looks really good from the side profile. I like the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder into her crest. I like the length that she carries up through the front 1/3. I like the shape that she has from that shoulder back and the balance she carries into her flank. With that said, she's fighting a halter a little bit today. She doesn't want to get out and stride like she probably normally does. And with that said, she gets up into her top line when she goes on the move. Third class is a female that I think is just a really unique individual in terms of being a show heifer plus a cow prospect all at the same time here. I think she's a good representation of maternal and functionality, very smooth in her joint makeup, very sound on the ground with a lot of length to stride and flex on all 4 corners. Just a real good kind of cattle there in that third class. Then we get down to the fourth class, a female that comes out of that class in terms of her design, her stoutness down her top and out over her hip. She appreciate this one for her internal rib shape also. If you're going to change her up today compared to some of the others out here in the lineup, you get off on the side view. For this stage of the game in her life, you'd like to see her maybe a touch deeper in her flank and bring that underline up into that chest cavity a little lower to the ground, but a real nice female there in that class. Then we end up the lineup with a real high performing kind of female that is just big time in terms of internal dimension and rib shape and cow look. She'll be very low cost when she goes into production. With that said, if I'm going to pick on her a little bit, might want to give her just a little more angulation to her shoulder, maybe give her a scotch more extension out to her front 1/3. But like I said earlier, one that's got lots of rib and one I really appreciate down her top line over her tailhead set. With all that said, I'm going to select you a champion in reserve. If you would join me, and let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
I think a very challenging division here in your Key Angus show. I like our class winner champion division very, very well as you study this heifer's shape to her neck and her juvenile look up front with her body design. This one's going to be good long term. Got a female look about her head and her ear set from their back, her top line, spine, and tail head set very, very well. I think 2 and 3 is where the really decision comes for reserve, because both of these cattle are very, very similar in their shape. They're similar in the shape to their neck. They're both a little plainer neck. They're both a little rounder hip. But where I think the heifer in second beats the heifer in third is she'll bring her neck a little higher out of the top of her shoulder, and then from her midrib back in through her flank line, it's a little more natural set and shape than what it is our heifer in third. Heifer in third might have an advantage in terms of her heel and ankle and how she handles that, but at this heifer's size and maturity, she got just a little plain and masculine about her neck. I think a very close call between 2 and 3. Once again, 3 cattle that represent functionality and basic utility quite well in the Key Angus breed.
Over in the limousine ring, your champion Division 1 was TASF Camaro 909C, shown by Lonnie Thomas from Boonesboro, Maryland. Your reserve Division 1 was Otto Bridget 288B, also shown by Lonnie Thomas from Boonesboro, Maryland. Moving back over to the Key Angus ring, results from Class 2. First place in your champion early junior Key Angus female is LLW Card Caroline Chanel 36C, owned by Lucas Wisniewski from Wyoming, Illinois. Second in reserve early junior Key Angus heifer is SGW Card Cadence 23C 1CA, owned by Sydney Wisniewski from Wyoming, Illinois. Third in Class 2 was Jackson Heyman from Cloverdale, Indiana. Results from Class 3, first place in champion senior Key Angus heifer is HIGG Billie Jean 4073B PCA, owned by Amelia Carolyn Higgins from Watertown, Tennessee. Second in reserve senior Key Angus heifer is MD New Era 254B, owned by Ashley Miller from Armington, Illinois. And third is Peyton Jackson from Georgia.
Here we've got an individual entry in our Key Angus show, and I really think this one looks like a female out here. Beautiful neck in terms of the shape and how it sets into the front of her shoulder. She transitions into tremendous underline and body depth, yet she's got rib shape when you get on top of her. Her hock and heels set in her appropriately, and that enables her to handle herself very, very functional on the move. I think the young lady's got a great division contender here with an individual entry.
Attention in the barns, we need entry number 43 with your limousine heifer to the holding ring at this time. Entry 43.
interesting class over here to evaluate. To me, there's a lot of differences in types and kinds out here in this lineup, but I'm going to start this class with what I feel is a combination female that carries herself with a very big foot on all four corners. She gets out and hits her track every time as she goes. Like the balance in this female and the way she's put together down her top and out over her hip. I think she excels over the female in second in terms of freshness of condition, there in the brisket area and up to the front 1/3. Female in second, really like the bold sprung look that she's got, like the internal dimension that she represents. But in comparison to the female that heads up the class, I'd like to freshen her up there out of her brisket. I'd like to see her a little cleaner there in that jaw and down all the way through her underline. You get down third place female, a female that I think has a lot of good to her. This young man does a nice job getting her set up on the side profile. She's got a neat look to her up to her front 1/3. I think she's one of the more attractive face females in the class. I like the length of muzzle, the pole that she's got. With that said, if I could change her today, I'd just power her up just a little bit down in her lower stifle, maybe give her a little more lower third compared to the females up in front of her today. Next female in the lineup is the one that's got some natural rib shape and internal dimension. With that said, compared to the ones in front of her, she gets a little more awkward off her rear leg, wants to get up in her tail head just a scotch. Like to see her a little different there off the top of her hip. And then we end up the class with another high quality kind of a female, one that represents lots of longevity from the ground up. With that said, just like to see a little more shape to her underline. I'd like to freshen her up there in her brisket to take her up any higher in this class today.
Good class here in your Key Angus division, and boy, I think it's tough. Top pair of cattle, not taking anything away from the heifer in third. Our heifer that starts the class, I mean, is really a good big cattle. I mean, presented nicely, great body shape. I love this heifer's hind leg set and the way she sets back on her heel and uses her hock more effectively than what I think our heifer in second does. My concerns with this heifer before she wins easy, she's a little straight up front, and then I'm not sure if every beef cow in America maybe needs to be quite as big as she is. She's plenty big for me. I prefer the mature cow size of the heifer in second. I like this heifer in second's body shape, her strength and character through her neck and shoulder. This heifer will be a little more up in her tail head, and I asked the boy to get her going just a little quicker. She wants to be just a little more rigid in terms of where she uses and how she uses her hock and hind leg. I personally, for me, thought that pair was real close. Really a good pair of cattle. Not taking anything away from the heifer in third. This one's big-bodied and big-legged and big-footed, real stout. And I like that about her, yet her shoulder blade is smooth and sets on the front of her rib appropriately. My challenge with this one is she's a little plainer about her neck and chest than what you'd maybe ideally like to see. Got a little tick of navel there, and just those little intangibles are her undoing in a very competitive Key Angus class. Three big, stout, powerful females in your breed.
Results from Class 5 in the Key Angus show. First place, Rockin' Ace 2, 413B, 2CA, owned by Lily Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Second, HIGG Bell, 433B, 1CA, owned by Grant Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado. And third is Colin Howd from Paris, Tennessee. Over in the limousine ring, results from Class 8. First goes to AHFF Blackbird's Dream, 432, shown by Colin Campbell from Butler, Kentucky. Second is ENGD Banana, 4063B, shown by Callie Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. Third is Wyatt Kendall from Magnolia, North Carolina. Fourth, Sarah Ann Johnson from Williamsport, Ohio. And fifth is Megan Madewell from Rock Island, Tennessee. Attention in the barns, we need entry 47 in the limousine show to the holding ring at this time. Entry 47, we need you at the scales.
Another good class of Key Angus heifers out here, and our heifer that starts our class is the soundest in terms of her skeletal design. She's the most appropriate in the slope up front, and that allows her to get her neck higher to the top of her shoulder, and then from there she maintains a more correct spine and hip when set in motion. Good at the ground in terms of her foot shape and depth of heel. I think this heifer could be maybe just a little jazzier in the shape to her neck relative to maybe the ideal, but I think there's so much more utility from their back that it's a mute point or a small tree in a big forest. Heifer that comes next, in terms of body shape, when you get right behind the cattle, in terms of broadness of hip, this heifer is tremendously powerful. Got a good functional deep heel and a good set to her hind leg. I just want her to get out of her shoulder a little better than she does. She'll bring her neck down, come up in her top, and just not coordinated enough. Heifer that comes in third, big-bodied and thick, and I like that about her. A little rougher in her top line, a little plainer in terms of her pattern, but once again, that growth and performance and utility in her is also very, very good. Once again, the Key Angus breed has been strong and good in terms of quality and depth and uniformity.
Results from Class 6 in the Key Angus show. First place goes to Hig Beyonce, 423B, 2CA, shown by Allison Higgins of Watertown, Tennessee. Second goes to RS Kelly, 1CA, shown by Hunter Royer from West Point, Indiana. And third is Cade Banter from Eaton, Indiana.
Really an interesting class to evaluate over here in the limousine show, and I think there's a lot of quality in the top trio of females in this particular class. And if you're sitting in the stands, you might think, well, his third place heifer needs to be first or the second or whatever. But down here at ground level, I'm going with the biggest foundation female to win the class. I really like the foot shape on this female that heads up the class. She stays wide there, spreads off her toe. She sits down with nice flex on all four corners of that skeletal makeup. She gets out on the go and hits her track every time. She stays true at her hock when she goes away from you. She stays true at her knee when she comes at you. And with that said, she's a more modest frame score compared to some others in the class. She's more idea in terms of where she's going in her maturity for what I do at our place and the kind of cows that we like to raise. And she's attractive once the young lady gets her set up. She's really neat to look at from the side profile. Second place female I felt like was the most like her in kind. Another big hooved female that gets around with a lot of flex off all four corners. I appreciate the longevity in terms of structure that she has. I think what separates her and the female in front of her today is she gets a little overpowered by the female that wins the class. Just like to see her a little more of her stouter over her hip and down over her top in comparison to the female that heads up the class. I really like a lot of things about this third place female. When she's on the stand, she really liked the balance and design of this individual and the way she comes out of her chest floor and on back into her flank area with plenty of internal dimension. I appreciate the way she comes down her top and off her tail head set. Where I'd like to change this one today is in a couple places. For what I do, I'd like to tone her down a little bit in terms of frame score. I'd like to see this female a little bigger than her foot, especially off that rear. And if you watch her when she comes at you, she wants to get in a little bit at her toe as she's coming at you. But really nice heifer. I hate to pick on her, but that's what I'd change about her today. Fourth place female is a nice long-sided individual that's got some good to her. She's pretty attractive about her front 1/3. With that said, she just needs more weight per day of age and mass to compete against some of these others. And then we end up the class with a female that has some natural rib shape, just needs a little more of a look, a little more quality to go any higher in this particular class today.
Here on the Key Angus side, we're at a very competitive division out here, and there's 4 females, but only 2 spots. And so I think that gets really, really tough to put together. And I think as you watch them on the move and then you get on top of the cattle and study just genuine body shape and matching and frame size and where we're at, I think a judge could justify really 3 different combinations out here. But I've got to make decisions in an efficient manner and move forward from there. To me, within this division, the most unique animal that we've got to select from in terms of really being out there in terms of presentation, length of front, good design, good pattern, and I think yet handles herself very, very well for that kind of size and mass and substance she has is a young lady that wins the first class. Let's congratulate her and bring her in with a nice round of applause. I think, too, and for reserve, it gets to be close between the heifer that's second to her and our class-winning heifer. I prefer the shoulder shape, the chest floor, the shape to the neck of the heifer that's second in class to the champion. As a result, she's going to be reserve division. Let's bring the gentleman in the cowboy hat in for reserve division here in your Key Angus. Let's congratulate all 4 young people for doing a nice job, if you would.
Results on the Key Angus side, the champion junior yearling heifer comes out of class 5, Rockin' Ace 2, 413B, 2CA, owned by Lily Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Reserve in that division out of the same class is Hig Bell, 433B, 1CA, owned by Grant Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado. On the east side of the ring in the limousine show, results from class 9, first place are Tiny Beautiful, owned by Hannah Williamson from Warsaw, Ohio. Second is PSRF Bay Ready 451, shown by Michaela Fostick from Chenoa, Illinois. Third is Mason Walker from Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Fourth, Claire Richards, Bloomington, Indiana. And fifth is Trenton Jalota from Independence, Louisiana. Coming in the ring on the west side of the show ring will be your champion Key Angus selection.
Nice trio of females here in the limousine ring. Female I'm going to use to win the class, I think does so quite handedly in this particular scenario. Just a real sound, functional kind of female that has a lot of lower third in her. Just a big-time cow prospect here. It has a lot of longevity ahead of her. If I could change her up today and pick on her a little bit, you might freshen her up in her condition back from her udder up to her navel. But real nice, big, bold sprung kind of a cow prospect to head up the class. Get down to second place female. She follows her the most alike in kind. I appreciate this one from a standpoint of a profile and the way she's got some curve and shape to that rib. She stays good down her top and out over her hip and into her tail head set. Where I would change this one up compared to the one that wins the class today, when she goes, she gets plenty of length of stride. I'd just like to see her a little more attractive at her hock. Like to see her a little wider at that hock as she goes away from you. But young lady's got a nice heifer there in second. Another nice effort ends up the class, long-sided individual that has plenty of performance for me today. I'd just like to see a little more lower third in that individual to move her up the line.
Results from Class 10 in the limousine show. First place goes to WLBL Black Cap 433B, shown by Will Blades from Midway, Kentucky. Second is CJLM Zonkt 338B, owned by Michaela Jo Massey from London, Kentucky. And third is Haley Hodges from Bethpage, Tennessee.
Here for champion Key Angus, so many things run through a judge's mind. There's individual quality for the age in the division that each of these females represent. And then as we project ourselves into tomorrow evening, there's also that lineup that you want to make sure as one of the four judges within this junior event that what champions you bring to the final lineup fit appropriately with the rest of the breeds in terms of size and stature, in terms of strength and quality, because I think we've got some young females out here that I think have very, very bright futures. The challenge is, you know, as you equate a calf, are they good enough to beat a big bred? And then what will that look like in our final drive? I think as we migrate up to our older cattle within the divisions that are bred and a little more developed, I sure think there's quality, there's strength, there's power, really unique kinds of pieces out here to study. I think the Key Angus division has been maybe smaller in number, but I sure don't think quality has been sacrificed at all. Great females, great build, great presence, and I really, really like the mannerism by which these females are presented by the exhibitors. My compliments to all of the Key Angus families that showed this evening in the show. Your champion breed is going to be the young lady that wins the last division. Let's congratulate her and bring her in with a nice round of applause. I think as we bring the reserve in this particular drive into contention, I really like a couple of these calves a good deal. But I thought there was three big breds in this division. One young lady was not one of the two, but I think the depth and quality, this female that's reserved, division presents with the ideal size and shape to her neck. Change her just a bit behind, but I still think it's functional, just a little different set. I think that's the second best choice in terms of lining up your Key Angus division. Let's bring this young man in with a nice round of applause also on Reserve Key Angus.
Your grand champion Key Angus female came out of the junior yearling division. Rockin' Ace 2, 413B, 2CA, shown by Lily Skios from Dalhart, Texas. Reserve Key Angus female out of the same division is Hig Bell, 433B, 1CA, shown by Grant Vicklin from Longmont, Colorado.
In the limousine show, got two really nice females at the top end of this class, and the female that heads up the class does so quite handily for me. I think there's a world of quality in this one, and to me I find her very intriguing from end to end. Just really appreciate this one in terms of her functionality and balance and structure, cow look that she's got. Really can't find a whole lot wrong with her at this point of the game, other than she might need a little more ear up front, but that doesn't bother me at all. Just a real high quality kind of female to head up the class. The one that follows her the most alike in kind is the one here in second, another big time cow prospect in terms of depth of chest and flank and the way that underline goes low into that undercarriage. When you compare her to the female that heads up the class, she loses a little bit when you start looking extension up through the front 1/3. You might want to tighten her up a little bit at her shoulder with a little more angulation. You might want to make her a little more balanced going on back into the rear portion of her flank area, but take nothing away from that one. Another high quality female that just got against a pretty good one there at the front end of the class. Then we get down to the third place female. She's a little bigger in her frame score. That's okay. She's one that's got some length at top. She's got some doability down her top and out over her hip. She just needs a little more internal dimension to go any higher. And then we end up the class with a big ribbed red heifer here coming next, one that's very performance oriented, got plenty of power all the way through. With that said, I'd just like to see a little more extension up through her front 1/3 to take her any higher in this class tonight.
Results from Class 11 in the limousine show. First place goes to LH Bell, 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham from Rose, Oklahoma. Second, LSTO, Best Look, 409B, shown by Ryan Cheney from Windham, Texas. Third is Grant Edward Malone from Monmouth, Illinois. And fourth is Michaela Fostick from Chenoa, Illinois. We have first call for first and second classes, the mains to the holding ring at this time.
As I indicated earlier, everything oftentimes happens for a reason. And what I love about your Key Angus bred and owned, and I mean this very sincerely, 3 of the 4 division champions were bred and owned, and then we bring the other one that I talked about for the Supreme Drive that was in a competitive division is bred and owned. And so not only are these young ladies out here very, very competitive cattle managers and feeders, but they're incredible breeders. As we project and consider we're at the North American International, and it's hard to deny the maturity, the size, and the power of big breds. Your champion bred and owned is going to be the young lady down here that's actually owned by the young lady down there. So this one's going to be champion bred and owned, and I think for reserve it becomes very, very close. The young lady could potentially have a grand end reserve bred and owned, but I think as we look at these 2 calves, I think the second division winner is a little stouter, just a little more to her. So the big heifer's champion, bred and owned. The Division 2 is going to be reserve bred and owned. Young lady, job well done on 2 good ones in the bred and owns.
Your champion bred and owned Key Angus female was Hig Beyonce 423B 2CA, owned by Allison Higgins of Watertown, Tennessee. Once again, we need first and second class for mains in the holding area at this time.
In the limousine show, I've got another really nice class winner in this particular lineup, a female that really gets it down from the ground up, just plenty of flex on all 4 corners as she goes. I appreciate the rib shape, capacity that she has, and the cow look that she's going to possess all the way on down the road here. I like the moderation of her frame score. She's one that's sure good enough fronted for me when you get her out here from a profile standpoint. Just a real nice, modest frame cow prospect to lead the class with. The one that follows her the most alike in kind is a female. It's here in second. Really appreciate this one too in terms of her internal dimension. She's one that has some natural turn to her top. She stays very attractive out over her hip. When you compare her to the heifer that wins the class today, you'd like to see her maybe a little freer moving off her rear leg, make her a little attractive off that rear third as she goes to compete with the class winner today. Third place female is one that's a little bigger in her kind. She's really performance oriented. She's got a lot of doability to her. With that said, I'd like to see this one with a little more pizzazz to her front 1/3. Like to tone her down, her condition up into her brisket area compared to the ones in front of her. Then we at Young Man's Heifer we end the class up with. This one here will go out and make a cow and do him a nice job. She just needs a little more extension up front. She needs to be a little longer strided off her rear legs to go any higher in the class tonight.
Results from Class 12 in the limousine show. First place goes to VL Bombshell 402B, shown by Corinne Clayson from Beaver City, Nebraska. Second is LMCC Nalani 34B, shown by Micah Layott from Danvers, Illinois. Third is Curtis James Moore from Fresno, Ohio. And fourth is Alex Portwood from Versailles, Kentucky. Coming in the ring now is your Division II Limousine Champion Drive. Attention in the barn. Can I get main entry 4 to the holding area? We need main entry number 4.
If you would at this time, join me in the limousine ring and let's give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. I tell you, we didn't have a lot of numbers in this particular division, but we had a lot of good, and I'm very happy with the consistency, and hopefully you can see it from the stands. All these females kind of come out of the same mold, and all these females are going to do the industry a lot of good, and they're going to do your breed a lot of good. The first two out here in the lineup, they're powerful kind of females. They got plenty of dimension. They got plenty of rib shape. At the end of the day, they give up a little bit of look compared to some of these older females of this division, but they're really nice, functional kind of females. Get down this third class, a female that I really like in terms of breed cow. She's got as much internal dimension as anything out here in the lineup. She's a female that gets and goes on the ground with a lot of length of stride and authority. I appreciate that about her. If we're going to pick on her a little bit, you might want to clean her up in her navel and her lines there. Maybe take her out of her chest cavity a little nicer up there to her jaw. You might want to give her a little more angulation to her shoulder, but that's being critical on an awfully nice cow prospect and Class 3. Get down to Class 4 here, a female that, like I said earlier, just really intriguing to me. I think she's really functional. I think she's very maternal, and I think she's very good in terms of a profile. I just love the way she comes down off the top of her shoulder and back over her tail head and that spine. She keeps that muscle pattern nice and maternal off top of her hip and down into a deep low twist. I really think this one here is going to be a wonderful cow when she goes into production. Same holds true with the female out of the last class. A lot the same kind of a type and kind here. One that's going to have plenty of rib shape. She's very maternal from end to end. I think when you compare her to that one there in front of her, you might want to see her with a little less condition in her brisket. You might want to see a little more pizzazz to her front 1/3, but a real nice cow prospect there. Let's give them another nice round of applause, and I'll select your champion and reserve in this division.
Your champion Division 2 limousine female comes out of Class 11, LH Bell 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham from Rose, Oklahoma. Reserve at a Class 12 is VL Bombshell 402B, shown by Corinne Clayson from Beaver City, Nebraska. Attention in the barns, can I get entry 8 in the main show to the holding area at this time? Number 8, we need you in the holding ring with your main and Jew heifer.
Got a single entry in this class in the limousine show. A female that's sure really massive in her type and kind. Lots of performance here in this package. If you're going to change her today, you might want to freshen her up in terms of condition. Might want to make her a little more agile off her rear leg when she's in motion. But a real big, powerful kind of a cow prospect to represent this single entry class.
Results from Class 15 in the limousine show. First place in Champion Division 3 goes to ALTN Raslin Ruby, shown by Abigail Tipton from Greenback, Tennessee.
In the limousine show, the pair I'm going to use to start this class, I feel like the cow has more durability and functionality compared to the red cow behind her. A female that's doing a nice job with a heifer calf behind it, has a lot of quality and a bright future ahead of her. Just a real nice functional kind of pair to start the class with. Get down to the second place pair. The red cow's got some good to her. She's got some extension all the way through. She's long from muzzle to pole. In this particular scenario, I'd just like to see her and the bull calf carrying a little more condition to compete against the pair in front of them, but two nice pairs to represent this class.
Results from Class 18 in the limousine show. First place in Champion Division 4 is MCC Winning Edge 937A, owned by Tyler Hodges from Bethpage, Tennessee. Second in Reserve Division 4 is Mags Any Youth, owned by Alex Portwood from Versailles, Kentucky. Coming in the ring now will be your champion limousine female selection. Attention in the barns, we need all limousine bred and owns to the holding ring at this time. All limousine bred and owns.
At this time in the limousine ring, if you would join me and let's give these young people a real nice round of applause. I'm not going to go back through and talk all these, but I think there's 3 head in contention here in my mind, and I'm going to go here with the first division and say that I really, really like this young female. I think she has a lot of merit to her. I think she's so functional on the ground. I think she's very maternal in her look, and this one here is going to do a lot of damage on down the road in the show ring. And I'd say when she gets into production, she's going to make this young man a lot of money. Just a real good kind that is the kind that we like to raise at our place, and I admire a lot. Same holds true with this second division, a female that hit me pretty hard when she came in class, and like I said earlier, the only thing I can really find wrong with that one is you might want to see her with a little more length of ear, but just a real good kind of female there out of the second division. The third one that we got in contention here would be the female that stood behind her, and I think that one there is awfully nice in her own right. I appreciate the rib shape that she's got. If I'm going to get real picky on this one, you might want to smooth her up going down her spine. She wants to get just a little off there, gets a little more prominent in her jump muscle. She gets a little bolder out of her shoulder. Might want to change her up there, but a real good one here in entry 57. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Your champion limousine female out of Division 2 goes to LH Bell 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham from Rose, Oklahoma. Reserve out of Division 1 is TASF Camaro 909C, shown by Lonnie Thomas from Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations to these limousine exhibitors. Next in that ring will be the bred and owned champion selection.
As we make the transition into the main Anjou breed of cattle this evening. Nope, right. Make the transition into the main Anjou division. Really a good way to start. Although the day may be getting a little long for some, I think the decisions are equally as important as we go through this. We're going to be efficient, but we're going to study the differences we need. I think 1 and 2 are close. Today I like the added just volume and depth center that our heifer does that starts our class. And as you study the angle and shape to her hock and rear foot, I think it sets in her a little long term just a bit better than what our heifer does in second. I think body shape and functionality behind favor our class winner. Heifer in second's got that length and neck and top line I really like. I think this heifer's got continuation, and she's green and immature and looks like a baby calf, and I like that about her. Just a nickel straighter in terms of her angles on both ends, but I think if that holds with her long term, that one's going to be very, very nice. The baby June that we've got out here, really really nice in terms of her top line, length of neck, a little sharp in her tail head, a little more tubular in her body. But I think for a baby calf, sure looks good and has broke to show well today. Our heifer in fourth has got a performance and weight advantage, but in terms of a quality look and balance standpoint, she's maybe the most general in terms of her appearance today at the North American. Good class, great way to start our Main on Juice show.
Results from Class 1 Main Heifers. First place goes to AHFF Kel Fantasy Girl, shown by Emily Campbell from Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Second goes to Udell Haley 99C, shown by Grayson Belcher from Bloomfield, Indiana. Third is Morgan Licka from Buffalo, Illinois, and fourth was shown by Blake Birch from Connorsville, Indiana.
Before I select the champion, bred and owned over here in the limousine ring, I just want to say that this is probably the most important part of the show at the end of a breed, because any of us that are in this business understand, you know, how hard it is to work for generations and get cattle of this quality and then get them to this level. And so my hat's off to all you young exhibitors for doing this and getting to this point of the game. So if you would, before I pick the champion, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Loaded. We're back. Here in our second class of Maine heifer calves, I think there's some differences depending on how these cattle just want to relax in the ring. To me, the class winner, both on the stand and on the move, is as appropriate in her angles and functionality as any. Love her strength, love her body mass in relation to her frame size. And I think as maturity, as we project her, maybe just a tick there at the base of her shoulder in terms of her neck shape, but I sure think she matches with a great body design, big volumed, and still a hock joint that sets in her well. Heifer in second didn't want to relax out here, and I think from this heifer's hooks forward, I like this heifer's length of pattern. I like her freshness of neck and shoulder, and I think she's got incredible reach up front. But when this heifer gets nervous in the ring, her loin comes up, her pins go down, and her tail head goes up, and we want to relax that female and just let her be more comfortable in here. I gave him a couple tries to just see if the heifer would settle down, but I just want to make that cattle a little more comfortable in her hip. Little boy here does a great job showing this heifer calf in third. Good hip, good hind leg in this Maine female. This one's a little plainer and staler about her neck. Then she's a little steeper in terms of the pitch to her shoulder. I want to lay that back and open her up just a shade underneath. And if we could, that one's built fundamentally well from their back. Our fourth heifer within the drive is the greenest in terms of her condition. Heifer's got some length and correctness down her top line. But as we take her to the ground, this heifer's the most general in terms of her look, in terms of stoutness and correctness relative to her three classmates.
Results from Class 2, Maine Anjou heifers. First place goes to STRE Sierra's Beyonce 7C, owned by Katie Weaver from Mulberry, Indiana. Second goes to ML Miss Woe 11C, owned by Cohen Morris Carter from Trafalgar, Indiana. Third is Jackson Kelsey from Bone Gap, Illinois. And fourth is Kylie Roberts from Swayze, Indiana.
Hello. Hello.
Works now. Hello. Sorry about that. We thought we had a little technical difficulty here. Another good class of main cattle to sort, and I think our top pair surface to the top end of this class. They've got the balance and the presence and the look, and I think what sorts them is length of hip. I think the heifer that starts our class has got a little more length from hooks to pins, and consequently she will be more stable in her hock and a little more comfortable in her step behind. You take her from there forward, and this heifer's got great body shape. She matches her head and neck, fit her framework very, very well. She's not one of those really ultra extended ones, but she's not a small, moderate one either. I think she fits very nicely in the middle. Heifer in second, if I could just make this thing relax and step off of her rear two, she's real ginger out here. I think this heifer's got a shot more gas in her tank in terms of length of body, in terms of length of front end, and I really like the front 2/3 of this heifer. I walked her twice right next to our class winner, and what she will do is she'll bring her hock in, go up on her toe, and not want to relax behind. That pin set and hock needs to be just a bit differently, because from there forward, I think this heifer's got an incredible value. In terms of neck and swoopy belly, the 1 and 3rd might be as good as any. The problem with this heifer is she really comes up peaked to her hip, and then she'll tend to swivel the most out of her hip of those initial 3. And so I think structure plays a critical role in the alignment of those initial 3 cattle. I like the front 2/3 of that one. I like her softness of set to her hind leg. When you get up on top of her in her hip, she's just the plainest of the group. The next heifer coming out, good down her top line, good in her shape. This one's the most tubular in her body design, and then as you watch this one handle her ankle on this ring surface, it's not good enough in terms of setting back on her heel. Got a real shapely one coming next. She's a little shotgun bodied. She's a little up in her tail head, but really strong and true down her top line. I thought she had a little more quality of look to her head and front end than our heifer did second from the close. Here we've got one that sets her tail head a little nicer in her body, just a little round, a little plain in terms of her neck. Our final heifer within the drive, just a rough pattern cattle within class, extended and long-bodied. We just need to let this one flesh up and open up and see where she's at in terms of natural width of skeleton. Good class of mains. Once again, my compliments.
Results from Class 3 main heifers. First place goes to CHAM Miss Daisy, owned by Becca Chamberlain of Winchester, Indiana. Second, Miss Bonnie 4C, shown by Samantha Morris of Franklin, Indiana. Third went to Jordan Craw from Albia, Iowa. Fourth, Cody Craig, Bedford, Indiana. Fifth was shown by Casey Lane from Rensselaer, Indiana. Sixth, Randy Joe Falk of Worthington, Indiana. And seventh is Ian Delvin Holmgren from South Bend, Indiana.
I think one of the closer pairs that I've had in a while on this side of the ring to sort. There's a pair of heifer calves we've got out here, and I guess as I consider their age and maturity, I like the way the heifer that wins our class is built and assembled through her neck, her shoulder and front end, just a little flatter, a little smoother, a little nicer made there. And as you take this heifer to the ground, I think she's got a nice set and functional look to her hock, her rear foot. I think a heifer that balances very, very well. That today the heifer that's a little stouter in every dimension of her body is the one that comes second. She's got more belly and just more flesh. The problem is when I got her up on the profile, I got concerned where she sat in the base of her shoulder and how it opened up from her rib cage. Then you watch this heifer go behind, and she'll tend to get up there on her toe more so and walk a little closer. I want the heifer to relax, and I think if she does, then the pair gets really, really close. On the profile over here, her shoulder design concerned me long term relative to the heifer that wins our class.
Results from Class 4 main heifers. First place goes to CRLL Miss Chanel 22C, owned by McKenna Strigel of Moravia, Iowa. Second goes to STRE Winnie Cinder 1C, shown by Bailey James Thompson of Westport, Indiana. Attention in the barns, we need Class 8 male and Jew females to the scales. Class 8 male and Jew females, we need you in the holding ring.
Hello? Once again, the main exhibitors have really challenged me this evening in these calf classes because you've got to make a real decision here as a show judge. We've got two impeccably big, presented big, stout, heavyweight cattle. Then we got a little bitty one that I choose to start with. And bottom line, in a calf class, in a calf division, you get these cattle in motion, as the young lady in the red shirt does, and I think this thing is built incredibly well. I think the shape to her neck, the slope to her shoulder, and the softness to her knee just indicates long term she's going to stay together structurally. I think she reads with quality about her head, quality about her balance, and then when you get to her hind leg, she's the most effective at meeting her stride. She's the most effective at using her hock, and when she's in motion, she stays the flattest in her back of any of the cattle that we've got. As a result, in my opinion, that's the sound cattle with a bright future. Now, on the stand, I love the one in second. This thing is long-bodied, long-necked, and got a lot of horsepower to her, tremendous strength, and she's clean in her joints. The problem is when this heifer gets in motion, she'll come up more so in her top. She'll get her hind leg up underneath herself, and I want that thing to flatten out in her back and drive off of her hind leg. I think she's sounder up front than her heifer in third. Once again, on the stand, you like the heifer in third. This one gets in motion, and her pitch to her shoulder and where her knee and forearm set in her, to me, is a bit concerning right now. She'll wedge down in her loin and come up in her tailhead, the most prominent of those initial three, and as a result, structure's a concern. If you want to stay committed to just sheer performance, that one probably wins this class. Heifer that comes in third, not a little different style, a little racier kind of deal. Got some muscle shape, but just a little high-hearted, a little more tubular than what those cattle above her are, but you like her muscle shape. I think really, once again, a challenging class of putting these main females together at a younger age.
Results from Class 5 in the main Anjou show. First place goes to HCKF Miss Linda, owned by Taylor Elliott from Mansfield, Ohio. Second goes to DRCC Miss China Doll, owned by Laramie Blakely from Aluga, Oklahoma. Third is Janelle Gilbert from Greenville, Ohio. And fourth is Demi Snyder from Kenton, Ohio. Coming in the ring now is your Division I Junior Heifer Calf Champion selection.
Check. Struggling picking one. You want to do this division for me?
I could damn sure do it.
I know you
Yeah,
could.
man. That's why I asked.
Thank you, sir.
Glad you're here.
Yep, thank you. In this particular division, I sure think there's multiple different things that a person could do to justify an alignment. I think there, first and foremost, is there's a lot of future. There's a lot of quality. There's a lot of good days left in these upper end heifers within your main show. I think to get them out here and just go ahead and say that one of these class winners has to be championed and then one has to be reserved, and it's just clear cut. I think we're maybe being a little naive, because I think each one of these cattle, if they do certain things, I think can really be good long term. And I think navigating through these classes with regards to structure and where you want to sit in terms of mature cow size and continuation can really be a challenge. Like what we've got out here, I ask you to put your hands together for all the exhibitors within this division, and we'll finish it up for you.
Your champion Division 1 junior heifer calf in the main show was CHAM Miss Daisy, owned by Becca Chamberlain from Winchester, Indiana. Reserve went to Rumor Reigns, owned by Morgan Lika from Buffalo, Illinois. Attention in the barn, can I get Class 11 main and Jew females to the scales? Class 11 main females.
I think a good set of falls that we've got out here, a good pair, and it's interesting to study the differences. If we could put the front end on the heifer in second with the midrib and the hip and hind leg on the heifer that wins, we would definitely have some a contender that could go a long ways. The heifer that starts our class, I think from her shoulder blade back, is impeccable in her spine, her body shape, and her functionality of length of hip, broadness of hip, and a good hock and a hind leg and a rear foot that are set in appropriately. Now, with that stated, when you step in front of the cattle, this one doesn't need to get any wider at the base of her shoulder. I think right now it matches, and that's where the heifer in second could get her long term, that this thing's really flat shouldered, really nice neck. When I get on top of this cattle, she'll tend to fade in her hip, close up in her pin bones, and I don't see that natural mass and flank line and body substance and cow-like build that I do in our class winner. But I really think this heifer's striking up front. She's deep in her midsection. We just need to relax her spine, put her tail head down in between a broader set of pins, and then I sure think we'd have something to work with. That's a very solid pair of September heifers.
Results from Class 8 in the main show. First place in Champion Division 2 Senior Heifer Calf goes to BPF Miss Wisdom 700B, owned by Gracie Danner from West Liberty, Iowa. Second in Reserve Division 2 Senior Heifer Calf goes to BK Brilliant 4101, owned by Abby Collins from New Paris, Ohio. Attention in the barns, can I get Class 12 main females to the holding ring? Class 12.
As we watch this pair of heifers move about the ring, I think they're both maybe a bit cumbersome in terms of their way of movement, but I actually prefer the set to the hind leg on the stand, the depth of heel, and the shape of hind leg design that our class-winning heifer has within this group or a pair. I think as you take her from there forward, she's got some length to her neck, got her knees set back in her appropriately, and from there up, has lots of substance to match. Got a really powerful cow in terms of strength and width and substance sitting here in second. To me, I'd like to lean her up in terms of her condition through her lower shoulder and chest and freshen her up. Then when this heifer will be on the stand, she's a little straight in the angle to her hock, and it only makes sense when she gets pulled to lead. She's just a little awkward there in terms of how she'll set it down and flex her joint when she goes in motion. But tremendous width, tremendous stoutness. Both are moderate, powerful kinds of cows. I thought the class winner was a bit sounder behind.
Attention in the barns, this is the last and final call for main exhibitors 47 and 48. Your class is going in the ring. Results from class 11. First place went to GDMN, Miss Independence, owned by Cody Goodman from Rensselaer, Indiana. Second went to SPIT, Gypsy Queen 102B, owned by Julia Weaver from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Attention in the barns. Can I get main entry 58 to the holding ring at this time? Entry 58, we need you at the holding ring. Attention in the barns, we need Class 16 main heifers to the holding ring at this time. Class 16. Attention in the barn, Class 16 main heifers. Please make your way to the scales. We need Class 16 main heifers.
I think a great set of main females out here to evaluate, particularly our top two. And as you put the pieces of the puzzle together, I think both of our class-winning and second-place cattle are soft in their structure. I think they're good in their angles. I think particularly behind, both these cattle use their hock, their pastern, and set down appropriately on their foot behind. And so then you ask yourself, of the pair, which one is more dimensional in every aspect? And I sure think the young lady's heifer that wins is one that, in relation to her frame size and length of top line, tremendously bold, tremendously powerful, and yet fits together and actually sets her tailhead a little nicer into her rump than what our heifer does in second. I think the heifer in second has an advantage, and it's how she's put together at the front of her shoulder. I think the heifer in second will lay her shoulder a little tighter into her body than what our class winner will. I think she's a little fresher right behind her shoulder than our class winner. But the challenge is there's a little steeper angle to her blade. As a result, she'll jam her neck down into her front of her shoulder. But from there back, flat back, good jointed, great bodied, looks like a female. That's a tremendous pair. Front 2/3 of the heifer in third, I sure like. This heifer's got a captivating look, a soft front knee and pastern, and a good body shape when you're up high. When you take her from her midrib back out of her hip, she's a little plain in her pin set. She's a little off in terms of her hip, and as a result, she doesn't balance down her top line. I think at the ground, there's huge value in that cattle. In terms of her flex, her joints, her basic kind is also quite good. Heifer that comes in 4, this heifer's good down her top line, fresh about her neck, but let's take her and study her from her middle part of her body to the ground is where this heifer gets in trouble. She doesn't have that natural soft body shape through the center lower portion of her framework. Then she's the most refined of those initial 4. As a result, she settles in 4. The Baldy coming next, big, raw, stout, power muscle kind of cattle, but I think it compromises her ability to get out and go. She's tight in her spine, up in her tailhead. We just need to soften that heifer up in terms of her skeletal design, let her be a little more comfortable out here. Tremendous muscularity. And our final cattle within the drive has got that muscle shape that you want, but it compromises her framework in terms of making her the roundest in her pattern on both ends and the most refined as we take her to the ground. Excellent class of mains. My compliments to the exhibitors and their family for putting together a great set of females.
Results from Class 12 in the main show. First place goes to BSC Beyonce 133B, owned by Caitlin Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. Second, KMAE Elsa 917B, shown by Lauren Robertson of Broken, Nebraska. Third went to Taylor Carr of Athens, Ohio. Fourth, Macy Paddock of Sumner, Illinois. Fifth was shown by Allie Muir of Waynesfield, Ohio. And sixth to Ethan Howe of Kiachi, Louisiana. Coming in the ring now is your Division III Summer Yearling Female Champion selection. Attention in the barn, we need main entry 65 to the scales at this time. Main entry 65. We also need Class 17 in the main show to the scales. Class 17, we need you in the holding ring.
We have 4 quality main females out here, and one of them is injured there just a little bit on her left hind since class, and so we're not going to take a lot of time. I think as we talked within each class, our pair out of the first class within the division are powerful cattle, just a little different in terms of their build. We look at the pair of heifers out of our second class, and they're both sound, they're both correct, they're both maternal. One of them's just more powerful in every anatomical location of her body. And so I think a great set of 4 females. They're right in their frame size. They're right in their fleshing quality and freshness. We're going to keep the pair out of the second class together. Young lady's second line is going to be champion division. Reserve's going to be the young lady in the blue sweater. Let's congratulate all 4 exhibitors on a job well done, and particularly those 2.
Your champion Division 3 Summer Yearling Man and Jew Female came out of Class 12. BSC Beyonce 133B, owned by Caitlin Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Reserve out of the same class was KMAE Elsa 917B, shown by Lauren Robertson of Roca, Nebraska.
I think we'll go ahead and sort this pair as they're on the move, and I think that's the primary sorting criteria between the pair. Young lady's heifer that wins this class is a young lady in the pink shirt here. Got an excellent main female in terms of her cleanliness of joints, her look, her design, her body shape. Really fits together quite well in my opinion. Really a quality kind of a female to start with. Our heifer in second got the big bones and got the big top, but this one's just a little harsh in terms of her make, a little rounder in her pattern. But you like her shape, you like her width and substance. Good pair here in your main show. My compliments to both exhibitors.
Results from Class 15 in the main show. First place went to TTTS CC 22B, shown by Abigail Jacks of Tipton, Indiana. Second went to KFM Roxy, shown by Carly Metler of Highland, Illinois.